Hey everyone. Welcome back for the third part of Patriot's Dawn. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 12, Here and Now. // I hate debriefs. Would you be able to henge into an image of this man? The interrogator asked. It was standard procedure for shinobi being debriefed to transform into any and all shinobi they encountered. It made putting faces to names and techniques that much easier. Naruto shook his head in the negative. Henge required the user to have a clear picture of the person of interest in mind. Aside from the few details that he had already listed, Naruto couldn't get a clear picture of the man in his mind. The majority of the confrontation was shrouded in a haze of heat and redness, courtesy of the QB. Pale complexion, yellow eyes, long tongue. Here Naruto paused, shaking his head, having been forcibly reminded just how creepy the last bit was. There was no other word for it. Go on, the woman urged, sounding neither patient nor impatient. Merely bored, uninterested. Naruto wished he could be the same. He ran steady fingers through his hair, long since free of the grime of the latest mission, and composed himself again. Right, so, long tongue, average height probably, dark hair, it was long. He trailed off once more, searching his memory for more details to describe the still mysterious Chunin with. Can you remember anything more of the shinobi's appearance, Jinan Uzumaki? The woman prodded. The blonde's eyes moved from their resting place at his feet to the face of his interrogator. She was a plain woman, utterly unremarkable save for ice-blue eyes that peered into him with every question. Career Jinan, he mused absently, noting the lack of a flak vest. Probably. He shook his head in answer. No. And were there any other distinguishing marks or mannerisms? The nameless kunoichi moved from one area of question to another seamlessly, making Naruto start, focused as he still was on the man's appearance. Talk like a woman, Naruto said before he could stop himself. He winced sheepishly as the first emotion his interrogator showed manifested itself in a glare. Sorry. He had a feminine voice, liked to whisper, even hissed a bit. Laughed a lot, cackled. Didn't take any of us seriously, the blonde finished. Almost rightfully so, he thought, remembering how easily the man had dismantled Kurenai. He couldn't help the feeling of vindication that surfaced at having thrown the smug Jonin into a building shortly after. He was well aware that the only reason he had been able to do so was because the man had almost certainly not been expecting a Jinchuriki to manifest at the time. Although the man had known his name, had known all of their names, upon reflection. His teammates were brushed aside easily enough, as any truly experienced Jonin would be able to identify all of Konoha's major clans at a glance, but surely his name was classified, or at least not easily come by. He was an orphan, for one, and Naruto had little doubt that any record of his parentage had been struck immediately following his sealing. He supposed that it wasn't unreasonable for a Jonin of another village to know of him. He doubted there was a shinobi village on the continent that didn't have a file on him, given his status, but the man had seemed delighted at his presence. Like he knew exactly who he was, what he carried, and something beyond. Troubled, Naruto chanced to look at the room's third occupant. The sandaime sat behind his desk, hat off, pipe in hand, as stone-faced as he had been the night that Naruto had learned of the QB. He was troubled, that much was obvious to Naruto. The knowledge of it was doing little to soothe the boy's nerves, already put on edge due to his reflections. Did the shinobi use any ninjutsu, or any techniques that would, in your estimation, require the molding of chakra? Naruto blinked at the question. The confrontation had been short, despite what it may have felt like at the time, no longer than a minute or maybe two at the most. It had largely been taken up by the man speaking. The actual combat had lasted for no more than a few seconds. His killing intent, Naruto began, it was connected to some form of genjutsu. I can't speak for my teammates, but when it happened I saw a vision of myself being impaled with kunai and shuriken. Other than that, he had some way of manipulating his body. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto noticed the sandaime had set down his pipe. Aged hands were folded on top of the desk, fingers interlaced, and the old man's eyes were narrowed just ever so slightly. Manipulating in what way, Uzumaki? The woman asked. Getting there, Naruto thought with impatience. Outwardly, he showed nothing. He was able to move weirdly. He could bend at least 90 degrees backwards and could just. The blonde searched for the right word, twist out of the way of things. It was unnatural. He hesitated to use the word unnatural, as by their very nature shinobi did very unnatural things, but it was the only way Naruto felt he could properly convey what had happened. No normal man, no normal shinobi should have been able to avoid his attacks like that. I see, the unremarkable woman said, paging through the notes she had been taking since the start of the debrief. Naruto shifted in his chair idly. No, you don't, he thought. And I suppose that brings us to the final segment of your mission, unless you have something more to add? The icy eyes locked on him. Naruto shook his head simply. He wanted to get this over with and get the hell out of the Hokage's office, though he suspected he would likely be here for some time. Debriefs were never held in the presence of the Hokage unless the Hokage himself was doing the debriefing, and that only happened when truly classified information was being discussed. And this had been no S-ranked mission, regardless of the clusterfuck it had become. Though I suppose I've always sort of been an exception to the rule. All the rules. Naruto had known that he was special from a young age, he just hadn't known how or why. The thought that something set him apart had been a small point of pride for the young boy, and had led to many of his more arrogant presumptions. Now, it merely hung over him. Just another thing that made his life just that little bit more difficult. That leaves us with the final part of the mission, I suppose. Your after-action report spoke of you being ambushed by she leafed through her notes, 12 shinobi, and that you dealt with it solely while your team moved on ahead? Her tone was just as dispassionate as it had been at the start of the interview, making Naruto wonder at just what kind of debriefs this woman handled. She didn't bat an eye at the thought of a Chunin killing 12 shinobi without help. Or maybe it was just because it was him. It was out of his mind as soon as the thought occurred. He didn't miss a beat, regardless. It was an attack, not an ambush. They had followed us, and Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan alerted us to their presence well before any attacks were made, he said formally. He wasn't sure why he felt the need to correct the woman, it wasn't as if the difference mattered in the slightest. And why was it that you dealt with the group personally, rather than with the help of your comrades? She seemed legitimately interested in this question, if the slight straightening of her posture was any indication. 'Cause they probably would have ended up dead before I could have done anything. The thought came unbidden. There was no real way of knowing how things would have turned out had Team 8 gotten involved in the fight, and Naruto was more than willing to have it that way. He had made the executive decision in the heat of the moment, and it had turned out okay in the end. One of my ninjutsu better allows me to deal with multiple threats than my comrades. I was also fresher, more alert, and my teammates had to be concerned with getting their sensei to safety. He ran a hand through his hair once more, eyes flickering about the room. The sandaime had leaned back now, fingers steeped and a look of interest in his old eyes. Directly engaging the enemy would have put Yuhi Kurenai in danger. I decided, as de facto team leader, to deal with the shinobi on my own, so that Team 8 could get a head start and hopefully get themselves and their sensei to safety in case I failed. The thought of why a Chunin, not even 6 months out of the academy, would have the confidence and, in theory, the self-sacrifice to attempt to fight 12 men hung heavily. Naruto knew quite well that the answer was plain to all of the room's occupants. Ice blue eyes shifted in discomfort, glancing at the Hokage. They apparently found what they were looking for, as the woman began anew. Yes, yes. And you dealt with them in what way? I killed them. It must have been the utterly bland way in which he said it, for it couldn't have been the words, because the interrogator stopped short. Her blue eyes widened as they rose to meet Naruto's and stayed there for what felt like a minute, but was, in reality, only a few seconds. Blonde eyebrows slowly moved upwards, silently asking the woman opposite, "What else would you have me do?" She got the message, if the slightly flustered look that crossed her face was any indication. Her eyes turned downward, back to her clipboard so quickly that Naruto was surprised she hadn't hurt herself in the process. Yes, yes. She trailed off. Sarutobi came to her rescue. I think that will be enough. The rest of the mission specifics have already been covered by the rest of the debriefs and after-action reports. I'll be able to handle the rest of this session, Mei-san. If you'll leave your notes with me? The dismissal was clear, and the woman, Mei, rose quickly. She deposited her notes on the Hokage's desk and was out the door a moment later after a short bow. A quickly muttered Hokage-sama left in her wake. Silence filled the Oval Office as Naruto took the opportunity to move to his customary chair, the rightmost of the two laid out in front of the Sandaime's desk. A sigh of satisfaction escaped his lips as he sunk into the chair. The old man kept the two most comfortable chairs in the whole village in his office, in Naruto's opinion. There was just the right amount of firmness, enough to give support while not sacrificing the cushion. Naruto always sat in the rightmost chair, no matter what. He knew that chair better than he knew the single chair in his apartment. It had gotten to the point a few years back that the old man had tried to trick him. "Why don't you just sit in the other chair, Naruto-kun?" the Sandaime asked amusedly as he watched the demon container move the twin armchairs back to their usual positions. "Better view, old man," the 9-year-old said simply, as if that was all the answer that could possibly be required. Finally finished, the blonde plopped down in his proper chair with his arms crossed and an expression of the purest satisfaction upon his whiskered face, daring the Hokage to make a case against him. Perplexed, Sarutobi turned to stare out of his window, something he did every day without fail. Upon spying his view of the village, the Hokage realized that, were he sitting in the leftmost chair, he wouldn't be able to see the face of the Yondaime upon the Hokage monument. The window ended just after his own face from that vantage point in the room, whereas the view of the monument from the rightmost chair was unimpeded. "Well." A soft smile graced the old man's lips as he beheld the sight, before turning back to his guest. "I suppose you're right." He had no desire to see the face of his father, knowing now what the man had done to him, but he kept his seat for familiarity's sake. He had been in the Hokage's office so many times, in the chair so many times, that the thought of doing something different here and now was downright distasteful. Throughout all the twists, turns, and changes of his life, the Hokage's office remained the same. Naruto took some small comfort in that. Fond remembrances faded, and Naruto was left in the silence that had hovered in the Sandaime's office since the woman, Mei, he reminded himself, had left. It wasn't heavy, or truly awkward. But it was far from the more companionable silences he had shared with Sarutobi as a child, when his much-used mouth had finally stopped moving a mile a minute and he had come up for air. "Though I'm sure it is the last thing you wish to hear, I must ask, do you remember anything else of note from your confrontation, Naruto-kun?" the Hokage questioned. "Anything you might wish to tell me?" The troubling thoughts of how the Jonin had known his name returned, and he brought his eyes to the Hokage's. He addressed Team 8 by their clan names, but he seemed to know me, personally. The blonde shrugged, mostly to avoid a shiver that was making its way up his spine. "He seemed happy that I was there, for some reason." "Indeed?" It wasn't really a question. The Sandaime quickly jotted the information down before leaning back in his chair. A weary look passed over the old man's face for a single, suspended second, before it was erased. Blue eyes narrowed as Naruto saw the reaction. Just who was this guy? He wondered. Out of nowhere, the Hokage made a single hand seal. The look of concentration that had rested on his aged face faded to a sly smile, prompting a raised set of eyebrows from Naruto. The blonde opened his mouth in question, but was halted when the Sandaime raised a hand for his continued silence. "If you'll give me a moment, Naruto," he said, and the double doors to the Oval Office swung open not a second after. A dog-masked Anbu strode in with purpose, a platter with 2 steaming hot containers of Ichiraku ramen takeout in his hands. A second followed, a cooler filled with ice and chilled bottles of lemon tea in hand. Naruto's mouth dropped open. "Dismissed," Sarutobi said simply. The 2 Anbu took their cue, retreating to the door and exiting, leaving twin calls of Hokage-sama behind. Sarutobi was entirely unfazed at having been delivered lunch by Anbu Black Ops members, and leaned back in his chair with a sigh of satisfaction. The chopsticks broke with a snap, and 1 steaming container was pulled over and opened with relish. The old man finished his first 2 bites before raising twinkling eyes to meet the still shocked blues of Naruto. "I can assure you that this is, in fact, real, and not an elaborate genjutsu, Naruto-kun. I suggest you close your mouth before you begin to catch flies, and help an old man out in finishing this lunch. It would be a shame for such a well-prepared meal to go to waste," the Hokage stated wryly, the corners of his mouth twitching. Naruto couldn't help it, he burst out laughing, shattering the formerly tense atmosphere. "Lunch served personally by Anbu, that's a reason to become Hokage," he said. "And whatever happened to gaining the acknowledgement of the villagers, protecting them as is your sworn duty?" the Sandaime quipped, an eyebrow quirked. "Meaningless." Naruto waved away the statement dismissively as he snapped open and chugged a bottle of chilled tea. "Now, getting lunch served to you by Anbu agents, that's real motivation right there." An index finger shook in articulation of the boy's point as he reached to the tray to remove one of the steaming boxes of ramen. "I'm glad you approve," the Hokage stated, sarcasm evident. "You should be," Naruto thought cheekily. Years previous, or perhaps maybe even months previous before Asuma's death, he would have even said it. Now, he stayed silent, content to slurp his lunch and wait patiently for the Sandaime to arrive at the gist of this meeting. Sarutobi, for his part, didn't bother mincing words. Your actions during the mission were impressive. Regardless of the tools at your disposal, leading a team of Chunin through hostile territory is no mean feat. Naruto shrugged, electing to keep silent still. He had never gotten used to any of the praise that Asuma had ever heaped on him, regardless of the fact that he had sought it at every turn. The same applied here. His continued silence drew an undignified snort from the Hokage, in turn drawing a grin from Naruto. Come now, Naruto-kun. You were many things as a child, but quiet and modest? The Sandaime laughed lightly, genuinely. I think not, and none of ever truly grows so far from what we were as children, at least not at our very core. The blonde sighed. I did what I thought was necessary to get everyone back alive. He was sick of talking about the mission as a whole. From Yamato, to the Anbu who had met him and teammate at the border, to his own teammates, and finally to the debrief and now the Hokage, he had told and retold the ordeal far too many times. He had no problem doing so once more. He had done what had been necessary and had no regrets, but preferred not to. To think, he had once wished more than anything in the world to be acknowledged, to have people come up to him and ask him to tell them stories of missions past, legendary exploits, for surely a Hokage would have many stories. He shook his head, it was so tiresome. Thankfully, the Sandaime seemed to have no desire to hear of Naruto's tale, whether because of a similar mindset or because he had already heard it numerous times, and accepted Naruto's statement without ceremony. As would any in your position, I would like to think, said Sarutobi. But I doubt that many, if any, your age or rank, could actually follow through. Keeping a clear head in the field is no easy feat, even for shinobi far more experienced than you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi nodded absently, refilling his pipe and lighting it now that he had finished his food. Naruto continued to slurp away despite the more serious turn the meeting had taken. He was hungry, and the old man didn't mind. He felt more than saw the Hokage stand and make his way to the window, the cloth of the traditional robes rustling as the old man moved. Naruto knew without having to look that the Sandaime was surveying his village. Truly, having managed to pull your team from the ashes of near defeat is no mean accomplishment, especially as it has happened not once, but twice. Naruto fidgeted. Unused to praise as he was, having the Hokage, of all people, glorify his achievements was uncomfortable. He didn't know how to respond. It is something worthy of note, and something worthy of recognition, Naruto-kun. Here, the Sandaime turned to face the blonde briefly, locking eyes. Solid gray bored into Naruto's blue, taking their measure. The blonde felt the need to shift and fidget, but managed to hold still through force of will. He couldn't help but feel as if the Sandaime could see right through him, dissect him with a thought and leave him bare of all of his secrets. It was a similar feeling to the one he got when he spoke with the QB. He was nothing before this legend of a man, and he knew it well. It is something, worthy of reward, Sarutobi finished. The appraising look faded, replaced with something akin to pride as the man's lips curved upwards into a sort of half-smile. Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. He straightened unconsciously. Could he possibly mean? A prideful smile spread across the Hokage's face as he looked down at the boy who had been a sort of surrogate grandson in his youth. To rise above the hatred of the villagers and become a skilled shinobi was something worth commending, and Naruto was well on his way to becoming exceptional. He already was in some ways. You've shown leadership abilities above and beyond what can reasonably be expected of a Chunin, any Chunin, not just one your age. I would be loath to let such qualities go unrecognized, or unpunished, as it may turn out to be, the Sandaime stated with humor. Responsibility is the price of competence, you'll find, Naruto-kun, and the rank of Chunin isn't one handed out without just cause. Naruto would have been ashamed to acknowledge that his eyes widened almost comically at the Hokage's declaration, his mouth dropping open in surprise. He couldn't help it, however. Here, though, Sarutobi sighed, and Naruto felt an odd mix of emotions take hold. Beyond all the pride, the satisfaction and vindication, there was trepidation. Did he really want to become a Chunin right now? The answer was a resounding yes, as the promotion would undoubtedly open doors for him to train and grow. And yet, he was hesitant to leave his team behind. While it was true that many teams remained together, it was still very possible that he would be shuffled into a new unit. He had built more than just friendship and camaraderie with Ino and Kiba, he had built a family of sorts. And he wasn't so naive as to believe that he would be able to see them regularly once promoted. The Hokage wasn't finished, however. I have one final assignment for you as a Chunin, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi turned back to face his village as he said it, eyes locked on the faces of his predecessors and successor. A confused haze settled over Naruto. He knew it showed on his face, but the Hokage couldn't see it, so he said, "What do you mean, old man?" Slipping into his old method of speech. The Hokage didn't hand out special assignments to Jinan, as far as the blonde knew. The exception to all the rules, again, he mused. "You are ready for a promotion, Naruto-kun, of that I'm sure. Yamato has reported much in regards to your skills and development, and your accomplishments in your few missions clearly show that you can handle the workload and uncertainty of B-ranked missions." Sarutobi turned to face the boy once more, his face serious this time. "Tell me, what do you know of the Chunin exams?" Naruto shrugged hesitantly. "They serve as a way for Jinan to be promoted outside of wartime, are held once per 6 months, and are rotated throughout the ninja villages." "Indeed. What you, along with most Jinan, don't know, is that the exams are a substitute for war, a way for the villages to show off their best and brightest for the sake of reputation, in a way." Naruto's mind put the pieces together rather quickly, once the Sandaime had made his declaration. "So you want to, show me off?" He had a hard time saying it, knowing how arrogant the statement sounded to his own ears. He was relieved when the Sandaime gave him an encouraging nod. "In a manner of speaking. The exams are being held in Konoha this year, only a few weeks from now, and we will be expected to put forth a good showing. For one as young as you to participate, and to do as well as you will." He trailed off, and Naruto filled in the blanks for himself. "All of the members of your graduating class have been endorsed to participate as well, but only you will have a guaranteed promotion waiting for you at the end of it all," Sarutobi finished. Pride was written all over the aged legend's face as he spoke, and Naruto felt the weight of obligation come to rest on his shoulders. The Hokage was, in effect, staking the majority of Konoha's reputation in the upcoming exams on him. He would be expected to participate, and excel to the point where a promotion was not only warranted, but expected. Beyond even that, the Sandaime looked to have all the confidence in the world that Naruto would perform to his expectations. "No pressure, Naruto." The blonde leaned back in his chair, digesting the assignment. He would be competing against Jinan from around the continent, and he'd have to better than all of them. He chuckled lightly, eliciting a raised brow from the Hokage. "No pressure, right? // You're good." Naruto ignored the words, just as he had ignored Uchiha Sasuke's presence in his clearing for the past 5 minutes. He only had use of the small training ground until some shinobi of rank decided that they wanted it and ordered him out. He intended to make the most of his short time, and, as much as he might respect Sasuke's skills, Naruto wasn't about to let the boy cut into his training time unless he had something to offer. He snatched up 6 shuriken from his weapons pouch and hurled them. Each one impacted a separate target attached to a separate wooden pole. 2 bullseyes. "You almost beat me." "Almost," Naruto agreed, finally stirred from silence. Another 6 throwing stars were grabbed and thrown. 1 more bullseye and 2 clangs where the new shuriken impacted the old perfect throws. "That makes you better than everyone else in class," Sasuke continued. If he was annoyed by Naruto's avoidance, he didn't show it. All that was visible was the genius trademark aloofness. "Maybe," returned Naruto. "Shino and Kiba both have better form, and more strengths to play too," an inner voice that sounded like Guy told him. He threw another 6 shuriken. 6 thumps, no bullseyes, no clangs. The blonde scowled. "What is it you want, team?" he asked Sasuke grumpily. He turned to face the raven-haired boy fully, pinning him with a glare. Still, Sasuke was unmoved. "Asshole." "You're good," Sasuke repeated. "Said that already." The Uchiha finally gave into his instincts and frowned. Naruto repressed a smile. "Do I really have to spell it out for you, Dobi?" The suppressed smile became an open scowl. "Guess so, team. What's so important that the mighty and amazing Uchiha Sasuke is bothering me? Don't you have better things to do?" Call him petty, but the name Dobi struck a nerve with him. He wasn't the deadlast anymore, damn it. Sasuke stayed rooted in place, standing rigidly at the entrance to Naruto's clearing, hands at his sides. "You're good, and you weren't good before. You were dead last 2 months ago." "How? What happened?" Naruto shrugged. "Started doing some stuff different, started listening to some people, started caring some more, trying harder." "Why?" Naruto's eyes snapped to Sasuke's onyx orbs at the syllable. But he didn't see the usual derision he got from people when they asked him why he did things. He didn't see the polite curiosity or indulgence that he got when he spoke to the Hokage. Naruto saw 2 eyes sizing him up, assessing him. He straightened almost unconsciously. "I've got some people that That what? That I need to kill? Naruto asked himself. People that I've gotta be stronger than. He expected a shrug, a laugh, a put down or an insult to his skills. He didn't expect understanding in the eyes of the class genius. He didn't expect a nod. And he didn't expect. So do I. Wind whistled as the air was cut. Sharpened, matte black steel glinted ominously, wires as thin as they were deadly trailing in its wake. 6 thumps sounded as the blades met wood, and the target grunted in pain. And then the world exploded into fire as a dragon made of flames roared its fury. Or is it the dragon that makes the flames? God damn, Naruto thought with no small amount of awe as he watched his clones baking via Sasuke's latest instrument of destruction. That coordination with the wires can't be easy. Even with the Sharingan. The raven-haired Uchiha let the wires fall from his mouth silently, and turned to face the blonde. His face was blank, save for the smallest gleam of satisfaction that rested in his Sharingan eyes. Naruto would have been hard-pressed to catch the expression had he not known Sasuke as well as he did. Not bad, Naruto ventured, actually managing to draw a snort from his companion. A bit slow-moving at the get-go, and you'd have to have your opponent backed into a bit of a corner for them to not notice the different flight paths. Not bad though. Thanks, Dobi. Sasuke's sarcasm would have been evident to a deaf man. Naruto's face darkened for an instant before he mastered himself. Sasuke had always been able to get under his skin with just a word. Bastard. Something Kakashi showed you? He asked instead, genuinely curious. Doesn't seem like his style, Naruto mused. Doesn't look like something that gets taught, really. Sasuke confirmed his thoughts with a shake of his head. Something you came up with? Sasuke remained silent, electing to retrieve his used shuriken from being pinned to a training log. The log itself was all but burned to a crisp and falling apart in pieces, ash gently floating to the ground. The blonde scowled, both at Sasuke's non-reaction, though that was simply par for the course with the Uchiha, and at the reminder of one of Asuma's original techniques. The Hokage had been kind enough to pass on many of Asuma's personal jutsu notes to Naruto after his son's death, as the old man had no use for them. Many had been Fuutan in nature, while most of the others were canon. He'd have to complete the elemental conditioning tests for the fire element before he would be ready to try any of those. And he was still plowing his way through earth. Something you picked up then, Naruto concluded, having taken Sasuke's silence as a no. That was what it usually was. The Uchiha pocketed his strewn gear and turned, mimicking Naruto by leaning against one of the remaining, intact training posts. Something like that. Had Naruto's suspicions not already been aroused, and had he not known his friend as well as he did, he likely would have missed the gleam in the boy's eyes as he spoke. It was a gleam that the blonde had long ago determined to be madness. It wasn't overt, it was subtle, hidden, yet very much there. It was the tiny spark of insanity that Naruto knew all truly powerful shinobi possessed. It was what drove them. It was what set them apart. It was what gave them their edge. Naruto knew that he, himself, possessed that same insanity. That same drive, that same need for excellence that wouldn't let him stop until his goal had been achieved or he was nothing more than a corpse. On some days he wondered who was the crazier of the two of them, him or Sasuke? He didn't honestly wish to know the answer. Itachi, Naruto's mind supplied. The shuriken technique that Sasuke had just demonstrated had come from his brother. It was yet another of Uchiha Itachi's homespun techniques that Sasuke had happened to witness as a child. It was yet another technique that Sasuke had been determined to master, something to put him on some measure of even footing with the man whose genius had made shinobi 20 years his senior look like mere academy students when he was but 13 years old. Survive, Uzumaki Naruto. Words whispered on a midnight breeze almost seemed to drift past Naruto's ears, and the blonde barely repressed a shudder. Dimly, it occurred to the blonde that the same man was pushing both himself and Sasuke to greater things than all of their peers, Sasuke so as to kill the man and avenge his family, Naruto so as to survive against the might of an organization of S-rank shinobi after the bijou in his gut. And even with everything that's happened, I'm nowhere close to where I need to be. The blonde always did his best to keep his mind off his skill, or lack thereof, in comparison to those who would hunt him for his burden. It always depressed him. And it didn't help that he was always, in the not-so-deep recesses of his mind, wondering when some S-ranked monster might spring from the shadows and obliterate his life. The telltale whisper of a kunai shattered his thoughts. Naruto dipped his head slightly, letting the throw that was only meant to get his attention clatter off his forehead protector. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as the blonde glared. Didn't know you could look so deep in thought, idiot. Can't be good for that brain of yours, might pop a blood vessel. Blue eyes rolled instinctively at the predictable slight against his intelligence. You keep thinking that, asshole, if it helps you maintain that ego of yours. God knows you need to think you're better than me at something. TCH, Sasuke said nothing more, electing to stride out of the clearing in the direction of the village. Naruto fell into step beside him. The silence stretched for a few minutes, neither participant in any need to break it. Naruto, predictably, ended it, however. I take it you guys got nominated. It wasn't a question. HN. It was a positive grunt, Naruto noted. It came as no surprise. The village had been buzzing with the anticipation for the Chunin exams coming up, and Naruto knew from the Hokage that all of the rookie Jinan teams had been put forth as participants, should they so choose to, of course. Naruto knew quite well that every single team was going to participate. Still, bit surprising, though, given what you've said about your team's dynamic. And, indeed, Team 7's lack of cohesion apparently hadn't changed since he and Sasuke had last talked about it, some short time before Naruto's mission to Wave Country. The Uchiha rolled his eyes. Kakashi's smart enough to see a lost cause when it's right in front of him. Haruno's too immature to ever be considered for Chunin, and Nara's too lazy. He implied pretty heavily that he only put us in as a learning experience. Think the dynamic duo picked up on it? Sasuke sent him a withering look at his nickname. Nara's lazy, but the louse has a brain that he uses, whether he wants people to know or not. Haruno's got a blind spot to anything that she doesn't like bigger than the Hokage monument. I doubt anything can get through that skull of hers unless she wants it to. Or it gets beaten in, Naruto surmised. Sasuke nodded sagely. You think that's what Hitake's after? TCH, probably. The Uchiha gave a long-suffering sigh that made Naruto's eyes roll instinctively. So melodramatic. Kakashi knows his subject but he can't teach people who don't want to learn, Naruto surmised. Sasuke's annoyed look at being cut off faded as he nodded. Got it in one, Dobi, he said. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and interlaced his fingers behind his head. Who knows? Maybe this whole thing'll be fun? HN. It better be, Sasuke said imperiously. I need some real competition. The blonde barked a laugh. I'm insulted. The Uchiha rolled his eyes, though a hesitant smirk played across his lips. You know what I mean, idiot. Have to see how the other villages measure up. See how I compare, not that there's any real doubt, mind you. Naruto brushed the casual arrogance away with practiced ease. Gotta measure your capacity. I feel you. From the corner of his eye, the blonde observed the Uchiha's well-hidden, but still visible flinch at his words. He didn't mention it. They had reached the village proper and stopped just outside. Well, places to go, people to see. You know the drill, Uchiha. HN. Whatever, loser. Just don't let Yamanaka screw with your mind too much. The genius tilted his head to the side and regarded the blonde for a moment. But then, I suppose it's a bit too late for that, isn't it? Smirking devilishly at his parting shot, Sasuke stepped into sunshine with a pop, leaving a sputtering blonde in his wake. Naruto shook his head. TCH, asshole. Channeling chakra, he took a single step forward, and let his own sunshine carry him. He reappeared outside the Yamanaka flower shop, following through by transitioning seamlessly into a walk. Outwardly, he showed no expression. Inwardly, he was grinning like a loon at how cool he must have looked to any observant passers-by. The startled and slightly awed look of a woman whose path he crossed on his way to the door only reinforced his self-absorption. Oh yeah, I'm awesome. The door opened on oiled hinges, and the tinkling of the welcome bell greeted his ears. The aroma of 1,000 different flowers made itself known, and the blonde found himself with a smile on his face. It smelt like Ino, or, rather, Ino smelt like her family's shop, and thoughts of the fairer of his two teammates almost always brought a smile to Naruto's whiskered face these days. A man with long blonde hair, slightly lighter than Naruto's own, sat at the attendant's desk, nose buried in a book. The welcoming bell alerted him to a presence in his shop, and Yamanaka Inoiki's eyes rose to look at Naruto, a greeting on his lips. Welcome to the Yamanaka flower shop. I think I already know how I can help you, Uzumaki-san, the semi-retired Jonin said wryly. Unless my daughter isn't the reason you've decided to pay us a visit. Afraid not, sir, Naruto returned. Figures, the Yamanaka clan head murmured before he called, Ino. You have a visitor. Naruto shook his head in bewilderment. It always unsettled him seeing a man he knew to be both a clan head and an A-ranked Jonin shinobi so at ease in domestic life. Coming, Dad. Who is it? Naruto heard the voice of his teammate ask. Your teammate, the man said ambiguously. He shared an amused glance with Naruto, both males knowing how the answer would annoy Ino. The sound of steps coming down the back stairs reached both their ears. Which teammate, Dad? Honestly. The smart one, Naruto said with a smile as Ino emerged. She was clothed in a white, V-neck t-shirt and a pair of denims. The blonde girl scoffed, none too politely, but smiled. I don't have a smart teammate. Try again. The good-looking one? Naruto ventured. The girl gave her father a peck on the cheek and a goodbye, before slipping on her sandals and leading Naruto out. It's better, but it sounds like something Kiba would say. Naruto spared the Yamanaka patriarch a nod as he left the shop, and received one in return. Inoiki had always treated him with the same indifference he treated everyone else with, and Naruto wasn't ashamed to admit that it pleased him. Feeling normal wasn't something he often got to do, and he relished every opportunity. He returned his attention to Ino. Probably. It's true though, he continued. We all know I'm the best looking one on the team, Naruto, Ino quipped casually, flipping her long hair over her right shoulder and hitting Naruto in the face. She smiled sweetly at him in response to his mild glare. Never been any doubt as to that, Naruto's subconscious murmured. The boy quashed the urge to blush with sheer force of will. If you say so, was all he said in return. Oh, but I do. And we both know that I'm never wrong. Do we now? Ino nodded emphatically, a serious look on her pretty face. Yes, we do. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. His eyes glittered with mirth in the twilight, reflecting the customary lanterns Konohans lit just before dark. And what about that time you and Kiba got into it over how to properly manage Akamaru's stomach? Doesn't count, she answered immediately. And why's that? It's Akamaru. Kiba and his clan's judgment is always gonna win out when it comes to dogs. Even then, I still think they handled it wrong, the blonde girl sniffed. You think that the clan that specializes in their canine familiars is wrong when it comes to how to sort out a dog's stomach problems? Naruto asked as the duo weaved in and out of the evening traffic aimlessly. The boy snatched up a free sample some clerk was offering as he passed by. It was nothing a good herbal blend wouldn't have sorted out. Ino was quite sure of herself. And besides, we both know I'm always right in an argument with Kiba, she said, swiftly swiping Naruto's sample before it could reach his mouth. The whiskered boy glared impotently as she chewed the piece of chicken with pleasure. He settled for rolling his eyes and grabbing a new bite from a different clerk. He made sure to eat it quickly this time, giving his companion a flat look when she flashed him a grin. Well, that's for sure, he conceded. Doesn't prove that you're always right, though. She raised a well-manicured eyebrow at him. Have you ever won an argument with me? Naruto chuckled. I don't bother getting into arguments with you, Ino dash. Because you know I'll always win. Because I know they won't go anywhere, he finished. Kinda like this one. Ino, quite maturely, stuck her tongue out at him. And speaking of not going anywhere, where are we going, exactly? Naruto asked. He had dropped by the flower shop for a quick hello, and was now on a trek to nowhere with his ever-confusing teammate. You're buying me dinner, Ino stated quite confidently. I am? MHM. Says who? Naruto asked with a laugh in his voice. His companion favored him with a withering look. You mean you drop by my house at dinner time, lead me out into the village, and you don't plan to buy me dinner? I thought that's what we were doing. Who the hell said that? I know it wasn't me. And what do you mean lead you into the village? Naruto asked, incredulous. I just came by to say hello, you pulled me out of the shop. Stopping in the middle of the street, Ino let the traffic flow around them as she batted her eyelashes at Naruto, smiling sweetly. Are you saying you don't want to buy me dinner? Oh, for the love of God. Never said that. So you do want to buy me dinner? Ino squealed. She looked for all the world to have received the greatest gift in the universe. Why not? Naruto conceded. If he bothered to protest, she would just lead him around long enough for him to cave anyway. He figured he'd save himself the trouble. Yay. And why wouldn't you want to buy me dinner? She asked rhetorically as she latched onto his left arm. You get to bask in my presence for even longer. Naruto couldn't help the smile that blossomed on his face. How could anyone say no to that? I dunno. I'm pretty amazing. Not suffering from a lack of self-esteem, are we? Ino favored him with her best bitch, please look. Not even slightly. Didn't think so, but I'm glad we cleared it up. Are you? Yup. They drifted in silence for a few minutes, still with no destination in mind, before Naruto decided to get the whole dinner part of this impromptu date over with before it got too late. Is it a date? He wondered, not really knowing the answer. So, where do you want to eat? He finally asked. Dunno. Pick someplace. Why don't you? Ino shrugged. I'm not great at picking. Too many choices, I always regret not eating someplace else afterwards. Am I seeing a flaw in Yamanaka Ino's perfection? He mock gasped. His companion merely scoffed. Hardly, she said. The girl elbowed him in the ribs for good measure. Naruto just laughed. They eventually settled on a sushi stall just off the main avenue, close to the administration building. Naruto had been more than a little disgruntled when Ino had told him, in no uncertain terms, that ramen was not an option. They had left 20 minutes later, Naruto's pockets relieved of many of the ryo he had been carrying. The blonde had some disposable cash these days, what with the upgraded pay he received from the missions that had gone awry and Zabuza's bounty, but he hadn't planned on paying for dinner for someone other than himself. Naruto-kun, where exactly are we going? Ino asked softly. Night had fallen completely, and Naruto realized that he had been leading them towards the Hokage monument. Old habits die hard, he thought wryly. He debated his course of action for a second, before deciding to proceed as he would have normally, even with Ino there. It wasn't like he was the only ninja who ever sat on the old Hokage's heads, he was likely just the most frequent visitor. Up, he said. He didn't give Ino time to question him before he gripped her tightly, lifted her slightly off the ground, and whirled into sunshine. They reappeared on top of the Sandaime's head less than a moment later, with Naruto significantly more composed than the distinctly ruffled Ino. A shriek escaped her lips that hadn't had time to properly form back on the ground. Don't do that. She practically screamed at him as he let her down. She hit him on the chest when all the boy did was laugh. Ah, but it's so much fun, Ino-chan, he said cheekily. She only glared at him. Hey, don't be complaining. You've got the best view in the village. Naruto turned his gaze from his pretty teammate to the breathtaking view of Konoha proper, alit as it was with an orange glow that emanated from the hundreds of lanterns. He felt Ino sidle up next to him, her own eyes trained on the village. It is nice, she whispered. Naruto snorted. Nice? That's it? The girl shrugged. I've seen better. Oh yeah? When? Naruto was skeptical. His companion grinned impishly at him. Every time I look in the mirror, Naruto-kun. The ensuing laughter might have been heard by the whole village. Finally managing to regain his breath, Naruto favored his teammate with a shake of his head. You're impossible. You love me. They drifted into silence for a time, neither needing to fill the quiet. At some point, they sat down, Ino curled up against Naruto's right side as a cool breeze whispered past. Naruto? The blonde girl asked after a time. The whiskered boy looked down to find Ino's head resting on his shoulder, her gaze turned outwards. Thanks. He gave the top of his companion's head a questioning look. For? This. Ino gestured with her free right arm to the view they were currently enjoying. And for getting me out of my house. Naruto neglected to mention that she had been the one to drag him out into the village. My mom's been suffocating lately, she began. Ever since Wave, really, but this last mission really pushed her over the edge. Naruto, unfamiliar with the concept of parental concern, simply let her continue, doing his best to ignore the familiar pang of loneliness that arose every time he was reminded that his parents were both dead and gone. Unbidden, his eyes flickered to his father's face to his left. They stayed for less than a second. She married my dad at the tail end of his active duty career, when he was being groomed to be the next clan head. She's not really used to having anyone she really knows and loves in danger, and it's scaring her, Ino sighed, and Naruto felt her whole body sag slightly against him. She keeps trying to talk to me about taking up an administration position. Or at least something away from real missions. And your dad? Surely he understands, Naruto ventured tentatively. He was unused to having people pour their hearts out to him. He couldn't say that he liked it, but it was Ino. And for that reason and that reason alone he would do his best. She shook her head. He does, but he doesn't stop her. I'm pretty sure some part of him doesn't want me in the field either. He just sits by and lets her nag and nag and nag and it just gets me. They don't get it. They don't get it or they don't care. I don't want to be just some career Jinan or mid-level Chunin who works in the village all the time. That's not what a kunoichi does. Naruto found himself nodding along with her, though he was a little surprised by her vehemence. He had felt much the same as a child, back when becoming Hokage had been the only thing that mattered to him. And he still felt it a bit now. The allure of excellence, of leaving your mark on the world, it was something many shinobi felt and dreamed of, though only a few ever achieved. The fear of anonymity and mediocrity was a real one, and was likely doubly terrifying to a proud perfectionist like Ino. No, it's not, Naruto found himself saying, though he had no idea where it was coming from. And that's not what you're gonna do, he said it with a certainty that left no doubt as to his confidence in her. He even surprised himself a little with it, realizing that he had quite a bit of faith in his fellow blonde. His respect for her had risen astronomically since the formation of Team 10, and she never failed to beat his expectations. She was someone Naruto not only liked, but felt that he could trust with his back at all times. How can you be so sure? Ino asked meekly from his side. The fear of failure had reduced her voice to a near whisper. How can you know? Because I know you. Ino's blue-green eyes lifted to meet Naruto's steady gaze. The boy didn't waver for a moment, keeping his eyes locked on his companion's until she averted her gaze, a small flush that Naruto could feel rather than see adorning her cheeks. He shifted his eyes back to the village, basking in its nighttime glory once more. Believe me, if you don't believe yourself. I do, Naruto heard her whisper as she turned her own gaze back to the village. Silence stretched once more, and Naruto found himself lost in thoughts of himself, the girl at his side, and the future. The thoughts fell to nothingness when his brain registered a soft pressure on his right cheek, and he realized that Ino was kissing him. He couldn't help the wave of goosebumps that covered him as he tried to repress a shiver and stiffened. Slowly, Ino's lips left his cheek, and Naruto turned his face to meet that of his teammates. Their eyes met and held, and by some unspoken agreement leaned towards each other. Their lips met in the middle, tentatively, softly, and stayed for a few seconds that, to Naruto, felt like nearly a minute. He pulled back slightly, opening the eyes that he hadn't realized he had closed, and watched Ino do the same. A small smile flitted across her lips, and Naruto couldn't help himself and did the same. Again, by unspoken agreement, their lips met, and Naruto came to the conclusion that he liked kissing Ino. Might have to do it again sometime, some distant part of his brain supplied. They broke after a minute of testing the waters, smiling slightly at each other the whole time. Leaning back, Naruto shifted so that his right arm was wrapped around Ino's chest, pulling her into him. Been meaning to do that for a while now, his companion said quietly. Naruto nodded. Think you might do it again? Ino shrugged. I'll think about it. He chuckled throatily, pulling his teammate into a one-armed embrace. No words passed between them for some small amount of time, before. You do realize that Kiba's gonna give us so much shit for this. Oh yeah, Chapter 13, Transitional States /tilde/. The twin double doors opened with their characteristic squeal. As per the usual, the eyes of every genin in the room shifted to the newcomers, silently appraising. Team 10 paid their counterparts no heed as they strode in without pause, Naruto in the lead, the trio not bothering to stop and stare at the dozens of genin already in the examination room. Eyes forward and strides confident, the Konoha team moved to a corner of the room that was unoccupied, on the left as they walked in. The three sat down in a line, backs to the wall and facing the door. The eyes of the room stayed fixed on them for nearly a full minute before gradually going back to whatever had held their attention before. The silence that had held dominance in the room faded to the hum of idle chatter as the teams relaxed once more. Almost directly across the room from the newly arrived Team 10, a trio of nondescript Konoha genin observed. I count 3, the only female of the three said. 4, the two boys stated simultaneously. They exchanged quick grins as the girl looked exasperated. Who'd I miss? I got the Suna team, one Kuza team, and the Ado squad. You're off your game today, Yamanaka, Kiba snarked quietly from under his henge. He neatly blocked the sharp elbow to his ribs that the disguised Ino sent his way. You missed the Konoha team off to the back. The older ones? Yup, Naruto spoke up from Ino's left. He was disguised as a tall boy with close-cropped brown hair and a small scar above his right eye. One of the masked ones was about to dispel the illusion before the silver-haired one stopped him. Close call then. The genjutsu had been Ino's idea. Having discreetly bypassed the disguised room 301 on the floor below, the female blonde of Team 10 had come up with the idea to cover themselves in a henge and enter the real room 301, while an illusionary trio would enter later on. By checking the number of people or teams that recognized both a henge and a genjutsu just by being exposed to it, not to mention the ones who connected the dots and suspected both the henge Team 10 and their illusionary doppelgangers, the three could neatly identify many of the more formidable genin in the exam. Well, that shows us which ones can actually sense a genjutsu and which ones just kept on up the stairs, Kiba said again, a small chuckle escaping his lips. That was the idea, idiot. Thanks for pointing out the obvious. Ino's sarcastic reply drew an eye roll from Naruto. Here we go again. Hey! Don't be calling me an idiot, Blondie. Me and Akamaru sniffed out the genjutsu down below just as quick as you did. The red-headed Ino opened her mouth, a biting reply about relying on his familiar's heightened senses no doubt on her lips, but Naruto beat her to the punch. Shut up, both of you. You're gonna blow our cover if you keep this up. The boy's patience was thin with both of his teammates. His statement was met with a grudging nod from Kiba, but Ino scoffed lightly. Come off it, Naruto. No one's paying any attention to us anymore, us or us over there, she finished with a vague gesture in the direction of their doppelgangers. Naruto's rebuke was as cold as ice. We're in an exam with the best Chunin from every village. Someone's watching us, we just don't know it. And even if they're not, you really want to attract attention in a room chock full of people who are probably gonna be trying to kill us pretty soon? I know I don't. His fellow blonde, under normal circumstances of course, grimaced with a nod. Her gaze turned back to the room at large, but not before Naruto caught the slight look of hurt in her eyes that couldn't be masked. Naruto winced. Look, I'm sorry. I'm just on edge with this whole exam. Nerve-wracking, you know? Both his teammates nodded, and Ino gave him a hesitant, reassuring smile. We get it, Naruto, she whispered. She covered his hand with her own and gave it a squeeze. The boy couldn't help the quick smile that spread across his face at the contact. To Ino's right, Kiba rolled his eyes as he noticed the byplay. Please tell me you guys aren't gonna get all lovey-dovey on me now that you're making out. If you are, just let me know and I'll kill myself. His quip drew a glare from Ino and a flush from Naruto. Before either of them had the chance to retort, however, the telltale squeaking of the double wooden doors heralded the entrance of yet another team. Naruto dropped Ino's hand and formed the cross-shaped seal for the cage bunshine, his signal. The three shadow clones that were in the spaces that the illusionary Team 10 occupied stared back at their creator and nodded a single time. Ino took her cue, layering an illusion over hers, Naruto's, and Kiba's current position. All three members of Team 10 executed a seamless kawarimi with their counterparts, appearing on the opposite side of the room and staring back at their former disguises. An impulse tingling, Naruto lightly tapped his fellow blonde on the shoulder, letting her know that his clones had performed their own henges. Ino dropped her illusion without a word, her eyes swiveling to take in the forms of the new team, Naruto's shadow clones doing the same. In the commotion of the doors opening once more, no one had noticed Team 10's deception. Naruto's own blue eyes looked to the doors, and the boy couldn't repress a smile when he saw Team 7 enter, followed closely by Team 8. Hyuji and Shikamaru were engaged in conversation at the back, while Shino and Hinata stuck close to each other. Predictably, Sasuke was the first into the room, followed closely by Sakura. The Uchiha paused just inside the room, onyx eyes calculating and seemingly surveying all the occupants with a single glance. The imperious look that Naruto was so familiar with settled itself on Sasuke's face as the boy led the two rookie teams into room 301, and the blonde couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sasuke will be Sasuke. Well, look what the cat dragged in, Kiba drawled loudly, eyes glittering. Naruto almost rolled his eyes at the ever-predictable taunt. Ino had no such restraint. The eyes of everyone in the room immediately shifted to Kiba, Sasuke's included. The trademark, ever-familiar sneer fell into place as both rookie teams moved to join Team 10. Better what the cat dragged in than what the dogs left in the kennels, mutt. How's your family? Sasuke returned. His voice was bored but his eyes glittered at the prospect of one of his favorite pastimes. Play nice, you two, Naruto interjected, before Kiba had the chance to make a comment about Sasuke's family that would earn him a quick ticket to pain. We're all friends here. TCH, it was Sasuke's drawl this time. Though some of us are better friends than others, HN? The words were said in the same bored voice, but Naruto easily caught the undercurrent of annoyance in them. The blonde's mind connected the dots quickly, noticing his friend's pink-haired teammate looking at Ino weirdly. Sakura must be more annoying than usual since she found out about me and Ino, Naruto surmised. He offered his friend a shrug for his troubles and nothing more. The Uchiha settled for rolling his eyes. How's Kurenai? Naruto asked Team 8 at large, once the posturing had finished. He hadn't seen the injured Jonin since Kiba had been discharged from Konoha's medical center. She had still been recovering from her stab wound when Naruto had last checked, though he felt she must have been out by now. Well, Naruto-san, Shino answered. Kuji was still talking pleasantly with Shikamaru, and Hinata was never one to speak unless she absolutely had to. She is almost fully recovered from her injuries and wishes for us to pass on her thanks for your actions during the mission. I have no doubt she would like to do so personally at her earliest convenience, though I do not know when that is. Naruto nodded his acceptance and thanked Shino quickly. Got the personality of a brick wall, that one. Meanwhile, Ino and Sakura had managed to get themselves into an argument of some kind. The volume was quickly escalating, and Naruto moved to shut the two up before someone beat him to it. Can you guys shut up over here? A quiet voice asked. The three teams turned to face the silver-haired, ponytailed Jinan who had stopped his teammate from dispelling Ino's genjutsu. You're all rookies, right? Fresh out of the academy. This isn't some school field trip, you know. And you are? Kiba asked for the group. The dog ninja was clearly unimpressed by the older Konoha nin's rebuke. Kabuto. Yakashi Kabuto, the older boy said with an easy smile. And you guys oughta start paying attention to your surroundings. The 9 rookies took their cue, and glanced about the room. Most of the occupants were absorbed in their own business, or watching their competitors, looking for an edge. There were a select few, however, that were eyeing the grouping of Konoha ninja like they were pigs ripe for slaughter. Among them were the Otogakure team that Naruto and Team 10 had pegged as dangerous earlier, and a few different Amigakure squads that looked to be on the verge of committing murder in the examination room. It was the Rain Nin that Kabuto gestured to, a serious look on his face. See those Ame Nin over there? They're rather well known for having short tempers. I'd suggest piping down before you cause a scene. Everyone's nerves are a bit frayed cause of the exam, and you never know when someone's composure might slip. Good advice, Shikamaru grunted. The lazy genius was far from spoiling for a fight. My pleasure, Kabuto said, and the easy smile returned. You guys remind me of how I used to be. Sakura took the opportunity to pounce. Kabuto, right? She continued at his encouraging nod, so this is your second time taking the exam? The easy smile faded into the range of self-deprecating. 7th actually, Kabuto admitted, amid the myriad of scoffs and expressions of disbelief. Twice a year for the past 3, and now this one. You must be pretty experienced with these then, Sakura continued, though she seemed less enthusiastic about accepting any form of help from someone who had failed so many times. Naruto didn't blame her, as his first impulse was to dismiss the older Jinan out of hand for the exact same reason. The blonde, however, was curious. Weird. He should have passed by now. Or died, Naruto thought morbidly, mind racing. The Sandaime had said that the exams were a replacement for war, a place where each village could show off its best and brightest to lure clients and exert dominance. One just didn't fail the exam 6 times. Eventually it became a waste of resources, sending a Jinan to other villages only to fail each time. Beyond that, Sarutobi had made it rather clear that killing was a large part of each exam, though the way it was gone about was different in every village. If Kabuto was skilled enough to not only be nominated 7 times by his Jonin instructor, but skilled enough to not end up dead. Well, I like to think of each exam as a learning experience, Kabuto was saying animatedly. A deck of blank-looking cards had made its way to his hands. Every time I take an exam I get just a little bit better, and I get more information about everyone who takes them. 6 times, you've gotta have a lot of info then, huh? Naruto asked mildly. He was intrigued despite himself. A proud smile fixed itself on Kabuto's face. I'd like to think so, certainly. I keep what I've collected in these cards here. Everything from info on the different villages, to specific ninja, to even ninjutsu. I can keep it all here. He gestured to his deck of cards as he spoke, and laid one out on the floor for the rookies to see. The Konoha Jinan gathered around just as Kabuto stuck a finger to the center of his card, presumably channeling chakra into it. A map of the elemental nations appeared instantaneously, followed by an easy-to-read bar graph that rose from each of the countries. This card, for example, shows the number of applicants in this exam, and their breakdown by country, the silver-haired Jinan explained to his enraptured counterparts. As you can see, Konoha had the most applicants in this year's exams, for obvious reasons. While on the other hand, Otogakure no Sato has only sent 1 team. They're a newer village, with fewer shinobi and resources to send out a larger selection. Naruto was impressed. The technique was one that obviously required pinpoint chakra control, so as to both embed the image and then to call it up at will. Kabuto also had to be able to remember the exact chakra pattern for each specific info card, no mean feat. You said you had info on specific shinobi? That was Sasuke, and Naruto felt himself drawn into the conversation simply by virtue of his friend bothering to ask a question at all. The Uchiha was intrigued as well, it seemed. Kabuto nodded, and Sasuke plowed forward. "Sabaku no Gaara of Suna," the Uchiha prodigy demanded. Naruto immediately registered the name as dangerous. Sasuke wouldn't have bothered otherwise. A single eyebrow rose behind the older Jinan's spectacles. "Someone you're worried about? Shouldn't be too hard, you took all the fun out of it by giving me his name." He flipped through his deck for a moment, before coming to a stop at a seemingly random card. "Ah, here we go. Sabaku no Gaara. Keep in mind that all my intel isn't perfect." The Jinan trailed off as he channeled chakra into the card, and the image of a short, red-haired boy, Naruto recognized him from the Suna team he and his squad had identified, popped up. "Sabaku no Gaara, rookie out of Sunagakure. Has taken 8 C ranked missions and, damn, 1 B ranked. That's downright impressive for a Jinan," Kabuto said. "Ha, it appears that he's come back from every mission completely unharmed." Nervous tittering passed through the group of rookies, each one considerably impressed and wary. The only ones unaffected were Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke because he had already met the mysterious Suna Jinan, Naruto because he had simply stopped listening to Kabuto the instant he had started talking about mission history. Who is this guy? Naruto thought, his mind ablaze as theories were created and discarded at the speed of thought. Mission history is classified B rank info for anyone in Konoha. And this guy has it on some random Jinan from Suna. Naruto knew from his frequent trips to the shinobi archive that all mission history was reserved for shinobi of Chunin rank or above, B rank, and that was only in Konoha. For Kabuto to have such classified information about a Jinan from another village, allied though Suna was, it hinted at skills that the silver-haired boy was concealing, and quite well. He also carried the information around freely, which while might be considered stupid by many, Naruto included, hinted at skill the boy wasn't letting anyone see. Kabuto had to be able to protect the same information that he flaunted so easily. Infiltration specialist, Naruto concluded quickly. And a damned good one. Of course, Kabuto's hidden competence raised even more questions in the blonde Jinan. He was a Konoha ninja, his hit I-8 said as much, not to mention he was helping a group of Konoha nin, but what else was he? Was he an Anbu plant, sent into the exams to gather information about foreign ninja? It would certainly explain why he was still being nominated for the Chunin exams after having failed 6 times. Naruto's mind, a whirl as it was, couldn't decide whether to trust or distrust the Jinan, based on his skill. "So, are all the Jinan like that?" Sakura whispered. The pink-haired girl, who had been content, if not brimming with confidence, was visibly shaken at the knowledge of Sabaku no Gaara's resume. Kuji, Hinata, and even Ino looked to be feeling the same way, while Shikamaru looked even more annoyed than usual. Kiba and Sasuke were unaffected. Kabuto's smile was all reassurance. "There are some standouts, yes. Kuza, Konoha, Suna, Ame, Otto, well perhaps not Otto, it's a new village, everyone in this room is one of the best and brightest from their village. That includes you guys, even though you're rookies. Keep that in mind and you'll be fine." "Hey," Naruto thought, concerns about Kabuto pushed aside for the moment as he scanned the room of hopefuls. Maybe Sasuke's right. Maybe this will be fun. "Well, that's all I've got for now for you guys," Kabuto was saying. "Good luck to you all and dash." The silver-haired Jinan cut himself off, eyes cutting to the form of a single Jinan who had launched himself into the air. The boy, garbed in gray camouflage and a mask-style hit I-8, drew and launched 3 kunai at Kabuto's unsuspecting form. The elder Jinan retreated quickly to avoid a skewering, letting the blades thump harmlessly into the wooden floor. His attention on his attacker, he was unprepared for another Jinan to appear in his face and swing a brutal, gauntlet-covered fist towards his face. The silver-haired boy leaned back to avoid the blow and made space quickly. "Nice dodge," the second attacker grunted, his voice muffled due to bandages that covered his entire face save for one eye. But then, it really wasn't. The rookies and Kabuto had only a moment to process the arrogant statement before Kabuto's glasses shattered, and the boy ended up on the ground vomiting as his inner ear was spun through a vortex. What a pathetic showing from a supposed veteran, the bandaged ninja condescended. He was joined by the boy who had thrown the kunai, and a girl with long hair who was dressed in the same gray camouflage. Put this on your cards, the Jinan from Otogakure are sure candidates for Chunin. Don't be too sure about that, a voice whispered in the leader's right ear. The single eye widened almost imperceptibly as cold steel touched his jugular vein. The sound of light buzzing in the air filled his ears at the same moment he realized he couldn't move. Nice one, Shika, Ino complimented, her tanto drawn and poised to slit the throat of the lone sound female. The Nara offered no response, focused as he was on the jutsu that had neatly immobilized the 3 foreign Jinan. You 3 come up in here, acting like you're hot shit. Didn't anyone in that hole you call a village ever teach you not to fuck with a ninja on his home turf? Naruto asked from in front of the auto leader. His clone pressed its knife harder against the Jinan's neck, causing a thin trail of blood to appear. The Jinan from Otogakur can't be sure candidates for Chunin if they're too imbecilic to attack a Konoha nin when he's surrounded by allies. Sasuke's voice was as bored as his expression, though the Uchiha held the final Jinan by the back of the neck and a kunai at the base of his spine. All the rookies were in similar states of alarm, Naruto noticed with a glance. Kiba had his claws bared, Kuji had his fists enlarged, Shino's bugs were all but invisible, but their buzzing was steadily increasing in volume. Hinata had dropped into a reflexive Jukin stance, and Sakura held a kunai loosely even as she helped Kabuto to his feet. A feral grin broke across the Jinchuriki's face. The exams technically hadn't started yet, and Naruto realized that they would be well within their rights to execute the Auto Jinan right then and there just as a series of pops filled the stunned silence that had held the rest of the room captive. Shut up, you worthless maggots, a voice boomed. A group of gray-garbed ninja appeared at the front of the room amid the smoke of multiple shunshines. At their head was a scarred man with a bandana on his head and a trench coat over his torso. What's this? The trench coat wearing man asked, incredulous. He pointed a finger to the back of the room, where the rookie 9 held the Auto Nin captive. You, back there. There is no fighting and no killing unless I specifically say so. Do you want to fail? Naruto's face was set in stone. Just defending a friend, Examiner-san. His clone dispelled just as Sasuke and Ino removed their blades and Shikamaru withdrew his jutsu. The Auto Jinan didn't waste time in making space. An ugly smile spread across the examiner's face. Hey, can't fault you for that. But don't let me catch it happening again, and that goes for all of you. Anyone who attacks another examinee will be out of here faster than you can blink. The Otogakur Jinan scurried back to their places, but not before shooting Naruto and the rest of the rookies a glare that promised pain. Naruto returned it with a sneer that could rival Sasuke's. Fuckers. My name is Morino Aviki, the examiner announced, the ugly smile firmly in place. And welcome to the first exam. // Good crop this year. The closed circuit feeds that were hidden throughout room 301 flashed in front of the scarred man's eyes. No techniques went unobserved, no angle unseen. Aviki stared at the Jinan under his thumb from the academy's surveillance room, while an elaborate clone proctored. There had been the usual griping from the research and development department about having to embed a full-blown chakra network into a pile of mud with Aviki's face, but caution had won out in the end. There was no sense in letting everyone in on the ruse should some chakra-perceptive Jinan put the pieces together, or if some idiot decided to take his newfound failure out by attacking the head proctor. TCH, just the usual shit from these guys, Aviki. You're slipping, that's what I think, the man's lone companion spoke up. Konoha's head of intelligence rolled his eyes at his subordinate's voice. I don't make the questions, Anko, just the final one. Over half of this group will be gone by the time I'm done. Care to bet on that? The purple-haired woman tossed him a devilish smirk. No. Ah, come on. No means no, Anko. You're no fun. She pouted, though the cuteness was entirely lost on Aviki. It was likely because he worked with her. Beyond the otherwise pretty face lay a mind that was as twisted as any in the shinobi world, easily as twisted as his own or even more so. In his lower moments he wondered if such a thing was conducive to loyalty, before brushing it aside as he did with just about everything that was Mitarashi Anko. The woman wasn't worth much thought, it only ever led him in circles. The scarred man couldn't help his smile as he watched his doppelganger dispatch another trio of Jinan. Izumo got that one, he heard Anko murmur from beside him. Aviki nodded absently as he watched 2 furious wannabes join their shamed teammate. TCH, missed it myself. You're too focused on one detail without seeing the bigger picture, Anko, the superior lectured. You'll never catch any decent number if you don't observe how things react with each other in that room, rather than looking at one particular Jinan. The woman sneered. Is that what you told those losers when you were teaching them? She nodded to the group of examiners. His smug silence was all the answer she needed, and the sneer morphed into a scowl. It transformed into disgust as she moved her eyes to a different feed. God, I wish we could fucking disqualify the goddamn bloodlines. Fuckers don't have an original bone in their bodies. Aviki's own eyes moved to where Anko's rested, watching as two Hyugas and the last Uchiha took full advantage of their eyes. Exasperation crept up the man's spine at his subordinates' familiar hatred of all things Kekkei Genkai. It was speculated that Orochimaru's ruthless pursuit of perfection had been largely due to the abundance of skilled bloodline users in Konoha. It was predictable that Anko, who hated everything that had to do with her former sensei, would come to resent the people who embodied the reason for the man's betrayal. It was unreasonable, however, and Ibiki sighed. They can't be blamed for using what they were born with. And if they're caught, they get written up the same as everyone else. 2 points, Ibiki. Your ridiculous fucking rule makes it so that they can openly use their eyes and not get disqualified fully. That's bullshit right there. The man rolled his eyes. You know the purpose behind the test, Anko. You know they're supposed to cheat. If they happen to be genetically predisposed to doing well, then good for them. His eyes flickered to another screen and his voice cut the purple-haired woman off before she had time to retort. I'm more concerned about these jokers. He pointed to a trio of Konoha Jinan who had been docked 4 times each time more ridiculous than the last. One had had the gall to openly copy an answer from the grass nin next to him. Anko watched incredulously as Ibiki played back the tape of the 3 on a separate screen. Who the fuck are these guys? She seemed caught between open disgust and humor at watching 3 wannabes take Ibiki's 2-point deduction rule to the limit. Can you please disqualify these fuckers? I'm starting to get offended, Ibiki. The head proctor snorted. It's done. This one just got caught a 5th time. He pointed to a red-haired girl who stood up. Her 2 Konoha teammate followed quickly, expressions of rage fixed on their faces. Anko shook her head with a laugh. They can't have seriously thought they'd get away with some shit like that? The hell is this village coming to? I'm tempted to go kill their sensei just for nominating them. How about you? The woman turned as Ibiki brushed past her and moved to a new monitor. Ibiki? The scarred special Jonin typed a few letters on a nearby keyboard, and a side screen lit up with the image of the 3 disqualified Jinan walking briskly down the hallway away from room 301. I'm curious, was all the man offered. About 3 losers who shouldn't have been nominated in the first place? TCH, suit yourself. Ibiki brushed aside his companion's criticism with practiced ease. His stubbornness was rewarded a minute later, and his eyes widened almost comically as the 3 shared a smirk before disappearing in identical clouds of smoke. Cage Bunshine, Ibiki breathed, stunned. His stupor lasted for a moment only before he burst into a flurry of motion and button pressing. The examiners hadn't bothered screening the Jinan in room 301, given that the location was known only to the Jinan, a select few Jonin, and the examiners. And yet 3 Cage Bunshine had infiltrated the exam for some unknown purpose. Anko, bring up footage of the 3 who were just disqualified. I want them from the second they set foot in the building, he barked. A smarted shinobi would have followed the order without question, yet Anko raised her eyebrows. Those losers? The fuck you want them for? Just do it. Calm your tits, Ibiki, the woman muttered, sifting through footage of the examinees with trained eyes. The image of the 3 in question came up, and Anko followed it backwards at a good clip, from their entrance to the room and earlier, until the 3 simply disappeared into smoke. The fuck? Slow it down, Ibiki ordered. Anko did as she was told, and froze the image of the 3 disappearing into smoke. Her superior moved in front of her, calling up the same image from a different camera that gave a better view of the side room the Jinan had been in when they were formed. The screen blinked once, and the image of 3 Konoha Jinan standing abreast greeted the 2 proctors. A blonde boy, a blonde girl, and a brown-haired boy with a dog. Asuma's Team 10, Ibiki stated, having recognized both the QB container and the daughter of his old boss. Anko nodded absently, watching intently as Naruto formed the cross-shaped seal for the Cage Bunshine and 3 doppelgangers appeared in front of him. The 2 proctors shared an incredulous glance, both at the kid knowing the technique and at the deception, before quickly moving to the screens that were streaming live. Got him, Anko called, pointing to the blonde boy sitting next to one of the Hyugas she had disparaged earlier. Naruto sat expressionless, carefully yet quickly writing 9 answers down on his test paper. Ibiki shook his head. The Cage Bunshine allowed for the user to absorb information from its clones instantaneously. The boy had gotten all the stolen answers in the span of a single second when his clones had dispelled. Anko whistled appreciatively from next to him. Goddamn. The kid's good, Ibiki admitted. Unperturbed and unaware of the awe he had inspired in his superiors, Naruto sat in room 301 having just finished writing the answer to the 9th question. // That's unhealthy. The purple-haired woman was insane. And it wasn't just your run-of-the-mill shinobi insanity either. The female proctor was certifiably batshit crazy, in Naruto's esteemed opinion. It wasn't the way she had announced herself, by hurling herself through a third-story window with a banner proclaiming her as the second exam's proctor. It wasn't the way she dressed, a full fishnet bodysuit covered only by a beige trench coat that was doing a wonderful job of distracting most of the male applicants. And it wasn't even the glint of something in her eyes that let everyone who looked at her know that this woman was dangerous, and not just in the usual ways. No one should ever look at the forest of death with that kind of familiar fondness, Naruto concluded, shaking his head. Training Area 44 was referred to as such by anyone who had had the honor of visiting it, Naruto knew. And it was held as gospel that if you were good enough to make it from one side to the other, avoiding the multitude of murderous beasts, plants, and leftover traps from hundreds of shinobi who had trained there in the past that no one had disabled, you were probably good enough to be considered for Chunin. At least we won't be stuck behind a desk for this one, he muttered, rubbing his temples. His teammates nodded when they heard. None of the three were fond of written tests, and the one they had just come through had been more trying than usual. True that, Kiba agreed. That was fucking annoying. Ino scoffed. Says the guy who had his dog get all the answers for him. Dunno how your stupid ass didn't get us all disqualified for that stunt. 2 points, you dumb blonde. Even if they saw Akamaru, they only coulda docked us 2 points for cheating once. Kiba was all smug satisfaction after having figured out the gaping loophole in the test's rules. Ino wasn't about to let him stay that way without a fight. Yeah, 2 points. That's 2 points that I wasn't docked, because I used something more subtle than putting my goddamn dog on my head. 'Cause possessing Sakura is subtle? I'm surprised the bitch hasn't decked you yet. As if she could, idiot, and it doesn't have to be subtle to her. Just so long as the examiners didn't catch it, Ino replied with confidence. Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed. He had little doubt that the examiners had caught Ino red-handed, and that the same 2-point rule had kept her from being immediately disqualified just like it had Kiba. But his head was throbbing, his stupid clones had dispelled all at the same time, the idiots, and he really wanted no part of his teammates' arguments on the best of days. Absently, he wondered at his own chosen method to pass the first exam. Keeping his clones active throughout the first exam had turned out to be a stroke of genius, if an inadvertent one. And while they had made sure to be well away from the examination room when they dispelled, there was still the possibility that they had been followed or otherwise seen. And it was as Naruto was lost in thought, only half listening to the crazy proctor describe their next torture, that he heard the whistle of a kunai through the air and felt the telltale signs of someone using shunshine to appear behind him. The blade stung as it neatly sliced his cheek, but Naruto disregarded it as he surreptitiously drew one of his knuckle knives in anticipation of what was by far the greater threat. The blonde thrust his blade backwards quickly, and withheld a triumphant smirk as it softly pressed into the flesh of his attacker just as he felt the cold metal of a kunai touch his throat. Naruto started as he felt warm breath on his ear, and only managed to refrain from activating his wind chakra and skewering the person when he recognized the husky voice of the proctor. As it was, he upped the pressure of his knife significantly when she licked his face. The fuck? I do love the way blood feels as it rolls over the tongue, she whispered. And that means you're not a clone. Naruto stiffened as his deception was revealed. Thought you got away with that one, did you, runt? Let me tell you something, kiddo, this is the big leagues, and it's tough guys like you whose blood usually gets spilled all over this forest. The last part was said loudly for the benefit of their audience, the entire assembled group of Jinan. The message was received loud and clear, if the outbreak of muttering was any indication. It seemed all the proctors were gifted at making the Jinan doubt themselves. Naruto stumbled a step as Anko roughly pushed him off of her. The blonde reholstered his drawn knife and met her eyes. There was a glint in them, it was different from the maddened one that had been there previously, though Naruto couldn't quite put his finger on it. She looked like she was weighing a decision. Definitely sizing me up for something. Distantly, the boy wondered if she knew that the Sandaime had all but promoted him already. The old man hadn't been clear as to who knew and who didn't. His thoughts were shattered as a moment later, in an interesting role reversal, Anko palmed a kunai and brought it to rest on the stomach of a grass Jinan who had managed to sneak up behind her. Well, there's someone to avoid, Naruto concluded swiftly. The girl was on the grass team that Team 10 had identified as mildly dangerous, had breezed through the first exam, and had managed to sneak up on the examiner of all people. Naruto turned back to his teammates as the tall girl handed the proctor her kunai back with her tongue, deciding that he had had enough craziness for the moment. We're avoiding the grass team, he told Ino and Kiba. Both looked like they wanted to know what the hell had just happened, but Naruto's tone brooked no argument, and neither wanted to draw his annoyance at this point. Both of them knew they were on a short leash after the long bitch fest they had put him through with regards to Yamato. Listen up, maggots. The proctor was talking again, passing out stacks of paper. Each team gets one scroll, either a heaven or an earth. You have 5 days to retrieve the scroll that is opposite to yours and get to the tower at the center of the forest. Only teams with both scrolls will pass this portion. She stopped at the front of the group, having finished passing out the sheets of paper. Naruto received his as they made their way backwards. It was a waiver. Killing is allowed. The statement was met with renewed murmurs among the Chunin, but Anko didn't miss a beat. The waivers in your hands need to be signed before you can enter the forest. If the threat of death is too much for you, you can quit. The last sentence left nothing to the imagination as to what she would think of you if you decided to cut your losses. Finally, only a full team can pass. If a member is killed, the whole team fails. If a member is unable to continue otherwise, the whole team fails. A devilish smirk split her face as she surveyed the Chunin in front of her. Try not to end up dead, kiddies. Now, one representative from each team will come up and receive their assigned scroll. Naruto locked eyes with Kiba for an instant, and knew they were on the same page. Let's go, Akamaru. The Inuzuka said. The dog ninja bent down to pick up his puppy, slipping his free hand into a side pouch as he did so. Ino rolled her eyes as Kiba bounded forward, pushing and shoving his way to the front of the crowd amidst more than a few grumbles from the other Chunin. Idiot's gonna kill us all with that attitude, she mused. Naruto shook his head a bit fondly, and turned to Ino with a slight smile. Funny, thought the same thing about you when we first started, he said. It was a testament to how much Ino had grown that she was able to laugh. People change. And Asuma managed to give me a pretty solid wake-up call. Naruto snorted. Must have been big. You were ready to jump Sasuke's bones back in the academy. Ino shrugged. Guess so. Like I said, people change, and there are other bones I'd rather jump these days. The girl's face was straight as a board as she said it, and she casually buffed her nails on her purple top. A raised eyebrow was tossed Naruto's way, and the boy couldn't help the flush that crept up his neck and across his cheeks. He was saved from total embarrassment, however, as Kiba reappeared with their scroll and reasserted some form of sanity. Got it, he announced, drawing Ino and Naruto from their byplay. Heaven, the boy whispered. Both Ino and Naruto nodded, their attention fully on the coming task. I'll take it for now, Naruto said. We'll switch holders every hour, but there'll probably be a mad rush at the start. It went unsaid that Naruto was easily the most skilled of the team and thus was the most logical choice to hold on to their metaphorical meal ticket. Ino and Kiba nodded resolutely, and the three moved to the nearest open gate. A single, nondescript Chunin manned it, and he didn't react in the slightest to Team 10's arrival. So how many did you mark? Naruto asked Kiba the second they were out of hearing range of any and all Chunin. 13 definitely, Kiba stated with certainty. I bumped a few more late, but I'm not sure if I laid enough of my stuff on them. Naruto nodded and locked eyes with Ino, whose confusion lasted only a few seconds before she put the pieces together. Your nose? She asked for clarification. Both Naruto and Kiba smiled at the girl, though Kiba was as smug as usual. You betcha, Blondie. Me and Akamaru can find at least half of these fuckers no problem, now, the Inuzuka boasted. His two blonde teammates both rolled their eyes, but refrained from saying anything, electing to let him have his moment. The Inuzuka and their canine familiars were famous for their abilities to act as bloodhounds, if given a scent to follow. Kiba, knowing this, carried around a special concoction that he and Akamaru could recognize and sniff out from miles away. It was colorless, completely odorless to anyone without a nose of similar strength, and was laid on a target with a single touch if done correctly. Hey, so we're good to go so long as you didn't manage to bump the half that had entirely heaven scrolls, Naruto joked. Got it in one, Naruto. Hey! You down there? The Chunin gate guard called. The exam is about to start. The man made 3 hand seals and the large lock that held the gate closed undid itself and fell to the forest floor. The gate opened with a groan, and Team 10 burst forward into the darkness. Chapter 14, Into the Storm //. The familiar sights and sounds greeted the man as he strode through his home. It was remarkable, he mused, how little managed to change in between his trips. While the outside world was constantly changing, the ever-shifting political climate creating havoc, Konoha stayed the same. The only difference was the people in it. There was a sense of timelessness to the village of his birth, and it gave the impression that no matter what, Konoha would always endure. Hey, I've been called timeless too, the man mused happily. It was always nice when people inadvertently played to his ego. The knowledge of why he had returned tempered his good spirits, and he felt slight frown fix itself on his grizzled face. Aged eyes locked on the administrative building, and his large form, already hidden from view to all but the most skilled of observers, disappeared completely. An open window greeted him at his destination and, despite his recently turned mood, he smiled. The two occupants of the room shifted their gazes the second he appeared, and it was a testament to the man's immense skill that the ever-unflappable Nara Shikaku looked surprised at his entry. Sarutobi remained unfazed, however. "Jiraiya," the Sandaime greeted. The old man's expression didn't change a whit, as if he was as unsurprised by his student's return as he was when the sun rose in the east every morning. He turned back to Shikaku. "If you will, Shikaku, drop the drafted plans with the Anbu commander. You, he, and myself will be meeting tomorrow morning at 7 to discuss them." "Yes, Hokage-sama," said the Nara clan head. The man rolled up a scroll that had been in between himself and the Hokage and departed. "On the warpath, sensei?" Jiraiya asked rhetorically. "Once again, it seems," Sarutobi sighed. "You're earlier than I expected." "My business wrapped up quickly," was the cryptic answer. The Sandaime didn't bother asking. He would undoubtedly receive the streamlined facts when Jiraiya deemed it necessary. Part of being Hokage was delegating duties, and Sarutobi had faith in his student's abilities and judgment after all the years the man had been doing his job. "Not that I mind, but what brings you here?" The old man filled and lit his pipe with a contented sigh, taking a long drag. "Looks like you were expecting me," Jiraiya said, gesturing to the open window. "Can't pay a visit to my dear old sensei?" he asked innocently. Sarutobi rolled his eyes, though the smallest of smiles broke through his mask. Jiraiya inwardly cheered. "The sky is clear, the air is warm, and the hot springs are open. You never come straight to me unless you have something you want to talk about, Jiraiya, so out with it." The large man sighed almost playfully, but recognized when his sensei wasn't in the mood for banter. He wasn't really in the mood for banter either. "Reports from Rice Country reached me through the grapevine," he began, tone hard. Sarutobi exhaled hard, bringing his free hand to his forehead. It was always the same with Jiraiya. When he wasn't barking him up a tree about Orochimaru and how to handle him, he was constantly badgering him about training his godson. In this case, the situation in question involved both. He was caught in an unpredictable situation. In a country where you know that Orochimaru is acting openly. Jiraiya glared at his sensei. "God damn it, old man, he fucking fought him." "Where I now know that Orochimaru is acting openly," the Hokage corrected. There was little evidence beyond pure speculation that he had anything to do with Oto Gakure and its formation. "You still shouldn't have sent one of my most trusted captains and Jonin into possible enemy territory to retrieve information that has become vital to this village's defense?" The old man interrupted. "That Naruto happened to be on Tenzo's Jinan squad was merely an unfortunate happenstance, Jiraiya." He raised a hand to forestall the Sanin's next outburst. "And before you begin anew, 2 Jonin or even an Anbu squad do not go as unnoticed through the land as we would like to think." The Jinan provided a shield of uncertainty to any prying eyes. Jiraiya's eyes flashed. For all the good it did. And how was I, or anyone, to predict that Orochimaru would decide to liquidate the Fuma clan? And by personally leading the assault? Sarutobi shook his head. "You are not new to this business, Jiraiya, and yet your judgments and feelings are so clouded by affection for a boy you hardly know." "Only because you've never let me know him," Jiraiya ached to scream. He refrained, however, having no wish to rehash the decade-old argument. "Not the point, sensei. He got the bastard's attention with the stunt he pulled to get his team out of there, and you and I both know that Orochimaru's at his most dangerous to someone like Naruto when he's curious." Jiraiya had his arms folded over his chest and a glare firmly fixed on his face as he leaned against the nearest wall. "The odds of the two meeting in the exams are minimal at best, given what my advisors and I have planned. Your presence here greatly helps with that." The Hokage took a long drag from his newly lit pipe. "And should they, I expect that Naruto's abilities will keep our old friend close. He always did have an eye for talent." Red flashed in front of the Toad Sanin's eyes. "And now he's bait? He's a human being, sensei." The sound of teeth clamping around the wood of Sarutobi's pipe let Jiraiya know that he had finally pushed his sensei past his breaking point. "I am happy, now, that you refused my plea to take my place as Hokage all those years ago, Jiraiya, for I am terrified at the prospect of Konoha's future were you leading it," the old man bit out. "Despite all of your experience, you still allow your decisions to be clouded, and cannot make them objectively. Yes, Naruto is a human being, rather than simply pawn on a chessboard as you seem to suggest I view him as. He is, however, one of my shinobi, and as such has a part to play in this village's survival. If that means that he draws Orochimaru's attention and keeps him interested enough to ignore any signs of our knowledge of his plot, then so be it. Jiraiya leaned back subconsciously at the harsh rebuke, reminded once more that this was the man who had led Konoha to the top of the shinobi world through 2.5 wars. Orochimaru's greatest weakness has always been his curiosity in the face of an intriguing specimen, Sarutobi continued, though he was far less heated. Any advantage is to be exploited here, and I intend to do so. The large man sighed heavily, letting the argument fall. He knew there was no convincing his sensei once he had set his mind to a course of action. It didn't mean he had to like it. And how do I factor into these war games of yours? The Sannin asked wearily, though he already had an idea. Sarutobi leaned back, taking a drag and finally happy that the Naruto topic had been pushed aside for the moment. Both I and my advisors believe that Orochimaru will execute his plan during the final phase of the exams, with the aid of Tsunagaku and their Jinchuriki. Jiraiya nodded. His own informants had been crucial in unveiling the plot. So which of the two am I going to have to fight? The father or the son? He asked. There was never any doubt that Orochimaru would seek out and attempt to assassinate the Hokage. It was only a matter of when and how. I would have you fight both, were it conceivably possible, Sarutobi admitted. But alas, the odds of both the Kazekage and his son being in the same vicinity are slim to none. I expect that my counterpart will be leading his own troops, whilst young Gaara will be used to sow confusion. The Kazekage will be your target. Masa's grown some since he was given the seat, I suppose. Could be fun, Jiraiya declared with a smile that wasn't entirely forced. Sarutobi allowed himself a moment of humor at the amount of confidence his student could show when he was tasked with killing a sitting kage. It went unsaid that the sensei had just as much faith as the student that he would succeed. Despite Jiraiya's failings as an objective leader, he was unquestionably powerful. And the Ichibi? The Sannin asked. The Sandaime sighed once more, a growing habit, at what was going to become a point of much contention. Containment is all but impossible without either myself or you dealing with the beast, but, thankfully Sabaku no Gaara is still far from the most capable of Jinchuriki. The Sannin waited patiently, having gotten used to his sensei being long-winded decades ago. Get on with it already, he pleaded. He'll be matched up against the most capable Konoha Jinan when he reaches the finals. You mean Naruto? Jiraiya interrupted hastily. He felt the stirrings of his anger once more. There's a possibility that either Hyuga Neji or Uchiha Sasuke will prove themselves in the second exam. Right, and all the big five are gonna end up as allies in a war. Sensei, don't bullshit a bullshitter, Jiraiya exclaimed. Me and you both know that Naruto's gonna be the one to fight the Ichibi container, so cut the crap. The big man sighed as he finally dropped into a chair across from the Hokage's desk. Indeed he is, Jiraiya, Sarutobi placated. But he will not be alone. You may not recall, but one of Orochimaru's old experiments with the Shodai's chakra yielded one positive result. The Anbu captain. Kenzo, the Sannin confirmed quickly. With his Mukuten he should be able to handle the container on his own. His suppression skills have yet to be tested, the Hokage said simply. He has shown remarkable control over the Shodai's ninjutsu considering he was not born with the talent, prodigious skill really, but we've never had the opportunity to test what was the most potent of my sensei's abilities. Subduing Sabaku no Gaara will be his task and is alone, but to have a Jinchuriki of our own to support him only makes sense. The matchup will allow for Naruto to be close at hand in the opening stages should Tenzo fail. Jiraiya made a face at the term for his godson, but smothered his displeasure. So I take it this is why I was recalled? Sarutobi nodded solemnly. Indeed. He'll need training, for even as competent as Naruto is, I don't wish to leave him at the mercy of Gaara's madness should something prevent Tenzo from acting. The Sannin shook his head. And you can't think of anything better than matching Naruto up with an unstable container? Surely there's another option. Jiraiya flinched as Sarutobi's arms were thrown skyward. And what would you have me do instead? My Jonin all need to be in strategic locations to help command the Chunin when the battle begins. Anbu will be stretched thin with their own assignments, and all of this is to be kept absolutely secret for us to have any hope of survival. The Sandaime stood abruptly and strode to his window that overlooked the village. There are no good options, Jiraiya. There is no great upside to any possible scenario involving the Ichibi that doesn't leave the village unacceptably vulnerable in some other way. There's always assassination, Jiraiya murmured without feeling. You know as well as I that it's not plausible. Any attack on the container would be considered an act that would potentially drag us into a fourth Great War, Sarutobi sighed. The same holds true for an attack on the Kazekage, and the possibility of both finding and eliminating Orochimaru before the battle is non-existent. The Sannin shook his head. He's really outdone himself on this one, hasn't he? Sarutobi said nothing in response. Naruto was starting to think that he'd jinxed the team. His foot lashed out, crushing the useless heaven scroll into dust with chakra. Third fucking time, he mentally groused. You guys done? He called. Just finished, came Kiba's reply. The two remaining Team 10 Genin appeared from behind a tree, where they had been securing the three hapless wannabes they had just robbed. Naruto strode over to check their handiwork. All three were bound against separate tree trunks so tightly that not even the greatest of escape jutsu would help them. The blonde boy patted the cheek of one of the unconscious Genin, and nodded in satisfaction when the boy's head simply rolled from one side to the other. They were out cold, and would remain so for some time. They'll be sitting ducks, Ino said hesitantly. Naruto shook his head in response. So were the last two teams. We've left them hidden, and it's not like any of them have something to offer anyone else at this point, the boy pointed out. Team 10 had taken the first heaven scroll for insurance, and had destroyed the scrolls of the second two teams they had found. The fewer competitors the better. Let's roll out. Kiba? Yeah, Naruto. We've got it. The dog ninja and his partner both flared their nostrils. Their eyes closed subconsciously, and their heads turned seemingly of their own volition before coming to rest facing due east. Got one. Straight east, 1.5 clicks away, Kiba said quietly. It was always startling to watch the usually loud-mouthed boy focus himself so intently, but Naruto was beginning to get used to it. The blonde, unofficial team leader formed a cross-shaped hand seal, and 3 Kage Bunshin formed in front of him. The blondes, clad in the same black pants, shirt, and vest of Naruto himself, disappeared without a word, moving to scout the team that Kiba had identified. Let's roll, Naruto ordered, and the three took off through the tree branches at a run. Kiba and Akamaru led, with Naruto and Ino bringing up the rear in a triangle formation. The trees flashed by them as the three Genin hopped from branch to branch without a word. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes narrowed as the memory from one of his clones presented itself. 3 Amiga Core Genin. My clones were discovered and engaged them. Kiba, switch out, Naruto commanded. The Inuzuka and Akamaru fell back as Naruto leapfrogged them to take point in the formation. The second of his clones dispelled, filling Naruto's head with images of senbone needles and oil spread around a ground-level clearing. They managed to kill one. They're dangerous. Kiba, Ino, fall out of formation and come around from the north and south, ordered Naruto. Targets are in a clearing half a click away. I'll blitz from here. Wait a 3 count before you enter, and give 'em all you've got. The blonde spared his teammates a backwards glance and received a nod from both, before he burst forward in an explosive sunshine. The surrounding branches and leaves blurred to brown and green just as Naruto's final clone dispelled to give him cover. The speed jutsu was as loud as could be chakra-wise, but the trio of Ame Genin were both off balance and had no time to react as Naruto charged into their midst like the maelstrom he was named for. There were no words spoken as the Jinchuriki quite simply snatched one of the three by the back of his neck, and ran him bodily into a tree trunk. Blood spattered as the boy's nose was crushed and his face was hacked apart by the unmoving bark. The blonde let him drop without a word, watching dispassionately as the unconscious Genin fell to the forest floor without a word. Naruto turned to face the remaining team, making a cross-shaped seal as he did. His face was blank, and the Ame Genin had no warning as 2 clones swept their legs from behind. His blue eyes barely had the time to register the unadulterated shock in the 2 boys' eyes before Kiba ruthlessly pounded one into the ground with his tsuga, and the other dropped to the forest floor with a muted scream as Ino sliced his Achilles tendons. A grim smile crossed Naruto's face at the sight of his teammates' effectiveness, and couldn't help the slight swirl of satisfaction that settled in his stomach at his plan coming together perfectly. It was tempered by the sight of Kiba's target broken and bleeding, unable to make a sound because his rebreather had been shoved back into his jaw at impact. Blood leaked from where the metal had roughly cut into the boy's flesh, dripping into the dirt. Ino had hauled her target to his feet and propped him against a branch, a line of blood trickling from his forehead where the Yamanaka had brained him with the blunt end of a kunai. The girl patted him down quickly, searching clothing and equipment pouches for any sign of Team 10's quarry. I got nothing, she stated quietly as she turned to Naruto and Kiba. Her eyes were shadowed, the usual seafoam color reduced to a muted gray in frustration. Same, said Kiba, who had just finished searching his own target. The Ame-jinan was clearly unconscious, but bleeding profusely from numerous wounds the dog ninja had inflicted. That left Naruto, and the blonde turned to check his target. "Got it," he declared with a slight smile, satisfaction coloring his voice. "'Bout damn time." The blonde pumped his fist once in elation, plans already forming about how to get his team to the tower before nightfall. Still, the first day might be a fucking record. "Naruto," Ino called, her voice troubled. The sound of his name broke the boy's inward cheering, and he turned to see his teammates huddled around the fallen form of the boy Kiba had wrecked. "What's up?" Naruto trotted over, eyes peeled for any and all incoming hostiles. Only the rustling of the trees greeted his keen blue gaze. Ino shook her head as he approached. "This one's bad," she said, quietly gesturing to the fallen Ame-jinan. She didn't need to tell Naruto for him to know. The boy was sprawled, both arms pointing where they shouldn't have been, and his left leg at a near 90-degree angle. "He's bleeding internally, like a shit ton." She trailed off helplessly, gesturing wildly at the unconscious Jinan. "How's his heartbeat?" Naruto asked quickly. He shot a quick glance at Kiba, only to find the boy staring resolutely at what had been his target. His face was hard, but his eyes betrayed him. He didn't mean to do this, Naruto realized instantly. The Inuzuka techniques were famous for their destructive power, and this was often the result. A body, broken and bleeding. More often than not it was unintentional on the part of the user. "Slow," was all Ino said. Naruto felt a cold swooping sweep through him. "You got any medical experience?" The blonde boy asked his teammates at large. He already knew the answer. "Just CPR," was the simultaneous response. He nodded. "All right, you two go tie up the other two. I'll see what I can do for him." He glanced meaningfully at Ino, who nodded once, subdued. His fellow blonde rose purposefully. "Come on, Kiba," she said, lightly grasping the dog ninja by the arm and steering him towards the other two unconscious Ame-jinan. Akamaru followed dutifully at their heels, a chorus of yips that were undoubtedly meant to cheer his partner up echoing through the clearing. Naruto shook his head silently, surveying the damage Kiba had done to the boy. Goddamn. He remembered his own pain at the hands of his feral teammate back in Wave Country, and was inwardly thankful that he hadn't been nearly as damaged. He had faith in the Kyuubi's ability to heal him, but he would have been debilitated nonetheless. The cold feeling had only intensified as his eyes raked over the form of the downed Jinan, even though he had already been set on his course of action. There was nothing he could do. He had just as much medical training as Kiba and Ino. Naruto's right hand slipped into the unconscious Ame-jinan's weapons pouch and withdrew a single senbon. With a sigh, the blonde gripped it tightly and drove it into the boy's chest cavity, right through the heart. The blonde Jinan formed two clones with a quick hand seal, and they picked the dead wannabe Chunin up from both ends. Naruto approached his teammates from behind. Kiba's sharp ears picked up his footsteps first. "Done, then?" he asked quietly. "Yeah." The two clones set the body down next to the two still live examinees, who were propped against a tree trunk. "Fucking A," the dog ninja muttered through clenched teeth. Naruto gripped him by the shoulder. "Nothing you coulda done, Kiba." The blonde pulled his teammate to his feet, exchanging a nod with Ino. His fellow blonde put the finishing touches on the knots tying remaining Jinan together, before rising and joining them. The Inuzuka nodded. "I know, man. But it's just, fuck." Naruto spared him a sympathetic look. "I know how you feel, Kiba, but there's nothing we can do about it now. Just gotta keep moving to the tower." "I got it, Naruto." Kiba's eyes hardened. "Let's roll out, yeah?" "Yeah. Let's move," Naruto ordered quietly. The trio turned northeast, and bounded forward into the tree line. // The central tower in Training Ground 44 was old, very old in fact. It had been erected by the Shodai to serve as an outpost for high-ranking officials in the midst of First Great Shinobi War, and a command post should Konoha ever be overrun due to an invasion. The training ground's 10-kilometer radius provided ample cover, and the topmost of the 5 levels was equipped with all the tools the Hokage might need to govern Konoha and its ninja in exile, should the unthinkable happen. Tunnels that stretched from under the Hokage monument and the administrative building served as a Hokage's route to safety. Somewhat ironically, due to Konoha's long-standing position at the top of the shinobi world's pecking order, the tower's facilities had deteriorated from disuse. Wood that had once stood stronger than iron was supplemented by steel bars that jutted out at odd angles on the lower levels. Firm cables ran the length of the hallways, both on the ceiling and the floor, supporting and keeping the tower's shape where the steel supports would have made it buckle under their weight. As ugly as the tower might have been compared to its former glory, Naruto had to admit that the haphazard repairs translated into a plethora of hiding places and vantage points. The gap between the cabling, beams, and the original wood was often large enough for Naruto to squat comfortably, and while the gaps sometimes were too small for that, he only needed them for a few seconds at most. He could tolerate slight discomfort if it yielded results. That, however, was the sticking point, and Naruto made no assumptions about whether or not he would succeed. The blonde stifled a grunt of exertion as he leveraged himself into a nook on the right side of the hallway that almost completely concealed his body from the rest of the hallway. The blonde's left arm shook with exertion, pressed as it was against a jutting steel beam, to push his body flush with the wall. Naruto relied on physical strength alone, compressed as his chakra was to avoid detection. He gritted his teeth as his right arm snaked out and parted a grouping of support cables and electrical wires that hid his body from sight. "Gotcha," he cheered triumphantly. The sight of Yakushi Kabuto silently padding down the third-floor hallway greeted him from between the wiring. The silver-haired Junan's team had arrived earlier that day, the 5th day, alongside Team 7. After a brief encounter with a surly Sasuke that had left Naruto even more curious than he had been before, the blonde had been in full-blown stealth mode, searching for any opportunity to gather information on the mysterious youth. It had come, and Naruto thanked Yamato and the Sandaime even more for their decision to teach him the Kage Bunshin. It truly was invaluable. With it and a few other techniques he had been working on, his stealth was at an all-time high, and was only growing better. He let himself fall to the hallway floor as Kabuto rounded a corner, a slight inflection of chakra making it silent. Acting quickly, he formed the tiger seal, and steadily pushed his chakra to his skin level. The disturbing sensation of eggs being broken all over his skin made him shudder, and Naruto let loose his breath as he felt the life force settle. He raised his right arm to eye level, noting with satisfaction that it looked all but invisible. A scowl crossed his unseen face at the slight rippling it gave off as he moved. His chakra's manipulation of the light hitting him was still in need of work. And it takes all my concentration just to get to this. As potentially advantageous as the Meisai Gakur no Jutsu was, it was notoriously difficult to perform, requiring pinpoint chakra control to properly manipulate the light that struck the user's body. "There's always something else to work on," the blonde lamented silently as he spared his non-existent shadow a glance before swiftly making his way to the end of the hallway. "And I'm not even close to managing the scent." Naruto peeked around the corner in time to catch a glimpse of his quarry striding through the open entrance to one of the dozen training rooms the tower boasted. A quiver of doubt crept into Naruto's mind at the other Junan's destination. The training rooms, with their openness, weren't exactly prime choices for covert meetings between shady shinobi. Once more, the idea that Kabuto might in fact be an undercover Anbu member entered Naruto's mind. It would fit, given his status as a leaf nin and his proclivity towards helping the rookies. Anbu or not, Naruto mused, it's not like I'll be interfering in a mission if he's just meeting with a superior. Resolve renewed, Naruto took a deep breath and poured every ounce of his focus into his Meisai Gakur no Jutsu. Satisfied with his near invisibility, he leapt to the ceiling, and walked upside down to the entrance of the training room. Kabuto had descended the stairs from the balcony to the main floor, and leaned casually against the banister. Naruto grimaced, realizing that he might be in for a long wait before whoever was meeting his quarry decided to show up. He wasn't disappointed. 20 minutes ticked by Naruto's count, before a man with silky black hair wearing the garb of a Kuzen-nin materialized from the floor. The man's pale skin seemed to absorb more light than it reflected, and a slow smile spread across thin lips as he took in his company. Kabuto chose that moment to shatter Naruto's world. Orochimaru-sama, the silver-haired Junon greeted. All of Naruto's thought processes, all his theories on why Kabuto was here, who he worked for, came to a screeching halt at the name of Konoha's infamous snake Sannin. What? The smile became a grin that was just a smidgen too toothy and yellow eyes widened, revealing slit pupils. Naruto shuddered at the wrongness of the man below him, frozen in place. Kabuto-kun, the famous criminal returned, the name of his contact rolling off his tongue. Were you followed? From his vantage point, Naruto had a clear view of half the bespectacled Junon's face. Light glinted off the older boy's glasses as he adjusted them, a grin of his own forming that told the blonde interloper in no uncertain terms that it was time to leave. Of course. Shit. Naruto's brain kicked into high gear as he realized he had been made, and battle-tested reflexes fired on all cylinders as he sensed the telltale feeling of a shunshine. The blonde spun 180 degrees in the blink of an eye, and only just managed to duck out of the way of a kunai slash at his neck. Survival instincts kicking in, Naruto powered himself backwards over the railing and the edge of the balcony with a burst of chakra. Idly, the blonde noticed his cloaking jutsu had collapsed as he reached for his knuckle knives. Fingers grasped the cool metal firmly just as Naruto landed in a defensive stance, his wind chakra making itself known with explosive force. The howling element cut deep gouges into the stone tiles, and Naruto bared his teeth in anticipation. Just as a featherlight touch on his neck froze him in place. The screaming wind cut off abruptly as Naruto's chakra went haywire on itself, sending pins and needles shooting all through the Jonin's body. An all-encompassing numbness followed a split second after, and Naruto realized that he couldn't move a finger. What did he dash? Kanashibari no Jutsu, Naruto-kun, a voice that was as smooth and sweet as honey whispered into his ear. He would have shivered had he been able. Or, perhaps more accurately, my own little twist. An arm was dragged lazily across the blonde's shoulders as the man took measured steps to face his prey. The same grin that showed just a few too many teeth played across his lips in delight. I do apologize, Orochimaru began, and his face shifted into picture-perfect contriteness. I would, of course, prefer to have this little chat as equals, with both of us free to move as we please. The Sannin's tongue flopped out lazily as a smirk crossed his thin lips, almost as if his mouth needed to remain closed just to contain it. The pale man drew it across his lips as if he was savoring the moment before he dug into his next meal. But I couldn't run the risk of you doing something rash, the man explained patiently, as if to a small child. We wouldn't want you to say, dispel yourself, now would we? Orochimaru's grin widened as Naruto's eyes tightened around the paralysis. Certainly not, Kabuto drawled dutifully as he drew even with the snake Sannin. His eyes raked over Naruto's form with a gleam, as if sizing him up for a dissection. Too resourceful by far, the silver-haired youth complimented. Orochimaru nodded, a throaty chuckle escaping his lips. Kukaku. Too resourceful by far, he echoed. And the cage bunshine. Such a wonderful ninjutsu, and for one so young to have such a grasp of it. Kabuto nodded sagely. Quite talented. I almost didn't believe it when I found out, but with that little showing in the examination room. Ah, yes. Quite the marvelous performance that was. Poor Dosu had no idea what happened. But then their attack on you was misguided in itself, Kabuto-kun. Simpering little weaklings they are, but so eager to please. It was unexpected to be sure. Though I admit, Orochimaru-sama, I had thought you would inform them of my, allegiance. The young man turned to face his master, the question written plainly on his face in the form of raised brows. The Sannin shrugged delicately, waving off his subordinate's concerns with a wave of his hand. One never can trust Chunin to perform admirably in an unfamiliar situation. Given the knowledge of your allegiance, as you put it, would have compromised their behavior, I have no doubt. You work with Chunin every day, do you not, Kabuto-kun? Surely you are aware of the lack of discipline most possess, he lectured. Of course, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto demurred. Though their knowledge would have saved me some small trouble. The snake summoner chuckled. Naruto was all but ignored completely. And yet you acquitted yourself so beautifully. Indeed, you managed to insert yourself into Kakashi's team's good graces so easily that even I could scarcely believe it. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. And how fares young Sasuke-kun? Kabuto's face shifted from careful pride to calculating in less than an instant. Your joie has taken hold successfully. According to his teammate, he was unconscious for nearly 12 hours and battled a fever. The seal apparently activated when he awoke. Kukukaku, Orochimaru laughed. And so it has taken hold. Is there anything else worthy of report? Only that the use of ninjutsu and chakra in general causes him pain. The snake Sannin nodded absently. A common side effect early in the assimilation process, he observed. I must say that Sasuke-kun was certainly impressive in our encounter, though perhaps not as much as I would have liked. Orochimaru-sama? Oh, he was skilled, to be sure, though he does pale in comparison. The pale man's face tightened in remembrance. Itachi was far more talented. Is far more talented, and I'm afraid that gap may prove to be truly insurmountable for Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru mused aloud. Cuckoo, not that it truly matters, of course. Naruto's mind was ablaze as the two carried on their conversation. Ignored as he was, he felt the stirrings of pins and needles once more, and dared to hope that the infamous criminal's ninjutsu might be wearing off. The hope was swiftly obliterated as the legend simply reached out and poked the blonde in the nose, and the numb feeling returned. Ah, don't think we've forgotten about you, Naruto-kun, the Sannin cooed. Though we have been so very impolite, haven't we, Kabuto-kun? Quite. The young man adjusted his glasses as he regarded the Jinchuriki anew. The calculating look never faded, though a spark of interest shone brightly from behind his spectacles. It must be insulting for Naruto here, listening to us discuss his friend and not paying any attention to him. Indeed it must be. And it is unfortunate, for he is so very interesting in his own right. Why, people start to wonder about such an intriguing Jinan, don't they? Sneaking around at night, asking questions that can't be answered, learning things that no Jinan knows, Kabuto said. A smile that would have had Naruto running in fear were he able spread across the older Jinan's face. He gets people's attention, and then they start to ask questions of their own. The silver-haired youth began to circle the paralyzed blonde, assessing him from all sides. Who is the Jinan who learns Chunin and Jonin restricted skills? Who is the boy who returns from, not one, but two missions gone awry? And all but unscathed. Kabuto completed his full circle and came to stand beside his master, the two of them sporting nearly identical grins of anticipation. Who is Uzumaki Naruto? He finished dramatically. Who indeed? Orochimaru hissed. A snake slithered from his wide sleeve and fell to the ground, where it slowly began its trek up Naruto's leg. The blonde's eyes widened as he felt the sensation from a distance, the numbness dulling the weight of the deadly reptile as it made its way across Naruto's torso and came to rest around his neck. Its tongue flickered out to tickle the boy's ear. Why don't we let the boy speak for himself? What do you say, Kabuto-kun? A good idea, Orochimaru-sama. Well then. The snake Sannin reached out and ever so gently drew the back of his fingers down Naruto's left cheek in a twisted mockery of a caress. Stinging pins and needles spread forth from the pale man's touch as the paralysis was lifted. Naruto gasped as he was suddenly able to move his mouth and breathe freely. Air that had only entered sparingly through his nose for the past minutes was taken in huge gulps, his eyelids blinked at a furious pace, causing the boy to tear up as the irritation of temporary paralysis was dispelled. What would you want from me? The blonde demon container finally managed to wheeze. So to the point, the pale man muttered with a roll of his yellow eyes. Nothing that you won't be willing to give in time, Naruto-kun. Of that I can assure you. The more pressing question is, what do you want from me? Naruto's brows creased in a harsh glare. I don't want anything from you. He all but screamed. Do lower your voice. No one can hear you, and it is simply impolite, the Sannin chastised. And you will want something from me, dear boy, for you see, you have a problem, a rather large problem, in fact, in the form of a group of very powerful individuals after the fox sealed inside you. Akatsuki, Naruto bit out with vitriol. The blonde had the pleasure of seeing genuine surprise cross the infamous criminal's face. You've heard of them. It wasn't a question. A grin of amusement crossed the man's face once more, gleaming white teeth showing. You wouldn't be so kind as to tell me how you came by that name? At Naruto's stony silence the man chuckled. Cuckoo, I thought not, but it is irrelevant. How you came by their name means little, only that you do know their name. And how do you know their name? Naruto asked bitingly, almost despite himself. Why we used to work together, Orochimaru declared like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I had the privilege of being a member of their illustrious organization once upon a time, though we parted on, shall we say, less than amicable terms. And here, we come to the root of the issue, the Sannin said. Naruto held his silence for 10 full seconds before the snake around his neck hissed its displeasure in his ear. And that is? That you, Naruto-kun, are in no way, shape, or form properly trained or equipped to deal with my old comrades. The pale man gave Naruto a pitying look. You need only look at your situation now for confirmation. You stand before me, helpless. Should I wish to kill you, Kage Bunshin or no, I could, let there be no doubt as to that. Now, picture yourself standing alone, against an organization of my near equals. The cold feeling of dread that was always lurking at the back of Naruto's consciousness was slowly taking hold. It was the same feeling he had gotten when watching Asuma and Zabuza go toe-to-toe at a level that was utterly beyond the scope of his comprehension. It was the feeling that told him that he was completely outclassed in every way imaginable, and that his life was in the hands of someone else. You are immensely talented, Naruto-kun. The potency of your chakra alone speaks of your enormous potential for ninjutsu. Your reserves are massive for one your age. But that talent alone will not suffice against the likes of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru lectured. You need training. Training to turn that enormous potential into a finely tuned weapon that can destroy your enemies. You mean your enemies? Naruto growled. The grin on the snake Sannin's face only widened. Our common enemy, in this case. The blonde stared at the legendary ninja, comprehending what the man was suggesting through the haze of fear and trepidation that enveloped his mind.
And you're suggesting I join you?
Orochimaru only spread his arms in confirmation. You're a traitor. A criminal. Cuckoo. Is that how I am portrayed in the history books? The man asked, amused at Naruto's outburst. You experimented on your comrades. On Konoha ninja and civilians. Naruto burst out, mind spewing out every scrap of damning information it could to declare why he would never join him. A foolish mistake, in retrospect, to be as open as I was, the man conceded. Though one that I would make time and again, for what it did for me in the end. But that alone is irrelevant. Do you think that if I had not kept my experiments to enemy shinobi and civilians, they would not have been sanctioned, even applauded by your precious Sandaime? Naruto's eyes widened, denial coursing through his veins. Oh yes. Your beloved village has and will continue to conduct such experiments, Naruto-kun, though they would have you believe otherwise. You're still a criminal, Naruto insisted. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. Your argument grows weak. Your Yondaime, he spat with a sneer, is this village's greatest hero, and yet a villain of the highest caliber in Iwagakure. To be more relevant, a criminal in Konohagakure, myself, in this case, is a savior to hundreds in the country of rice fields, and their daimyo pays me tribute. The results of my illegal experiments have yielded medical advancements and care for an entire nation of people who your village would see die without a care in the world. But I will indulge you in this, Naruto-kun. Indeed, from Konoha's point of view I am a criminal who abandoned them. And in the midst of a war, no less, the pale man said. Damning, to be sure, but you must ask yourself this, what allegiance does a man whose talent, and genius, and innovation is ignored by the very village he had served faithfully, owe to a village that does not appreciate him? Tell me, Orochimaru ordered. Naruto was silent. None, was the simple answer from the snake Sannin. For as much as the shinobi must sacrifice for his village, so too must the village recognize and reward the shinobi for his service, for his efforts to save the village from stagnation and decline. And when that does not happen, the sacred bond between shinobi and village is shattered, and the two must part. The blonde sputtered, searching for an argument, any argument that would shut the man in front of him up. Anything that would stop his words. Kabuto interjected before so much as a thought had truly crossed his mind. Naruto, he said patiently. Tying yourself to Konoha in these coming days is foolish at best and suicidal at worst. Their decline has happened, and the village is coming to an end. And with its fall, so come do the Akatsuki, seeking you as their prize. And they will have you, Orochimaru picked up. No matter what friends you have that will stand at your side, no matter if Konoha's remnants will stand alongside you in battle, you and they will all die. And your existence will come to a short and anonymous end. You will, doubtlessly, come to realize this yourself, Naruto-kun. You will realize that this village, for all of its reputation, can neither protect you nor give you the ability to strike down your enemies, nor, even, would they wish to, the Sannin said. You are their pawn, a weapon forged in the heat of desperation to be used and discarded. Konoha's to ignore for your service, and held up as a scapegoat in times of strife. And those times are coming. You need a teacher, Kabuto said reasonably. A small smile that was one part understanding and one part pity played across his lips. Someone who appreciates all of the immense talent you have and the knowledge and skill to bring it forth. Someone who can both shield you from the Akatsuki while giving you the skills to strike them down. And that's him? Naruto asked, breaking the boy's impassioned speech. His voice was heavy with trepidation, and no small amount of confusion at the deluge of information that was hitting him straight between the eyes. Kabuto merely shrugged, his smile still in place, as if to say who else? You need not accept now, Naruto-kun. The now familiar grin returned, and yellow eyes alit with the inner mirth that had been present early, but had disappeared as Orochimaru spoke. I am offering my services, you might say, for when the time comes, and Konoha can no longer protect you. When this village, no longer has any meaning for you. And it will come, the Sannin stated with certainty. A time when the needs of your own survival will far outweigh the ties that bind you here. When that happens, come and find me. The blonde had no time or means to react as the snake that was coiled around his neck struck suddenly, and the searing bite of fangs was the last thing Naruto felt before he knew no more. // He watched the explosion of smoke with nothing but the smallest glimmer of satisfaction. And so the great game begins, he mused. Uzumaki Naruto's loyalty was a prize he was far from winning, but the risk was worth the result it would bring. The boy's potential was just that high. Beside him, Kabuto let loose a laugh. Your boldness knows no bounds, Orochimaru-sama. To reveal both of us like that, is he really worth it? The snake Sannin nearly rolled his eyes at his subordinate. For all the boy's shrewdness and skill, he had much to learn. Your mission is finished, and I gain nothing by keeping you in Konoha's good graces for a month longer. He had no need to speak of revealing himself. Sarutobi had known of his presence in his village for days now, thanks to Anko. You're right, of course, the silver-haired youth demurred. But the question remains. The smallest twinge of irritation broke through the snake Sannin's clinical musings. Despite your best efforts, Kabuto-kun, Kimimaro is dying, and I'm afraid that the Sound Four are simply not as effective as they were with him at their head. I'm in need of a new lieutenant, and Naruto-kun will be a perfect fit. Even without your joie? Orochimaru sent the boy a withering look, and was distinctly unsatisfied with the smile Kabuto was sporting. Insolent whelp. The youth was pushing his buttons, probing the waters, and testing his patience. And nothing set him off quite like blatant stupidity. His fingers twitched, itching to form the seals that would summon his shadow snakes and end the annoyance standing next to him. But he refrained. Kabuto was far more useful alive than dead, regardless of the boy's proclivity towards provoking him. His medical skills alone qualified him. The calculating mind and deadly shinobi behind the harmless front he displayed was both a bonus and a great source of the Sannin's vexation. Even without the mark, Kabuto-kun. I trust I don't need to explain the nature of a Jinchuriki to you. It wasn't a question. And though the older man's tone was just as mild as it had been with the youth all night, the undercurrent of promised violence was enough to make Kabuto pause. But not to stop. But to tempt the Akatsuki so, it's an awful risk, Orochimaru-sama. The smile had returned to the boy's face, and it was as sly as a fox. It was the same smile that had been on his face when he had reported that Hanzo had fallen, and Pain and Akatsuki were now in control of an entire hidden village. 2 seals and a bite to the neck is all it would take, his subconscious whispered. The poison alone would be enough to override his healing. The Sannin crushed the murderous impulse quickly. The boy derived far too much amusement from seeing his master wage a silent war with his former comrades. And not for the first time did Orochimaru doubt his young subordinate's loyalty. The silver-haired medic had a treacherous streak a mile wide, and regardless of Sasori's loyalty seal being broken, the youth could very well still harbor some allegiance to his old master. He would hate to have to kill him, however. The boy's skills were invaluable, both as a medic and a spy, and their word games were entertaining enough from time to time, despite Kabuto's willingness and even eagerness to aggravate him. His face was perfectly neutral as he responded, a risk worth the reward, Kabuto-kun. Akatsuki has not the means to hold a Jinchuriki captive for long, and Naruto-kun, thanks to his bijou, must be taken last. With time and training, he will be the perfect weapon to serve as my right hand. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. If I may take my leave? The pale man waved him away with a hand. The Anbu are already on their way. I will contact you with any further instructions later. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The silver-haired boy nodded once before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. The snake Sannin stood alone in the center of the training room. A productive evening indeed, he mused in satisfaction. Cuckoo. What will you do, Naruto-kun? He asked the empty air. A single hand seal was formed and orange flames consumed the infamous criminal from the ground up before he had disappeared entirely. The Anbu platoon, led by the Hokage himself, found nothing upon their entrance 3 minutes later. Chapter 15, Reload. A rush of light followed by a cool draft ruffled pristine white robes as Sarutobi emerged onto his balcony overlooking the preliminary exam room. 2 white-cloaked Anbu walked in lockstep to either side of him, while 2 more stayed behind the balcony curtains. His eyes were forward, and his face set in stone as he walked with purpose towards the center of the balcony, where his chair rested. Hokage-sama. Was the ritualistic call of his Chunin and Jonin from beneath the balcony as he looked them over one by one, granting each a nod in turn. Both Ibiki and Anko were present, as well as the other Chunin proctors from the first exam. The 2 ranking shinobi were keeping closer to themselves, however, and away from the other shinobi present. Though Sarutobi suspected it was due to Anko's barely restrained anger than anything else. Though it is difficult to blame her, the old man mused. The information revealed to her of Orochimaru's new attack hadn't been taken well, and coupled with their encounter only days prior in the forest had left the woman in a violent state of mind. And to question Naruto's loyalty as she had. She always was better at making enemies than friends. The blonde Jinan, after having recited his clone's ordeal, hadn't taken kindly to Anko's insinuating that it was the second time he and Orochimaru had run into each other, demanding to know what she was implying. Only Sarutobi's presence in the room prevented the spat from turning physical. "Ah, the fire of youth," thought the Hokage sardonically as he lowered himself into his seat with a well-concealed sigh of satisfaction, echoing the sentiments of one of his more famous jonin. 2 onbu fell to either side of him as he relaxed. The armchair was plush and as comfortable as any in the village, though a clever genjutsu layered the image of a solid stone throne over the top of it. He was far too old to be sitting in such a chair for any extended period of time, and would have balked at it even had he not been 69. There was no need to sacrifice comfort when the image of invulnerability and power could so easily be draped over it. Aging eyes peered out from under the Hokage's hat, looking over the various jonin instructors present, both foreign and domestic. The jonin were clustered on a separate ledge, where Yuhi Kurenai and Mitogai made amiable conversation whilst Kakashi and Tenzo, Yamato, looked to be speaking in hushed tones a few meters away. A pang of regret shot through the old man as he was reminded of his son's absence. Asuma would have been among the Konoha contingent, no doubt eager to watch his 3 protégés prove their worth. "You were still so young, Asuma-kun." Such thoughts fled from his mind as one of his masked onbu materialized in front of him, a scroll outstretched. "The final matchups, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi took the proffered scroll with a nod, scanning the names quickly as he took in the altered brackets he had ordered. "Everything appears to be in order," he told the still-standing onbu in front of him. A flex and push of his chakra incinerated the scroll in his hands, the ashes falling like slow rain to the tiled balcony below. "Bring them in," he ordered. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The lieutenant disappeared in a sunshine as Sarutobi leaned back in his chair. Waiting idly for the genon to be brought forth, the old man scanned the crowd of jonin and chunin who populated the balcony below him. A few notable clan heads had petitioned for their viewing of the preliminary rounds, so as to see their children compete in the event they didn't make it to the true finals. Scattered about were a few nondescript chunin that Sarutobi knew belonged to the barrier corps. Having 2 jinchuriki in one building was a nightmare to just about anyone, and having a few trained professionals on hand to limit any possible damage soothed the nerves. A light brush on his arm turned his head to the left to regard the onbu guard who had touched him. The man was concealed behind a bird mask, and made a single seal of battle speak. "Code," he said, and the sandaime concealed his chuckle even as the onbu to his right stiffened slightly as she put the pieces together. "So you decided to come after all?" Sarutobi muttered. "I had thought you might wait." "No sense in it," Jiraiya returned. "Not after last night." The Hokage nodded his head in acknowledgement and was silent. He would have to interrogate his student once the matches were completed, to find out how he had so easily gained access to his personal guard. Even now, after 40 years, the man managed to surprise him. The sound of double wooden doors opening on the ground floor attracted the attention of all present. Eyes swiveled to take in the forms of an even 20 genon striding into the room. 19 teams walked in separate lines to stand in front of the ram seal statue, the 20th team short 1 member. Yakashi Kabuto, Sarutobi remembered with a twinge of bitterness at the spy's successful infiltration. There had been some discussion as to whether to disqualify the boy's remaining teammates and hold them for questioning, but in the end he had decided to let events play out. Whether they were a part of his old student schemes would be told in time, and the coming fights would be as good an indicator as any as to the threat Akato Yoroi and Tsurugi Misumi might pose. 20 remaining genon, the old man heard his right onbu guard whisper. "Impressive." Down below, Anko scowled. A small smile crossed Sarutobi's lips at the sight of the 3 full rookie Konoha teams. Their sensei were right to nominate them. His brown eyes fell on the boy who had been occupying his thoughts lately. Naruto stood in between his 2 teammates, his expression hard. Blue eyes flittered over the assembled shinobi and kunoichi on the balcony above him, before finally coming to rest on the sandaime's own. The blond boy gave a nod of acknowledgement and deference, which Sarutobi responded to with a slight raising of his head. Their debrief the previous night had been short, as the Hokage had had matters to attend to, but no less stressful than any of their previous meetings. Orochimaru's offer hadn't been a surprise, truly, but it was worrying all the same. "Perhaps you were right after all, Jiraiya." He smothered his conflicting emotions with practiced ease and rose. "The second phase of the Chunin selection exams is now complete. Congratulations to all of you who remain," he began, his voice modulated to carry throughout the entire room. "Before we begin the third phase, there is something that you all, as potential Chunin, should be aware of. And that is the true nature of this exam." An uneasy rustling of cloth greeted his words, and Sarutobi was satisfied that he had their attention. "Why is it that many nations come together for this test?" He addressed the genon while stepping forward. His hands were clasped behind his back and his face carefully stoic as he continued, to promote friendship among the nations, to raise the level of shinobi. Both completely untrue. As potential future Chunin of your villages, I do not want for you all to be confused as to the true meaning. This exam is a substitute for war. Unsettled muttering broke out at the proclamation, though Sarutobi clearly saw a few of the Junon silently piecing together the puzzle before them. In the past, these same nations gathered here warred. We fought for power, for land, and above all else for prestige and reputation. This exam is a substitute for the wars that consumed the continent for decades. The old man's hands came forward in a sweeping gesture. Today it is you who fight for your village in battle. But why? Inuzuka Kiba burst out. He ignored Naruto's shove to shut up. Why do we have to risk our lives? Because a shinobi's true worth is only seen in life and death situations. The answer was quick, for Sarutobi had expected the question. They truly should be made aware of the facts before they enter, the old man thought, and not for the first time. If the strength of the villages is to be seen, it can only be through true combat, for only then can the skills of shinobi be properly assessed. A Konoha girl with twin hair buns spoke next. But then, what about the friendship between the villages? Sarutobi almost smiled in spite of himself. Through life and death there is balance. Through this exam that balance among the villages is achieved. That is the nature of the friendship between villages. It is a harsh world we live in, children, and I do hate to be the one to reveal it. Before we begin the third phase, for those who have not yet grasped my words, I will tell you this. This exam is not merely a test, but a life-risking battle for your village. Your country's and your village's reputation rests on your shoulders. The Sandaime trailed off, letting his statement hang heavy in the air as the Junon digested their own importance. A single voice shattered the silence. I don't care what it means, Sabaku no Gaara spoke flatly, his beady eyes trained on the Hokage. Just get on with it and tell us what this life and death situation is. As one, the heads of every single Konoha Junon swiveled to glare at the offending boy who dared to speak so disrespectfully to their cage. The redhead shrugged them off with complete indifference, electing to keep his bored gaze fixed on the Hokage. On the balcony above, Asuna Jonin with cloth covering half of his face pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. Sarutobi was unruffled. Of course, he said dryly, his own eyes locked with the disrespectful Jinchuriki's. He regarded the boy with complete indifference, which seemed to put the redhead on edge. Impudent boy. If only Masa had instilled some discipline in you. The Sandaime opened his mouth to continue, but was halted as a figure dropped from above in front of him. A pale man, clad in standard Konoha fare and his hitai worn as a bandana, fell to a knee in front of him. The katana on his back clattered lightly as he raised his head. If I may, Hokage-sama, as the proctor of the third exam. His voice trailed off in a cough. By all means. Sarutobi gave the eager special Jonin a smile as he rose and vaulted the railing. Bags were heavy under the man's eyes, and the Sandaime couldn't help but sigh in regret at the sight of a man whose once promising career was being reduced to almost nothing due to an unfortunate injury. To his right, his Anbu guard shifted, and the old man spared her a glance of sympathy. Hello, my name is Gekko Hayate, and I'm the proctor for the third exam, the man greeted the Junon formally. A chorus of coughs followed his statement, and it was a full 10 seconds before he regained composure enough to continue. But before the third test, we're going to have a preliminary round, to narrow the field of applicants. Hayate would have continued, if not for an indignant cry from the back of the Junon. A preliminary round? Nara Shikamaru burst out. What do you mean preliminary? The rookies, who all knew Shikamaru, turned their heads and stared at the pineapple-haired youth in shock. The boy wasn't one to readily speak his mind in most situations, especially not in the face of authority. Sarutobi only allowed himself the slightest of smiles at the interruption, though Jiraiya looked to be holding back a full-blown belly laugh to his left. So very like his father, he mused. There are too many applicants for the third exam to proceed properly. A round of coughs followed, and the Junon waited impatiently for the man to continue. Whether due to easy first and second exams, or due to the field being exceptional, there are too many of you left for the fights to be held in public. Due to Chunin selection exam rules, we must have a preliminary round to reduce the number of participants. Silence greeted Hayate's words, the Junon digesting the fact that they would be forced to endure yet another round before making it to the finals. They would have to prevail here to have a hope of being promoted. This round begins now, so any Junon who feel that they might not be up to it, please raise your hands and you will be disqualified, the examiner said. The nervous muttering was renewed with vigor, but no hands were raised. Sarutobi, from his vantage point, gave a small, unseen nod of satisfaction. "Well, no takers then," Hayate quipped. "If, then, you'll all pay attention to the board." The sickly man raised a hand and pointed to a screen above the ram seal statue, where names began to flash randomly in green letters. It settled on 2 just as Sarutobi retook his seat. He ignored the weight of Jiraiya's questioning gaze as he regarded the soon-to-be battleground stoically. "The first match will be Kinuta Dosu vs Uzumaki Naruto," Hayate announced. Sarutobi watched with appraising eyes as the two Chunin immediately gave the other a once-over as their counterparts slowly dispersed and walked up the steps to their balcony. Yamanaka Ino remained, however, having caught Naruto by his arm before he could move to the center of the arena. She whispered something in his ear that the blonde boy nodded at, before hurrying up the stairs herself. "I was hoping I would fight you in the real finals, after Sasuke-kun of course," Dosu said, his voice calm and even contrite. "I feel I should repay you for that trick you pulled on me in the first exam room. I feel like I might be being taken a bit too lightly." Naruto didn't respond as he checked the bandages wrapping his ankles. Deeming them good enough, he patted his weapons pouches and kunai holsters down, before drawing his twin knuckle knives and squaring himself up. Despite the pang of loss that resonated through his chest at the sight of his dead son's weapons, the Sandaime couldn't help but smile at the sight the boy before him. "Nothing to say to me?" the heavily bandaged boy asked. His face, covered as it wasn't visible, but the single eye narrowed in irritation. "What's to say?" Naruto asked. His voice was bland, his expression indifferent, but his eyes blazed with an emotion Sarutobi couldn't place at first glance. The bandaged boy was silent for a moment, before he turned the examiner. "Proctor-san, I assume that killing is still permitted?" The arena, which had been filled with a hum of anticipation from not just the Chunin but the assembled ranking shinobi as well, fell completely silent. The Sandaime felt he might have been able to hear a pin drop. It is, yes," Hayate confirmed. "But the match will end if and when I deem it." "That's all I needed to know, Proctor-san," Dosu interrupted. Hayate let the silence hang for a few seconds as the two boys surveyed each other at 5 meters apart. "Well, if there's nothing else, begin." The examiner's arm dropped to signal the start of the fight, and Naruto didn't waste a second before the sound in the arena was deafening. Wind chakra burst from the knuckle knives into visible, 20-foot whips of pure destructive power as the blonde's lips peeled back in a snarl. The Chunin brought the whips up and crashing down in the shape of an X. Wind howled its fury as tile was torn asunder and dirt was thrown skyward as Dosu dove to his right to avoid being cleaved into pieces. He rolled to stop his momentum, and was immediately set upon by Naruto. The bandaged boy took an elbow to the solar plexus that sent him hurtling backwards, but he righted himself quickly. The Auto Chunin landed softly a few meters from the blonde, who broke into a sprint. His eye widening, Dosu palmed and hurled a kunai at the oncoming Naruto, hoping to slow him down. The Jinchuriki acted quickly, bringing his left knife to bear. The whip shortened to a blade that bisected the kunai and hurled the halves away harmlessly as Naruto didn't bother to break stride. The blonde entered the Auto Chunin's space like a hurricane, swinging his right blade down just as Dosu brought his melody arm up in a desperate block. The weapon, designed to amplify sound waves with chakra, didn't even have a chance to be activated as Naruto cleaved it in two with a downward slash that took the bandaged boy's right hand off at the forearm. Dosu had no time to process the loss of his right hand, he had no time to scream in pain, he had no time to blink. Naruto stepped, planted his right foot inside his guard and stopped his momentum dead by pulling his body into a tight spin with his left arm outstretched. Wind screamed its fury for all to hear as Naruto's left blade sliced through the Auto Chunin's neck like a hot knife through butter, and the blonde came to rest with his arms outstretched in opposite directions. Its eyes still open wide in shock, the severed head of Kinuta Dosu dropped to the arena floor with a sickeningly wet thump. The rest of the body joined it a moment later, falling forward in a spray of arterial blood that peppered Naruto's face and torso with bright red drops. The Konoha Chunin dropped his gaze to the two parts of the Chunin he had just killed, his blue eyes widening ever so slightly at the sight. There was an element of surprise hidden in their depths, as if the boy was stunned that he had actually killed his opponent. They remained there for a full 5 seconds of absolute silence that held the arena and its spectators in a vice grip. Finally, he blinked and shook his head as if to clear it of cobwebs, and stepped away from the two parts of what had once been a Chunin of Otogakur. "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto," Hayate declared pointlessly. It was all the invitation the crowd needed for the dam to break, and hushed murmurings filled the air. The ranking shinobi turned amongst themselves, conversations breaking out immediately. The Chunin opposite them, however, were as silent as death. "TCH, the gaki's not bad," Jiraiya muttered to Sarutobi's left. "Are you satisfied?" the Sandaime asked. "Not by half, old man, but I'll see what I can do with him." The voice was carefully neutral, but Sarutobi couldn't help but detect the undercurrent of excitement at the prospect of teaching the boy. The Sandaime's eyes were fixed on Naruto, however, who simply wiped his knives down with a cloth in a practiced ritual he had no doubt learned from Asuma. The blonde sheathed them at his hips with a spin around his fingers and a flourish, before turning slightly to face the gathered, ranking shinobi. Blue eyes locked with aging brown, and Naruto lowered his head in deference to the Sandaime before turning abruptly, and making his way up the stairs to his teammates. Amid the excited murmurings of his shinobi and kunoichi, the silence of the assembled Junon, and the sound of footsteps announcing the arrival of the cleanup crew, Sarutobi smiled. // For what was the first time in the 2 months since Yamato had become his sensei, Naruto was legitimately annoyed with the man. It was bound to happen at some point, but it could have been at a much better time, in the blonde Junon's esteemed opinion. Some small, distant, and far more rational part of his brain reasoned that with both Kiba and Ino in the finals right along with him, their sensei should certainly be paying attention to them as well. But this is some goddamn bullshit, he thought with vitriol. Being handed a compilation of chakra control exercises and being told to work on them wasn't his idea of training. Especially not with a murderous Suna Junon as his future opponent. Sabaku no Gaara was easily the most ridiculous Junon Naruto had ever met. He had heard of the boy's instability from Sasuke, who had apparently had a run-in with him before the exams had even started, and had seen it firsthand in the boy's fight against Lee in the preliminaries. Only Guy had been able to stop the insane Junon from killing Lee even after the fight had been called. Chakra control exercise wouldn't help him against a monster that had been able to recover from Lee's opening of 5 celestial gates. Nothing save Asuma's trench knives would even put a dent in the boy's sand armor, and there was little guarantee that he could even get close enough to use them properly. He was quick, but Lee had always been a few cuts above him in terms of speed, and that kind of movement and agility couldn't be gained in a month. And that means taijutsu is going to be useless too, the blonde mused unhappily from his position under a waterfall. The white noise did nothing to comfort his nerves as he reflected on his situation. Ninjutsu was Naruto's only answer to Gaara's inhuman defense, and nothing the blonde knew was good enough by half. The Fuuten, Rinkudan was the most offensively powerful jutsu he knew, and just from seeing Gaara absorb Lee's Goken, Naruto knew that it wouldn't be nearly enough. I could make it sharper, harder, faster, stronger, but it still won't be enough. That sand's too tough and too quick on its own. The blonde flinched as he felt a light mist start to brush against his nose, and gritted his teeth in frustration. His anger didn't help his plight, however, and drops of water on his forehead heralded an explosion of chakra that sent half the water in the small lake hurtling outwards in a wave. At its center stood Naruto, the cascading waterfall behind him ending in a mist that swirled around the Junon violently as he seethed. A single, heavy sigh escaped his lips as his hands fell limply to his sides. "God damn it," Naruto hissed, his eyes fluttering closed so as to not take in the sight of his anger. His temper had been one of his most defining characteristics as a child, followed by his impatience, and, despite his strides toward level-headedness and self-control, it could easily get the best of him from time to time. The blonde shook his head in an attempt to compose himself. Maybe I should take a break, he thought. Some lunch and a breather might do wonders for his focus, and it wasn't as if he could get any real training done in his current frame of mind. Resolved, Naruto's hands formed a familiar cross-shaped seal, and 4 clones popped into existence. "Corners, work your way in," the original commanded tiredly, gesturing to the edges of the training ground. His explosive temper had created quite a mess, and he had no want for an official reprimand for leaving a training ground in complete disarray. Sparing the doppelgangers a glance to make sure they weren't about to slack off, he sometimes found that his clones had a mind of their own when handling more mundane tasks. The original stepped into sunshine. He reappeared at the edge of the path that led to his preferred training ground of the day, the speed jutsu Zen coinciding flawlessly with his first step towards the village proper. Normally the execution of such a cool maneuver would bring a smirk to Naruto's face, but the blonde was in no mood for self-indulgence. His steps carried him through the throng of lunchtime walkers untouched as he reached the downtown. A vendor at the edge of the path locked eyes with the blonde for an instant, and Naruto felt the weight of disdain and outright hatred settle onto his shoulders. Blinking, blue eyes stared forward resolutely, passing over the bodies and faces of the midday crowd without truly taking them in. He knew what would greet him if he bothered to focus on the dozens of faces passing him by. Ever since Asuma's funeral, It seemed as if the general populace had reverted to their old views of him from before he had stopped his almost daily pranks. Where indifference and even a smattering of respect had met him for the past 4 years, hostility and glares greeted him nowadays. He was shunned, just as he had once been, for the unforgivable crime of surviving where one of Konoha's great Jonin had fallen. "Fuck you all," he breathed, his voice barely audible even to himself. "You are their pawn, a weapon forged in the heat of desperation to be used and discarded. Konoha's to ignore for your service, and held up as a scapegoat in times of strife. I am offering my services, you might say, for when the time comes, and Konoha can no longer protect you. When this village, no longer has any meaning for you." The snake Sanin's words came to him unbidden, and Naruto very nearly flinched as they struck home. "Get out of my head," he silently commanded, but the message had been struck home days before and, try as he might, it wouldn't leave him alone. It had been easy to ignore back in the tower, surrounded by fellow competitors and knowing that the Sandaime was never more than a hallway or two away. He had let the competition dominate his every thought, and Orochimaru's promises had been relegated to the back burner of his mind. Now, however, surrounded by glares and hostility on all sides, the whispers rang loud and clear. The blonde felt the grinding of his teeth ought to have been audible to every person he passed as he strode through the downtown. His eyes were narrowed, his face set in stone, and his temper palpable as he flung back the curtains that served as the entrance to Ichiraku Ramen. It was crowded, as the Jinan had known it would be, but he found that he couldn't care less as his nostrils were assaulted by the sweet aroma of fresh noodles and broth. Naruto elbowed and shoved his way to the front of the counter, claiming a seat just as a woman vacated it. "You kiddin' me, brat?" a man practically yelled incredulously. "I've been waiting for that spot for 5 minutes now. Get your ass up." The blonde, who likely would have acquiesced on a better day, was in no mood for some civilian's rhetoric. A glare that would have set trained shinobi on edge from its sheer vitriol met the man's incredulity head on, and the civilian staggered back a step. Realizing who he was dealing with, and recognizing the poison in the boy's expression, the man cut his losses hastily and moved to another section of the counter to wait for a spot to open up. Sneering in disgust, Naruto turned his eyes to Ayame, who was working the counter, only to be met with cool indifference and a slight nod. Kanji were scribbled onto an order slip without a word, and less than 30 seconds later, a steaming bowl of miso ramen was in front of the Jinan and being devoured with relish. It was gone in under 2 minutes, only to be replaced almost immediately. Despite his mood, Naruto nearly smiled. After years of dealing with him and his temper, the Ikirakas had developed a simple system. Miso ramen was always the answer to a moody Naruto, and they would keep pumping it out until the blonde was ready to calm down or talk. "Something got your panties in a twist, kiddo?" a deep voice asked from right next to him. Idiot civilians who need to mind their own goddamn business, Naruto thought. He bit back the retort on the tip of his tongue, knowing that it would get him nowhere. "Lots of somethings," he muttered, though he was sure the man heard him. The list of somethings began with Sabaku no Gaara, and didn't get much better as it went on. "TCH, the man scoffed, drawing Naruto's ire. "You think you've got issues? Gaki, you don't even know what real issues are." Only respect for the value of the Ichiraku's property kept Naruto from slamming his fists onto the countertop. "Who the fuck do you think you are, old man?" the blonde demanded, whirling to face the interloper. Blue eyes blazed as Naruto contemplated the best ways to properly eviscerate the man, only to widen comically as they beheld the source of their rage. The man was huge, for there was no other word to describe his size, and dressed in one of the most ridiculous outfits the Chunin hopeful had ever seen. A green, short-skirt kimono and matching pants were covered by an almost knee-length red vest, mesh armor and handguards covered the rest of his upper body, and traditional geta covered his feet. Blood-red lines ran from under his eyes to the edge of his face, standing out starkly against the pure white hair that reached the middle of the man's back. It was the hair that gave him away, and Naruto sputtered in shock for a moment as recognition flared within him. In the distant recesses of his mind, he marveled at having now met 2 of the legendary Sannin in the span of a few days. "I've got a load of names, Gaki," the man drawled with a smile that oozed smug satisfaction. "But you probably know me as Jiraiya." All of the pent of anger and frustration that had almost been released upon the man evaporated in the blink of an eye as Naruto stumbled over himself. Later, he would curse himself for his lack of composure in front of a living legend. "I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama. My name is Uzu." "No need to introduce yourself, kid. I know who you are," the Sannin said wryly. At Naruto's grimace he clapped him on the forearm. "Get that a lot? Let me tell you something, Gaki, being well known ain't a bad thing. It's as much a weapon as those knives you got at your waist, you just gotta know how to use it. Naruto blinked at the odd advice as Jiraiya signaled Ayame for his check. The huge man's eyes swiveled to the girl as she approached, raking over her form so quickly that Naruto thought he may have imagined it. It's on the house, Jiraiya-sama. I insist, Ayame said with a smile. It's an honor to serve you. The man chuckled deeply, his eyes never leaving Ayame's. Ah, but that leaves me with a problem. My waitress, a beautiful young woman, served me so well that I had wanted to leave her a generous tip. Surely you wouldn't deny such a lovely lady her reward? Ayame blushed at the compliments to her, and the Sanin's smile widened. Of course you wouldn't, he concluded, taking the girl's right hand in his own. He laid a fleeting kiss on her overturned knuckles before turning it over and withdrawing, somehow leaving a small pile of coins in her outstretched hand. With one last grin at the stunned serving girl, Jiraiya rose languidly, picking up a large scroll that had rested next to his stool and swinging it over his shoulders onto his back. Naruto stared after him in wonderment and confusion as he moved towards the flaps that served as Ichiraku's entrance. One hand parted the cloth, revealing the outside world, and he turned back with an eyebrow raised. You coming, Gaki? He asked Naruto, jerking his head in the direction of the rest of the village. The blonde, still motionless, processed the question in an instant before his eyes widened. Through the haze of confusion, he managed to spare enough thought to drop a few ryo on the countertop to cover his meal before he practically leapt from his stool and rushed to the exit. Jiraiya, waiting with a wry smile and his eyebrow still raised, gestured for Naruto pass through before following without a word. The blonde obliged him and exited to the busy, mid-afternoon streets. Blinking to get his bearings, Naruto turned to find Jiraiya, only to be greeted with the sight of the man's back making its way through the crowd of civilians doing their business. The blonde scowled at the blatant disrespect, feeling his anger and frustration return, but mastered himself in a moment as he quickly followed the large man. Despite having legs far longer than Naruto's, Jiraiya wasn't moving hurriedly. The Chunin caught up in a matter of seconds, pulling level with a question flying off his tongue. Jiraiya-sama, Hang on a second, kiddo, gotta take care of a bit of business, the Sanin said without even sparing Naruto a glance. Hold this for me, will ya? The blonde rushed to snatch the behemoth of a scroll before it could fall to the ground, grunting as the unexpected weight settled in his hands. His companion had disappeared into a nearby stall, Naruto noted with growing consternation. The hell am I supposed to do with this? He mumbled. The guy takes me away from lunch to hold his scroll? He would have wondered why he was even there, but the answer was simple. When one of Konoha's Sanin beckoned, you went. Whatever the famous ninja wanted from him would be sorted out in due time, preferably sooner rather than later in Naruto's mind. Doing his best to keep his mind off the building annoyance towards the legend, the blonde busied himself with inspecting the scroll he had been burdened with. What in the heavens could he be storing in here? Naruto wondered aloud. It's huge. Things above your pay grade, Gaki, Jiraiya rumbled from just behind him. Naruto, to his shame, actually started at the sudden appearance of the man. How the hell did he sneak up on me? The scroll was unceremoniously taken from his hands and slung across Jiraiya's back before Naruto had any chance to voice his question, and the man was on his merry way again, munching on a juicy-looking fruit. Only the years of patiently ignoring the villagers' glares and whispered insults kept Naruto from visibly reacting to the Sanin's dismissive behavior. He made me hold that thing so he could buy some fruit? Taking a breath to steady himself, he hated dismissal, he moved after the man. Waiting patiently for any sign of conversation to be started, and subsequently being disappointed, the man was perfectly happy to keep his silence. Apparently, Naruto opened his mouth once more. Jiraiya-sama, you haven't. Gimme a second, kid, just gotta pop in here real fast, Jiraiya cut across him. Naruto was quicker in reacting to the large scroll being tossed at him the second time around, and caught it with more inches to spare. You gotta be kidding me. Naruto grumbled uncharitably as the Sanin made his way into a stall with a banner that read Sake. I should just go home, he thought. But then, it wasn't an option. By singling him out, the legendary ninja had shown an interest, of what kind, it remained to be seen, in him. Despite the almost unbelievable rudeness, Naruto's interest had been piqued, and he was forced to play along until that curiosity had been satisfied. Fucker knows it too, the blonde mused with a scowl, remembering the smugness that had emanated from the man upon being recognized. Asshole. Ah, that's good stuff, Jiraiya sighed as he exited the booth. A bottle of newly purchased sake rested in his hand. You want some? He asked Naruto, snatching his scroll away. Naruto said eloquently, thrown by the unexpected question. He had never had alcohol before. "I prefer tea, thanks," he managed to force out. The Sannin scoffed as he started to walk again, Naruto in his wake. "Tch, you sound like the old man. Always sipping on his tea and smoking his pipe. Fine by me. To each their own, and all the more for me, I say." Unsure of what to say, and unsure of whether or not the man was even paying attention to him anymore, Naruto kept his silence. Inwardly, he wondered at what the man could possibly want with him. Despite evidence to the contrary, Jiraiya had to want something from him beyond just carrying around his scroll as he ran his errands. The question was what it was, and the answer was something Naruto was dying to figure out. In the wake of Yamato's training, or, rather, the lack thereof, Naruto couldn't help but let his mind drift to the possibility that Jiraiya was looking to take him on as a student. The idea was almost too good to be true, and Naruto was doing his best to think about other things. There was no use in setting himself up for disappointment. And if today was any indication, maybe being the man's student was more trouble than it was worth. The silence hung over the duo as they passed out of the village proper, following a wide stone pathway that Naruto knew led to the large hot springs that were at the edge of the village. Wondering at their probably destination, the blonde opted to try his luck with talking again. "Listen, Jiraiya-sama, I'm not sure what it is you." He was cut off a third time, not by Jiraiya's words, but by the man's foot hurtling towards his face with enough speed to cave his skull in. Naruto stepped back hastily to avoid the kick that had come without warning, and leapt into the air. Pulling his body into a tight roll, he controlled his momentum and snatched his knuckle knives up from his waist out of reflex. Landing lightly, he lowered himself into a crouch and raised his arms to eye level. The Chunin blinked in confusion when all he saw was Jiraiya standing with his foot still outstretched, a contemplative look on his face. The foot was lowered to the ground slowly as the man took in the sight of the battle-ready Chunin. "What the hell was that for?" Naruto burst out. He still held his knives at the ready, wanting to be prepared for any more surprise attacks the insane man might throw at him. Jiraiya was silent for a beat, his eyes appraising, before he, for the first time since the ramen stand, turned his full attention to Naruto. "You made space, never a bad thing, but I coulda killed you 5 times while you were in the air, Gaki. Going airborne should be a last resort to avoid attacks, not your first instinct." Stupefied at the sudden outpouring of useful advice, Naruto remained motionless. He shook himself to regain his bearings, digesting the information all the while, and lowered himself out of his defensive stance. He didn't put his knives away though, and missed the glint of satisfaction in Jiraiya's eyes at the gesture. "So, you'd suggest a shuffle step? Or a glide?" Naruto asked tentatively. "I'd suggest a counterattack," the Sannin returned without missing a beat. "But to anticipate that your situational awareness and anticipation would have to be a lot better than the crap they are now." Jiraiya gave a quick sigh and scratched the back of his head. "Well, come on then, kid, we've got some work to do." Naruto, who had bristled at the casual slight against his skills, felt his eyes widen to almost comical size. He was at Jiraiya's side in an instant. "Thank you, Jiraiya-sama," he said with a bow, his voice quiet in near reverence. "He's actually gonna teach me." The Sannin waved him off with a barked laugh. "It's sensei to you, kid. I appreciate the flattery, but I prefer it from women only." He tossed Naruto a wink that left no doubt as to what he meant, and let loose a hearty chuckle when the blonde flushed scarlet. "Ha! So innocent. Let's go, Gaki, I don't have all day to stand around." And with that, the white-haired man moved off once more in the direction of the hot springs, Naruto in his wake. The blonde had a nearly giddy spring in his step as they moved closer to the hot springs, imagination running wild as he thought of everything Jiraiya could teach him. The man was an S-rank shinobi, one of the most feared men on the continent, and had taught the Yondaime, his father. Not even his disillusionment with his former hero could take away from the man's skills in Naruto's eyes. Namikaze Minato had been unquestionably powerful, and if Jiraiya had been even a minuscule reason for that power, Naruto was in good hands. So great were his imaginings that Naruto didn't truly notice his surroundings, something he would later berate himself for, as Jiraiya had just criticized his situational awareness, until he and his new sensei were ready to enter the baths. The women's baths. The Chunin started, taking stock of his surroundings and clearly noting that the sign above the entrance to the baths said women, and not men. Is this a test or something, he wondered. Jiraiya-sensei, I think we went the wrong way. These are the women's baths. That they are, Gaki. Now let's go, I've got research to do. And with that, the Sannin casually stepped into the female side of the hot springs without any form of concealment. No genjutsu, no henge, No nothing. Naruto was left speechless and motionless at the entrance as he watched the large man slip into the water that was already occupied by multiple women, seemingly without a care in the world. And it was apparently warranted, for the women around him paid him no mind at all. There was no shock, no outpouring of righteous female fury at the sight of what was clearly a man sitting among them. A man who was currently raking his eyes over every woman in the water with him with a sort of boyish glee that reminded Naruto of his excitement after executing a perfect prank. After thoroughly appraising his company, Jiraiya turned his expectant eyes on Naruto, gesturing with his head as if to say, "What are you waiting for?" The blonde, the beginnings of what had to be the largest flush of his life marring his face, glanced about furtively, making sure no eyes were on him. He took a deep breath to steady himself. "Get it together, Uzumaki." And stepped cautiously into the baths. No screams of rage greeted him. His second step was much the same and, not willing to push his luck, he scampered over to where Jiraiya was lounging and lowered himself into the water. His eyes never left the stone flooring the whole time, unwilling as he was to risk catching a glimpse of the numerous naked women who had no idea there were two men in their midst. "Ah, women," Jiraiya sighed. "One of life's greatest pleasures right here, kiddo. Savor them and treasure them, they're fickle and far better than we are." "Yes, sensei," Naruto acknowledged, his eyes shifting anywhere and everywhere there wasn't another person. The sight of two brunettes playfully splashing water at each other snagged his gaze for a moment before he averted his eyes, his face flaming. The byplay wasn't unnoticed by Jiraiya, who clapped him on the back with a chuckle. "Relax, runt, and enjoy the view. They can't see us. And you'll have to figure out how on your own," he said quickly as Naruto opened his mouth with a question on the tip of his tongue. The blonde closed it with a snap and ran his left hand through his hair, partly out of frustration and partly to settle himself. Ino's light flirtations had nothing on his discomfort now. Blinking suddenly, the blonde stared at his left forearm. The slightest discoloration stood out against the sweaty skin, only visible due to the increasingly red tint to Naruto's skin. "Is that Fuinjutsu?" he breathed. His mind flashed to his encounter with his new sensei at Ichiraku's, where he had clapped him on the arm. Blue eyes snapped to the cheeky, smiling visage of the man in question and received a small nod. "How did you?" "A lesson for another day, Gaki. You're not advanced enough for that yet, and we've got other things to cover." The suddenly serious expression on the man's face forestalled any protest Naruto had, and the boy nodded. "Good. Now, tell me, kid, what's the cup size of the strawberry blonde?" Naruto choked on his own saliva as he started at the unexpected, and ridiculous, question. "I'm sorry, what?" "You heard me, runt. Strawberry blonde, what's her cup size?" The Sanin's face was set in stone, a single eyebrow raised. "He's actually serious." Naruto trailed off. He forced his eyes to scan the women in the bath. It took him a couple of seconds to locate the lone strawberry blonde in the room, who lounged with a group of 4. She stretched languidly for a moment, and Naruto averted his eyes in embarrassment. "B-cup?" he ventured, calling upon the very limited knowledge of women's cup sizes Kiba had seen fit to bestow upon him. 32B to be exact, the Sanin corrected, his own eyes never leaving Naruto. "Not a bad guess, but it took you a year and a half to get it." "I had to find her first, sensei," Naruto quickly justified, and just as quickly berated himself as he saw exactly where Jiraiya was headed with this exercise. "And there's your problem, Gaki," the man admonished. "You never took stock of your surroundings. Were you embarrassed? Sure, but that's no excuse. We're shinobi, kid, and that means that we've got to know what's going around us all the time. No matter what." "I understand, sensei," Naruto acknowledged. He lifted his eyes from the water he sat in, willing himself to scan the numerous women scattered about. There were 9, 3 brunettes, 4 blondes, a single redhead, and the strawberry blonde. The fire in his cheeks was steadily ignored. "Good. We can rectify your lack of cup size knowledge later," Jiraiya chuckled. "Next question. How many kunoichi are in here?" Naruto's brow furrowed. "How am I supposed to know that?" Blue eyes flickered over the 9 women, looking for any tip-offs. All 9 were perfectly at ease, with very little difference in their bearings. They all smiled. They all splashed. They all stretched. Underneath, Naruto. 2, he said finally. At Jiraiya's encouraging nod he elaborated. "Their muscle tone is sharper, more defined." "Good. Which ones are they?" "Third brunette on the left and the redhead, sensei," the blonde answered with confidence. "And what's the redhead's specialty?" Naruto paused, unsure. His eyes flickered over to the woman in question once more, searching for any clues. Nothing in her build, for it was slight and athletic, tipped him off. Her shoulders and eyes were just as at ease as every other woman in the bath, including her brunette counterpart across the water. I don't know. That's 'cause you don't know what to look for. Her wrists are thicker than everyone else's in here, and do you see the light markings around her chest? The Sannin asked, gesturing to the woman's breasts. Naruto nodded, doing his best to halt the massive blush that overtook him as the redhead shifted. Signs of taping. Now, a lot of kunoichi tape their breasts down so they don't inhibit movement, even with sports bras, but that plus her strong wrists means close combat. Naruto finished with a nod. Jiraiya gave him a grin. Most likely. Knowing a ninja's specialty gives you an idea of how best to fight them, how to use certain things to your advantage, and how close you might want to get. It might be the difference between cooking someone with a fireball and getting your neck broken, the Sannin lectured. Now, when you can determine all of that with a glance, you might be worth something as a shinobi. Naruto only nodded his acceptance, mind reeling at the unorthodox lesson. How often had he charged headlong into fights without stopping to appraise his enemy first? Way too many times, he acknowledged. Often, the element of surprise had carried him through, but it wouldn't always. Not everyone would be so easily overwhelmed by his Fuutan techniques. His mind flashed to the Wave Country mission, when he had gotten himself trapped in a brawl with a man twice his size and strength in close quarters. He hadn't been able to maneuver himself into a dominant position, and had only escaped relatively unscathed, thanks to Ino's timely intervention. I think I understand, Sensei, Naruto said, locking eyes with the Sannin. And he did. He had to be able to adapt to his opponents to a certain extent, and knowing more about them was the key. Good. Not bad for a first day, Gaki, Jiraiya said, reaching down to ruffle Naruto's hair. The blonde swatted at him half-heartedly, drawing a chuckle. Keep what we talked about in mind wherever you go. It'll become natural eventually. Yes, Sensei. Now get out of here, I've got research to do and you're cramping my style. The Sannin shooed him away with his hand, a lecherous glint in his eye as he scanned the crowd of women in the baths. Naruto acquiesced with a roll of his eyes. Pervert, he muttered under his breath. That's super pervert to you, kiddo, and don't ever let me catch you selling me short, Jiraiya said sternly. The Genin blinked at the completely serious face and nodded hesitantly. Super pervert it is. He turned to make his way out of the baths, only for the voice of his new, very unusual sensei to stop him in his tracks. Hey, Gaki. The old man said you were working on chakra control, right? Distantly, Naruto realized that the old man was the Hokage. It was nice to know someone besides him called Sarutobi that. Yeah, he answered. Take this. A sphere suddenly was hurtling towards his face. Naruto caught it with trepidation that only increased when he realized it was filled with water. A water balloon? Where the hell did he hide this thing? He wondered. Yeah, kid. Try popping it with just your chakra and nothing else. It'll do wonders for your control, the Sannin told him. The man pulled another balloon from nowhere and held it in his open palm. Without prompting, the latex began to ripple in every direction imaginable before suddenly exploding outwards in a shower of water. Naruto felt his eyes widening at the sight. And you might want to buy a few more of those. Jiraiya gestured to the balloon with a wry grin. It ain't easy. Yes, sensei, Naruto demurred, eyes on the balloon and mind full of the image that had just played out before him. Taking the man's lack of attention as dismissal, the blonde turned and strode out of the baths unnoticed by the female populace. Staring down at the water balloon in his hand, he mused that maybe things weren't quite so bad after all. Chapter 16, Path of Decision. The only way is a sphere, Naruto mused aloud. Jiraiya's final demonstration from their first day together had played out in the boy's mind almost non-stop since, only interrupted by eating, sleeping, and sessions with the man himself. Much to his chagrin, no matter how many times he had tried, the balloon had failed to burst. The Sannin hadn't been joking when he'd told him to stock up on balloons. He'd managed to pop it a few times, though never in the manner that Jiraiya had demonstrated. One time he had flattened his chakra into a disc that had stretched the latex past its breaking point, another time his frustration with the seemingly impossible exercise had led him to popping the balloon with a concentrated spike of Fuutan chakra. Ironically enough, both failures had resulted in new chakra manipulations that Naruto could call his own. The Fuutan spike would be particularly potent in close combat. Jiraiya had left him with a condescending pat on the head when he had explained himself, and only said to keep up with the attempts to pop the balloon in the proper way. Which led Naruto to where he was currently, sitting cross-legged in the middle of one of Konoha's many training grounds with a water balloon in his right hand. "It's gotta be a sphere," the blonde mumbled. The water was rippling at too many different points at once for it not to be. "Gotta be big enough to pop the balloon too." Eyes focused on the balloon in his right hand, he gripped his wrist to steady himself. With a single exhale, chakra began to rotate inside the water-filled sphere, slowly building up speed. A single ripple appeared on one edge, bringing a determined snarl to Naruto's face. With a grunt, his chakra began to rotate faster, the sphere made larger. A second ripple appeared. Then a third. And a fourth. In a matter of 5 seconds, the entire surface of the water balloon was bubbling satisfyingly. Naruto removed his left hand from his right wrist slowly and carefully, managing to maintain the proper spin without the steadying hand. The smallest of smiles broke across the blonde's young face as he surveyed his hard work. "Now how to pop you." More chakra would make more bubbles and stretch the latex more, he thought. But trying to speed up the rotation even more might do the same, and with less energy. "That, and I don't want to blow the damn thing up in my face," Naruto told himself wryly, thinking on the likely outcome that pumping too much more chakra into the balloon would result in. "Faster it is." Refocusing on the still rippling latex, the blonde Chunin tensed his right arm, focusing intently on the wild chakra spinning the water in every direction imaginable. His life energy responded to his call and began to spin even faster, the surface of the water balloon bubbling in tandem with it. "Focus, Naruto." "Folk," his determined thoughts cut off abruptly as a slowly emerging presence made itself known at the fringe of his awareness. It hadn't been there even an instant before. Blue eyes narrowed in annoyance, sweat beginning to pour down his forehead, at the emergence while he attempted to split his focus between assessing the threat and maintaining his exercise. His mind reached a conclusion 2 seconds after the presence appeared, and his left arm snapped into action. Deft fingers retrieved a kunai and hurled it sideways towards the bushes. The presence hit itself in faster than normal eyes could track. The matte black knife parted the leaves and disappeared, only to reappear less than a second later as it returned at twice its original speed. Naruto only had time to let his eyes widen before the kunai had embedded itself hilt deep in his chest. An explosion of white smoke followed, and the water balloon dropped to the ground with nothing left to support it. From his place in the bushes, Jiraiya smiled. He maintained the expression even as he maneuvered his shoulders to block a dropping heel that came crashing from the heavens. The burly Sannin didn't even grunt as Naruto's kick found purchase, but grabbed the offending appendage and used it to hurl the blonde unceremoniously into the clearing. The Chunin hit the ground hard and rolled for a few feet before bursting into smoke. "Not a bad play, Gaki," Jiraiya said loudly over the crashing of the waterfall, finally deigning to step into the clearing. "But it'll take a bit more than clones and a clever substitution to get the drop on me." 2 hands burst from the pond where the water from the waterfall gathered, and Naruto pushed himself to the surface with a small grunt of effort. "Just trying to get your attention," the blonde said, scowling. "How long were you creeping on me for?" "That there's a secret, kiddo. If you can't notice me sooner, you'll never know." The Sannin openly grinned at the sour expression on his student's face before turning serious. "What was your objective with that kick of yours?" he asked abruptly. "Trying to maneuver you to the left or into the clearing," Naruto returned without missing a beat. "I had a clone in the bushes and myself underwater to follow up." "And if I had moved in some direction other than what you planned?" "My clone was set to adapt to the situation, and I can always make more." Jiraiya nodded once in acceptance of Naruto's point. "Make enough clones to cover all the points of maneuverability in the future. I'm sure your sensei, both of them, tried to teach you to be efficient with your chakra, but you said yourself that you can always make more clones. Not too many shinobi can do the same, and it's better to be prepared for any eventuality than have to adapt on the fly, regardless of how good you may be at it. What seems like a small waste of chakra now might save your life someday." Naruto nodded, his face serious as he digested the words. "And use something a bit more lethal than a dropping heel when you're trying to get someone to move, brat. That kick may bruise, but that's all it'll do." The blonde opened his mouth to argue that he wasn't about to use lethal force on his sensei, even if the man wouldn't be fazed by it in the slightest, before he remembered his first encounter with Yamato. "You won't succeed unless you come at me with the intent to kill." He closed his mouth before the ridiculous protest he had planned could escape, and nodded in acceptance. "Yes, sensei." "Fantastic." Jiraiya boomed, his good humor seemingly returned. "Walk with me, kid. I've got some serious research planned for today and I'm not gonna miss it for the world." "The hot springs again, sensei?" Naruto asked, rolling his eyes at the lecherous man's habits. He had been on the women's side of the hot springs almost every day since the Sannin had taken him under his wing 2 weeks previous, barring one day when Jiraiya, being Jiraiya, had removed the cloaking seal on Naruto's arm and the blonde had been chased away by 3 very unhappy kunoichi. A buxom blonde had started making regular appearances in his stead the day after. Not today. You're in for a real treat, my very lucky apprentice. I have it on good authority that there will be no less than 5 exceptionally beautiful women enjoying a relaxing day in one of the nearby lakes. The man trailed off, leaving Naruto a combination of exasperated, disgusted, and, to his growing horror, interested. Well, there are worse things, the blonde boy mused, trying not to be too disgusted at becoming more and more like his sensei day by day. If becoming a pervert was the price Jiraiya demanded for his tutelage, Naruto would pay it every day. Who knows, maybe it'll even the odds with Ino and her damn teasing. With that not so unhappy thought coursing through his head, Naruto obediently followed the perverted Sannin as they pushed their way through a copse of trees. Paradise greeted their eyes. For Naruto, the sight of shimmering water that was all but undisturbed tucked away in some far corner of Konoha's lands looked like a slice of heaven. The sun shone brightly into the clearing, setting the moisture that hung on the low-laying tree branches alight like shining diamonds. The smell of morning dew was immediately prevalent to the blonde, the slight breeze that tickled his hair carrying the smell of the forest around them to his nose. A high-pitched giggle that could only belong to Jiraiya shattered Naruto's vision of Avalon. A deadpan expression covering his young face, the blonde turned his attention to the 5 still forms resting on the grass across the water. 2 eyebrows raised of their own accord. That Hyuga's stacked, how does that even work when they're that slim? That one in the purple suit isn't bad either, great muscle tone, is that Kurenai-sensei? Naruto's train of thought derailed with the force of a crashing boulder at the sight of the Jonin, clad in nothing but a simple black bathing suit. Her body glistened in the midday sunlight, showing clearly that she had been in the water not too long ago, and her inky black hair was slick with moisture as it cascaded down her back, contrasting sharply with her pale skin. Dancer's legs gracefully carried her to a towel that was laid on the nearby grass, each movement hinting at the power lurking just below each lightly toned muscle, waiting to be called upon. She was a vision, gorgeous, her skin all but unmarred, her body a work of art sculpted by years of training. She was the ideal kunoichi in the flesh. Asuma-sensei, mad respect. Now that is a picture worthy of my words, Naruto heard Jiraiya murmur. Who would have thought Yuhi Kondo's daughter would grow into such a beauty? It was his sensei's words that brought Naruto back to his senses. His cheeks flaming, seemingly of their own accord, the blonde hastily averted his gaze, choosing to stare resolutely at the water. Well, this is as good a spot as any, Jiraiya concluded, giving Naruto a slap on the back that nearly sent the boy crashing to the ground. Consider yourself lucky, kiddo. Not everyone gets to train with this kind of view. Wait, we're training here? Naruto asked, incredulous. Jiraiya-sensei, those 5 are all kunoichi, at least one is a jonin, the rest are at least chunin, and there's 2 close combat experts down there. And you want to use chakra that would let them know we're here? Are you crazy? He burst out in a harsh whisper, his mind calling up the information he had seen and digested without consciously registering it. Do I look crazy? Don't answer that, the Sannin quickly amended. Look, Gaki, we're so close to the training grounds out here that any residual chakra those kunoichi feel will get brushed off as just another ninja training nearby. They're not about to come running. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but hesitated. Jiraiya had far more experience with avoiding the women he spied on than he did, and it wasn't like he could drag the man away to train elsewhere. The Sannin was intransigent when it came to completing his research, and could never be dissuaded from having some fine specimen of womanhood, or a few, nearby to observe. The blonde had tried multiple times, to no avail. At this point he figured it was best just to roll with it and hope for the best. Yes, sensei, the Jinan grumbled, the note of respect that normally colored his tone noticeably absent. What am I working on today? Most days spent in the hot springs dealt with rectifying his supposed lack of observation skills, for Jiraiya always had nitpicks regardless of how much Naruto focused on his surroundings. Everything from the temperature of the steam to deriving the thickness of the bamboo walls based on echoes was necessary, according to the Sannin, much to Naruto's ire. There was always something he managed to miss. Days where they weren't in the springs, few though they were spent in some training ground or another. Those days were filled with Naruto summarily getting his ass handed to him from sunup to sundown, with any break in the middle being spent picking apart his taijutsu, getting a doten jutsu explained in detail, for Jiraiya used many, or licking his wounds. Such a style of training would be extremely impractical for anyone but Naruto, Who could rely on the Kyuubi's chakra to heal him overnight, if not faster? If not for that, the sheer amount of bruising and flesh wounds he managed to accumulate as Jiraiya pummeled him would have been debilitating. It was harsher than any training Naruto had ever been put through, Yamato's taijutsu lessons included, or truly even envisioned. But both he and Jiraiya understood the urgency that lay behind every punch, blow taken, jutsu learned. He was going to be fighting a monster come the third exam. Normal training wasn't going to cut it. "Hey, why don't you show me how far you've come with that exercise I gave you?" the Sannin said, eyes glued to the 5 women in the clearing. Naruto scowled at the man's lack of attention, but he supposed he ought to expect it by now. The man was blind to most things happening around him when there was a beautiful woman to be ogled, or at least that's how it seemed to the untrained observer. The blonde could never figure out how, but the lecher was seemingly hyper-aware of his surroundings at all times, regardless of what he chose to give his attention to. With that in mind, he pulled out one of the dozens of water balloons he had started keeping on his person. Recalling the work he had been in the middle of when Jiraiya had interrupted him earlier, Naruto gritted his teeth and whirled his chakra into a loose sphere. Ripples along the surface formed immediately, but not enough to pop the infuriating latex. "Faster!" Naruto commanded himself. His teeth grinding together so much he thought it should be audible, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the blonde used every ounce of control he could muster to spin his life energy faster than it had ever spun before. More and more ripples formed, the latex surface utterly covered with them. And water suddenly splashed Naruto in the face as the balloon popped in a spray. "Gah!" The blonde's scream of surprise was cut off abruptly by a large hand over his mouth. "They may not think much about chakra being used, but they have ears, Gaki. You want to let them know we're right here?" "Keep it down," Jiraiya ordered, his expression ornery. He removed his hand from Naruto's mouth, revealing an expression caught between glee and annoyance. It looked like a grimace. "Did you see that, sensei?" The Chunin whispered eagerly, letting his excitement at finally completing the exercise take over. "No, I missed seeing you get splashed in the face by water," the Sannin deadpanned. "Congrats on completing your assignment, kiddo, only took you a couple of weeks." The white-haired man ruffled Naruto's hair with a mocking smile, eliciting a scowl. "What a prick. So, what's next?" Naruto asked, pushing his annoyance aside. He barely had time to blink before his hand reached up and plucked a ball headed towards his face out of midair on reflex. "Huh?" Jiraiya's back was to him, focused anew as he was on the women near the water. "Pop that thing." "Same way as before," he ordered. The Chunin narrowed his eyes at the man's back. "Seriously, the same exercise?" White hair bobbed up and down in time with the man's head nodding, the older man refusing to turn around. Naruto stuck his middle finger out at him, turning to survey the ball. "And don't flip me off, Gaki. It's disrespectful." How did he? Naruto's thoughts on Jiraiya's supposed omniscience trailed off as he surveyed his newest adversary. It was squishy and it bounced low when the blonde tested it. The surface was perforated lightly, hundreds of tiny holes were poked in it for some reason that was unfathomable to Naruto. "At least that'll give my chakra room." His murmur trailed off, his eyebrows slowly reaching toward his hairline. Could it really be that simple? Rubber equals more density, which means more chakra. Hey, Naruto spoke lowly to himself. Narrowing his eyes, he poured his life essence into the ball, every shred of his focus directed at recreating the same amount of rotation that had popped the water balloon. Only with twice the chakra, then 3 times, then 4, then 5. Jiraiya discreetly turned from his research to observe his student just as a ripple formed on the ball's surface. The smallest of smirks crossed his features. "Well, I'll be damned." Naruto, too absorbed in his task to notice, finally gave up on increasing his chakra output in increments and poured every bit of life energy he could muster into the ball, his control forcing it into a rapidly whirling sphere. One ripple became 50 in an instant, before the rubber exploded outward with a boom. The blonde fell backwards, grimacing and holding his now burned right hand in pain. "Ow!" Slow clapping caught his attention quickly, and the Chunin forced himself into a sitting position. "Not bad, kid. That bit ain't easy to get down," Jiraiya complimented. Naruto felt a rush of pride, the Sannin almost never gave compliments. "Well, I think that's enough for today. I'll leave you with one last thing. Pro tip, Doden, Dochuu Senko is a great way to make a quick escape." With that, the Sannin swiftly disappeared into the ground without warning. "The fuck?" Naruto shook his head in bewilderment at his sensei's hasty exit. "What is he?" The blonde trailed off as the sound of light splashing seemed to get closer and closer, and the feeling of incoming chakra presences assaulted his senses. The 5 kunoichi had heard. "Oh, fuck you, sensei." Naruto ground out, his eyes wide as he performed the fastest shunshine of his young life. He wasn't a moment too soon, as the 5 women, led by Kurenai, burst through the underbrush, only to be greeted with the sight of strewn latex and rubber. // "You gonna be ready?" The question from his blonde companion registered but went unanswered in the wake of Naruto's continued slurping. He had finally convinced Ino to get ramen with him and he wasn't about to waste a moment while it was still hot. She had somehow managed to get him to get takeout and bring it up to the top of the Hokage monument. It was their spot, she claimed, as opposed to eating it fresh in the stall. That amount of wait time was unacceptable when the ramen was cooling rapidly, and yet he found himself with the familiar spectacular view that the top of the monument afforded. Mindful of his manners, the blonde boy finished his monstrous bite before answering, "Is that a trick question?" "You tell me," the Yamanaka harangued, eyeing him from the side as she faced the village. "And don't say you were born ready. You're not Kiba and you shouldn't try to sound like him." Naruto contained a pout, put out that the comeback he had skillfully planned was now off the table. At the same time, however, he recognized his teammate's tone. Ino wouldn't be asking any questions about his preparation if she wasn't legitimately concerned. "Yeah, I'll be ready. Sensei's got me working on a few things." "Why you asking?" The answer was slow in coming, prompting Naruto to actually turn and stare at his companion. Ino's sea foam-colored eyes faced the village, but they were unfocused, appearing to stare at but not see the view that was before her. Her shoulders were tense, her arms flexed, her knuckles white as they gripped the stone beneath her. "Hey," Naruto lowered his voice, tentatively laying his right hand on Ino's shoulder. The contact didn't shake her, but her face turned to his, her unfocused gaze meeting his concerned one. "What's eating you?" Ino blinked at him, appearing to ponder the question. "I'm scared," she finally said, the words sounding uncertain as they tumbled hesitantly from her lips. "And I don't know why." Her lips didn't quiver, her eyes had no hint of unshed tears, and her body wasn't shaking. She was just tense, coiled like a spring, ready to release in some unknown fashion at the slightest provocation. Naruto blinked in surprise at the unexpected answer. He opened his mouth then promptly shut it, unsure of how to respond to his companion's distress. Ino wasted no time in filling the conversation's lull. "I don't get it. We've been on missions where we've been up against guys way out of our league," the girl continued. Her voice was entirely level, without any indicator that she was emotionally distressed. "There was Zabuza in Wave, and I don't remember being scared at all. Then in Rice Country, even when Kiba and I were alone, I was focused on getting away, on getting to the next alley and away from the Auto Nin. I've never felt this way, Naruto." She trailed off, the last sentence sounding like a plea for help to Naruto's ears. It was a plea he didn't know how to answer. "What are you afraid of?" he asked instead, his mind whirling to find a solution to his companion's problem. Failing, maybe," Ino muttered, her eyes now cast downwards. "I don't want to lose."
"But I don't want to die either."
"And some of the people in the exam dash." "Hey," Naruto cut her off assertively. "None of that crap. You've been training with Yamato for 3 weeks now. You're just as good as anyone else in this tournament. Kiba too." "Not you." The quick response caught Naruto off guard, and he paused. There was no doubt in his mind that in a straight fight, and the third stage was a series of straight fights, he would steamroll both of his teammates. It would have been the case before the break in the exam, and would most certainly be the case after his month-long stint as Jiraiya's student. He had widened the gap. But that wasn't what Ino needed to hear at the moment. "Don't sell yourself short," he said softly. "Both Asuma and Yamato trained us well. You can do stuff with genjutsu that I dash." "Oh, cut the bullshit, Naruto." Ino burst out, slapping him across the chest. "We both know that you could take me and Kiba no problem. I'm not worried about fighting you, Naruto. I'm worried about when I fight someone else like you." Naruto was silent, unsure of how to respond to his companion's distress. Every person he had ever fought, with the exception of his short encounter with Orochimaru, he had believed that he could beat. Whether through his skill or the Kyuubi's chakra as a last resort, the blonde had never encountered someone who had managed to push him out of his comfort zone before the fight had even begun. "But then I've never fought someone in a tournament before," he realized. "I've never known who I was going to have to fight before it started. There's never been time." Heedless of his silence, Ino kept on. "Every mission, every enemy I've ever fought, you've been there. And if you weren't, then Kiba was, or Asuma or Yamato. There's no one but me now." Realization struck Naruto like a hammer blow. Ino, like most Konoha Junin, had never had to truly tackle an obstacle without the safety net of their team being there to bail them out. It was the genius of Konoha's system. Success on a mission was almost never entirely on one shinobi's shoulders, it was borne by the team as a whole. The genius of the third exam was exactly opposite that. That's the point, Naruto said with finality. By testing us individually, the Hokage can see what we're truly capable of without our senseis or teammates. Without anyone. It was trial by fire, sink or swim. The Chunin had 1 month to gather information and game plan for any future opponents, and then they had to execute. In effect, it was a solo mission watered down, though no less lethal in possibility. You're a crafty bastard, old man, Naruto mused with detached humor. We're so used to working in teams that it throws us off our game when we're not. Shit like that happens on missions that we're gonna end up leading. If we can't handle it, we don't get promoted. End of. Ino was staring at him with realization. She blinked once, turning her face back to the village with a sardonic smile. Then I'm already failing, she said. Naruto had had enough. What's wrong with you? He exclaimed, throwing his hand skyward. You're sitting here moping about something that hasn't even happened yet. Where's your confidence, huh? Not everyone's like you, Naruto. The blonde girl nearly yelled. Her seafoam eyes were brimming with tears. We can't all be freakishly fucking strong Chunin who run through missions and enemies without a second thought. We can't all plow through anything that gets in our way. We get scared sometimes. She trailed off, wiping furiously at the tears that were now freely cascading down her face. Unsure of how to properly assuage Ino's fears, Naruto nevertheless wasted no time in pulling her to his chest. She collapsed against him without a moment of hesitation, burying her face into his shoulder. I'm just so scared, she whispered. Naruto rested his chin on top of her head and sighed. Give him an enemy to fight and he'd do it in a heartbeat, and yet, a crying girl had him at his wit's end trying to think of a solution. Get it together, Uzumaki. Unwittingly, the image of Itachi's Sharingan eyes that had been seared into his memory burst forth. The blonde shivered. I am too, he murmured. Do you really think I don't get scared too, Ino-chan? He asked gently. Yeah, but you just keep on going, though. I freeze, Ino whispered, almost inaudibly. When we were in rice fields and Kiba and I were separated from you, we got cornered and I just froze. No weapon, no hand seals, no jutsu, no thought. Kiba was hurt, Akamaru was useless and I just couldn't move. It won't happen again, Naruto said. You don't know dash. I do. It was a statement of fact and nothing less. I know because you're not gonna let it happen again. Ever. Ino's face lifted from where it was buried in Naruto's shoulder. How can you just say something like that? She asked softly, her teary eyes boring into his. I know you, don't I? He offered with a quirk of his lips. Blinking once, he turned his gaze outward to the village. When we first became a team, you said that Asuma talked to you and it changed something. You said you were gonna work harder and you did, right? When you say you're gonna do something you do it. He felt her nod against him, tickling his chin with her hair. Well now I'm talking to you, and I'm saying you're not gonna freeze next time you get scared. I want you to say it, Ino-chan, he finished, turning his eyes back to meet Ino's burning gaze. She broke eye contact for a moment before Naruto's hand on her chin brought her eyes back to his. Say it.
I won't freeze up next time.
Next time what? He prompted. The next time I get scared, she whispered, their gazes locked. Naruto nodded. Now make it a promise. I promise that I won't freeze up next time I get scared, Ino said with finality. A grin broke across Naruto's face at the proclamation. Now that's what I like to hear, he declared loudly, planting a wet kiss on Ino's lips that left her sputtering and wiping at the residual saliva. Idiot, the blonde girl murmured fondly, slapping him on the chest. Ma, so mean, he griped, rubbing at his chest. Naruto stood up abruptly. Well, I think this calls for a trip to Ichiraku, he declared. His companion barked a laugh. We were just there. Yeah, but that was a long time ago and all the ramen got cold, Naruto reasoned. You can't eat ramen cold, Ino-chan. She giggled as she rose to her feet. Fine, but you're still paying. The old man'll just give it to me for free. The whiskered boy waved her off as he started back towards the long staircase that led to the ground, Ino falling into step beside him. He slung an arm around her shoulders. They walked in silence for a few moments before Ino broke it. Naruto? Thanks. I really needed that. Naruto shrugged, unsure of how to really accept thanks for doing something he wasn't all that confident at. He was no motivational speaker. It's whatever. Just remember one thing, though. What's that? He looked at her seriously, locking eyes once more. You can't break a promise, Ino-chan. It's not allowed. // It was well into the night by the time Naruto returned to his apartment. The small one-bedroom suite was tidy, as it always was, but lived in. The low hum of the kitchen appliances was familiar now that the blonde had enough money to leave them plugged in during the day. The curtains rustled in the breeze filtering in through the open window that overlooked the residential street below. Naruto shut the front door behind him quietly, but did not lock it. He turned to face the combined kitchen and living room and stared at the empty love seat that acted as his couch. I know you're there, whoever you are. You can come out now, he said quietly but firmly. Blue eyes were hard and a hand rested next to his twin knuckle knives on his waist. The body of an old man shimmered into existence on the love seat, and Naruto had to fight against raising his eyebrows at the sight. He was heavily bandaged, with only half of his face revealed. The bandages trailed down the entirety of what looked like his right arm, though the end was tucked into his cloak so Naruto couldn't be sure. A cane was laid across his lap casually. Your observation has improved, Naruto. Jiraiya has trained you well, the man stated. His calm, smooth tenor belied his apparent old age, for he looked as old as the Sandaime, and held a note of authority that Naruto immediately associated with rank. And what does an elder Jonin want with me? Naruto asked, taking a gamble based on what little he knew. He was rewarded with a slight upturn of the old man's lips. An educated guess at my rank and position to catch me off guard and take control of the conversation, the man said, causing Naruto to stiffen. An effective, if simplistic tactic for information gathering. Far more than would be expected from a Genin. Who are you? Naruto asked bluntly, changing tactics. Someone who doesn't appreciate speaking with a clone, the man answered. Before the blonde could so much as blink, the elder had raised 2 fingers to his lips in a half-ram seal and sent a tiny, all but silent bullet of wind through his forehead protector. Smoke erupted where the revealed shadow clone had stood, leaving the mysterious elder alone. Not a moment later, the real Naruto rose from the floor, twin knuckle knives saturated with wind chakra that caused a breeze to pick up in the small space. His appearance elicited another half-smile from the man. It's been some time since I've seen the hien. Your versatility with it is to be commended, the man complimented. You've taken it further than my student imagined when he had those knives designed. Despite the situation and his confusion and wariness, Naruto couldn't help his mouth from dropping open. You trained Asuma? He asked before he could help himself. For a time. Futon users are hard to come by in this part of the world. I helped him refine his skills when he first discovered his affinity. The elder remained motionless on the love seat, regarding Naruto through thin black eyes. And to answer your previous question, my name is Danzo. Naruto, mind reeling from the casual reveal, deactivated his knives, though he kept them held loosely at his sides. And what do you want with me, exactly? Not used to get in-house calls from elders with an Anbu guard. The half-smile disappeared, giving way to neutrality and mild annoyance. They're sloppy if they can be detected by a Genin. Though you are no mere Genin, I suppose. You've complimented me twice and I still don't know why you're here. Can one not simply stop by to commend a young shinobi for his good work? The man was completely straight-faced, giving nothing away. Naruto had no idea if he was joking, but he didn't strike him as the type of man to joke. It didn't fit with his manner. Either way, the blonde had no idea how to respond, so he opted to remain silent. The silence held for a few seconds before the elder's lips quirked in what was the smallest smile Naruto had ever seen. You've come far in a short time, Uzumaki. Dead last in your class to second in a few years, and now the most powerful Genin in Konoha. Quite the transformation, wouldn't you say? Naruto remained silent, thrown by the casual assessment of his abilities. He knew he was talented, knew he was strong, but it was unnerving to hear a ranking shinobi say it in so many words. He had never been used to praise. I guess it is, he finally hedged. He didn't think of himself as the strongest Genin in Konoha. It was a meaningless title. Walking around with the moniker wouldn't deter the likes of the Akatsuki. Across the room, Danzo regarded him with an impassive stare. One might even wonder what sparked such an amazing turnaround. The world may never know. The pounding of blood in Naruto's ears was almost all-encompassing, the prick of sweat forming on the back of his neck making feel like he was drowning. Could he know? His subconscious screamed impotently. Unbidden, the image of Uchiha Itachi's blood-red Sharingan flashed in front of Naruto's eyes. They will hunt you, Uzumaki Naruto. I couldn't tell you, he responded, his voice somehow level despite his alarm. The sound of the words on the open air seemed to reach his ears from a great distance. I wanted to be Hokage when I was younger. Somewhere along the way I realized I'd have to actually be something more than a dead last in order to do it. Danzo gave the words a slow nod. The pressure in Naruto's head lessened immediately and he gave a slight exhale in relief. An admirable goal you and I have both shared, though you speak in the past tense. Maybe I don't want to be stuck behind a desk, the blonde returned with a shrug. He was rewarded with another slight quirk of the old man's lips. Youth and its fancies of adventure and wonder. A fully formed, sardonic smile split the elder's face. And of power, you'll learn soon enough that the front lines are worth far more trouble than the glory they bring. I don't care about glory, Naruto thought distantly. I care about surviving. That sounds like a warning. Smart boy, you're shrewder than most give you credit for. The blonde was unsure whether or not to be offended. When the old man failed to elaborate, Naruto asked, "And? What are you warning me about, then?" The ensuing silence was heavy for a moment before, war. Naruto blinked in disbelief. Then he blinked again, his mind not quite processing the single syllable that every shinobi dreaded. War? He finally managed to croak. Danzo nodded, unperturbed by the blonde's sudden shock. As we speak, a coalition force from Sunagakure and Otogakure is preparing to attack the village on the day of the third exam, 2 days from now. Naruto shook his head in a vain attempt to clear it. And the Hokage is both aware of the situation and has planned accordingly. The Jonin have all been informed, as well as select Chunin squad leaders, and the Anbu are prepared for battle, the elder stated with authority. You're being made aware of the situation because you have an assignment, A-ranked. Since when are Jonin in the business of handing out A-ranked missions to Junon? Naruto wondered distantly. Which is? He asked weakly. Sabaku no Gaara is the container of the Ichibi no Tanuki. Naruto started at the revelation. He's like me. He is the linchpin in the enemy's plan, Danzo elaborated. Your mission is to eliminate him. No gray area, no room for error. Simple orders. Naruto had never been more shaken about receiving a command from a ranking shinobi in his life. So that's it? Just kill him. Without the Ichibi's power, the invasion force will have no presence within the village to properly distract from any attempt to break the outer walls. They will be herded into the outer districts and routed. The words were said with the certainty of success, and Naruto, whether due to the underlying confidence or because his own shock hadn't fully faded yet, didn't bother to question them. Why are you telling me this? Naruto asked, his voice a whisper. Why now? Why you? It has been decided that informing the Junon competing in the final stage would do more harm than good. The Hokage and I, however, Danzo said, felt that you would be able to exercise a modicum of discretion and responsibility. As for why now? It was only confirmed recently that you would be capable enough to carry out the mission. I merely petitioned for the honor of delivering the task. It is not every day that one gets to meet the most talented member of the coming generation. Even through the haze of confusion and uncertainty that had settled in Naruto's mind, he realized that Elder Jonin didn't simply come and hand out mission orders. He knew the Hokage well enough to know that the old man would call him into his office personally. Something greater was at work here. And when I asked the Hokage about this mission of mine, the enigmatic smile returned, as if the old man was pleased by Naruto's small defiance of his authority. Sarutobi will confirm it. He sanctioned it, after all. Then why not tell me himself? The Hokage is a busy man. And you're not? Naruto returned. Possibly. Like I said, it isn't every day that I get to meet Konoha's future, Danzo said. Naruto paused for a beat, weighing his options. The man was a Jonin who looked to be the Sandaime's age. Any successful Jonin who lived to be that age, let alone have the Hokage's approval to hand out high-level missions, would be, if not extremely famous, known. The blonde had never heard of him, much like he had never heard of Yamato, an elite Jonin, before he became his sensei. Last card. Here I thought being in Black Ops would let you keep an eye on anybody you wanted. Silence filled the room at the declaration. Gotcha there, didn't I? The Junon thought with relish. Across the room, Danzo was impassive. Abruptly, he rose, his cane supporting him as he made for the door. Indeed it does, he finally acquiesced as Naruto moved aside to let him pass. Opening the door, the old man paused with one foot in the hallway. Good luck, Uzumaki. We'll be watching. He was gone a moment later. The door closed quietly behind him, and Naruto slumped to the floor with his head in his hands. First there was the Hokage's faith in his supposed dominance over the other Junin, then Orochimaru's offer of power, followed by Jiraiya's interest, and now he was handed an A-ranked assassination mission. The combination was 1 part flattering and about 1,000 parts unsettling. He wasn't used to getting so much attention in regards to his abilities, whether it positive or negative. Closing his eyes and craning his neck back so that his face faced the ceiling, Naruto barked a laugh. No pressure, Naruto. Yeah, fucking right. Chapter 17, The Best Laid Plans. There is never a good day to go to war, Sarutobi mused, but today is as good as any. His aged eyes darted to the heavens, taking in the massive expanse of blue dotted with fluffy white clouds for as far as he could see. It was gorgeous over Konoha on the day of the 3rd exam, not too hot, not too cold, with a light breeze that just ruffled his formal, white robes. A fine day to die, he concluded, not satisfied, but content in his musings. One didn't make it to his advanced age, especially as a shinobi of his caliber, without contemplating death from time to time. Sarutobi had only truly feared for his life 3 times. The first had been when he had volunteered to sacrifice himself to Kumagakura's Kankaku squad for the safety of his team. The second had been near the close of the Second Great War, when he took to the battlefield and dueled Ryotenbin no Aniki to a standstill that turned the tide of war in Konoha's favor. The third had been the moment he felt the malevolent chakra of the Kyubi no Kitsune materialize on October the 10th almost 13 years previous. And each time, that fear for his life had been tempered by a grim determination to see his course through to the very end. As the Sandaime Hokage sat in his high-backed chair overlooking the grand fire arena, with the cold, twisted chakra of his wayward student polluting his senses from nearby, he realized that today was no different. He would see his course through as he always did, for better or worse. In the meantime, however, he had a job to do. Raising one finger, he nodded his head in the direction of Shiranui Genma, the new proctor in the wake of Gekko Hayate's death. Gray eyes shifted to the contestants' balcony, where he knew the Sunagakure Jonin Baki was standing. Anbu had determined that he was the most likely suspect in the special Jonin's murder. He would be forced to pay his due for that slight before the day was over, Sarutobi suspected. Down below, Genma had introduced the Junin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, honored dignitaries, our first match of the day will be Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha vs Sabaku no Gaara of Suna. If the other Junin would please make their way up to the contestants' balcony. Sarutobi was pleased that no outright boos had greeted Naruto upon his introduction. The boy would likely never be all that popular with Konoha's general populace, but he had the respect of the shinobi corps. His exploits in both wave and river country had reached the ears of many. It was difficult for even his most vehement of detractors in the corps to doubt his results, especially after he had single-handedly ensured the survival of his own Junin team, another Junin team, and an injured Jonin. His competence couldn't be questioned, and it was time for the questions surrounding his loyalty to be put to bed. Today, regardless of the impending invasion, would be Naruto's coming out party. Danzo's assignment would see to that. The 2 other members of Team 10 had lingered with Naruto after Genma had dismissed them. Inuzuka Kiba clasped the blonde on his right shoulder, giving him a sharp nod. Yamanaka Ino wrapped her arms around his shoulders and whispered something in his ear before kissing him on the cheek. Naruto offered the 2 of them a smile. Get out of here, guys. I got this, Sarutobi heard the blonde say. Uzumaki is quite confident, Hokage, Orochimaru noted. His voice was a perfect imitation of the Yondaime Kazekage's, were it not for the distinctive feel of his chakra, muted though it was for reasons unknown, one that Sotobi knew so well after years of teaching the man personally and that could never fully be masked, the Hokage likely would have been fooled. I'm afraid that confidence is misplaced. The Sandaime smiled in spite of himself. You're very sure of your son, Kazekage. Gaara has never lost a battle. And since his promotion to Junin neither has Naruto, Sarutobi countered. Not even to you, student. He is full of surprises. A chuckle escaped Orochimaru's mouth, to his credit it sounded nothing like his own. Undoubtedly. We will see who is the better soon enough. So we shall. In the arena, Gaara was grinning maniacally. Mother will be pleased to finally taste your blood, Uzumaki Naruto. She has been impatient. Naruto, who had been in the middle of a light warm-up, paused. I'm sorry to hear that, he replied, confusion clear. He, along with the rest of the Junin had been witness to Sabaku no Gaara's particular brand of insanity in the preliminaries, but it was unsettling to experience firsthand. And is, mother, impatient a lot? The manic grin widened. Only for the blood of the strongest. I will kill you, Uzumaki Naruto, and it will truly validate my existence. Hey, Not if I kill you first. The blonde tightened the black strap of his headband, letting the strands fall to his mid-back. He absently zipped up the front of his flak vest, never taking his eyes off Gaara. The red-headed Jinchuriki had nothing more to say, it seemed, only smiling his unsettling smile. Genma, seeing that the posturing had come to an end, stepped forward. This match is the same format as the preliminary rounds. Killing is permitted, but the match ends the moment I say so. Any disregard for that will be met with immediate disqualification. Understood? The special Jonin was looking exclusively at Gaara for the duration of his speech. The redhead didn't spare him a glance. Understood, Proctor, Naruto said, speaking for both Jinchurikis. Genma gave the blonde a considering look. He had been informed of Naruto's assignment, and nodded once. Stepping back, he said around his Fukumi Bari, in that case, let the match begin. To the untrained eye, Naruto was a blur of motion the second the words had left the proctor's mouth, but Sarutobi's sharp gaze caught every detail. The blonde leapt back with his hands in a cross-shaped seal. An explosion of smoke signaled the arrival of a cage bunshine that was already in motion. A wind-sheathed kunai aimed between Gaara's eyes left the clone's hand in less time than it took to blink. It traveled the yards between the Jinchurikis at a speed faster than Sarutobi had thought Naruto was capable of, but the Tsunejinan's automated defense had already acted. Gaara stood with his arms folded over his chest, a bored look on his face as a wave of sand rose to meet the kunai in mid-air. The bored look abruptly changed to wide-eyed as Naruto's knife, encased in wind, punched through the defense in an explosion of sand. The redhead, caught unawares, only had time to let his hands drop to his sides as the clone substituted with the kunai, using the slingshot effect of the kawarimi to burst through the sand and inside Gaara's guard. A heavy haymaker connected with the underside of the boy's jaw, lifting the Tsunejinan off his feet and sending him sprawling in the dirt with his sand chasing after him impotently. From the cage box, Sarutobi allowed himself a smile. That maneuver would have immediately landed Naruto a promotion were it not already a foregone conclusion. It was well thought out and executed to perfection, leaving the real blonde out of harm's way. Lethal force would be better placed, but I suppose that armor would have rendered it moot. He snuck a glance toward his former student to see his eyes glittering with an unidentifiable emotion. The clone, who had immediately resubstituted with the thrown kunai to avoid the rush of sand, palmed two more knives and sheathed them in wind. Darting forward, he hurled them at Gaara, who had regained his bearings and was snarling his displeasure, eyes wild. An angry swipe of the redhead's arm sent a burst of sand that smacked one of the kunai to the ground but missed the second. Sarutobi's ears keyed in on the familiar roar of Naruto's hien a moment before the clone replaced itself with the remaining kunai. Seal less kawarimi. You've been working hard, Naruto-kun, he mused as the replication deflected a wave of sand with a thick slice of wind from its left knuckle knife. Not that I would expect anything different. Pressing its advantage, the clone stepped forward and stabbed with its right knife, a spear of wind exploding from the tip aimed at Gaara's neck. Unused to actively having to dodge, the Tsunejinan barely avoided the spear, awkwardly shuffling his body with a moment to spare, but stumbled. Naruto's clone capitalized quickly, closing the small gap between the combatants in one jump. A punch was barely redirected by the floundering redhead, and the clone used the sloppy parry to knock the demon container's arms upward before pivoting and driving its twin knives into Gaara's exposed chest. The extended wind chakra exploded out of the Jinan's back in twin bursts of sand, not blood, and the clone didn't have time to react as Gaara's body dissolved into a mass of sand that quickly encased it. The doppelganger was crushed an instant later, and the remaining sand fell to the arena floor. Behind it all stood the real Gaara, grinning his manic grin and staring straight at a grimacing Naruto. From his vantage point in the cage box, Sarutobi relaxed back into his chair, thoughts of war and death suspended. How will you handle this, Naruto-kun? Naruto had never truly fought an equal before. Sasuke was the closest to it he had trained with, but their spars were just that, spars. Since his graduation, Naruto's missions had seen him pitted against either those he outclassed or those who utterly outclassed him. Being on even footing in so many ways, resiliency being the major one, was unsettling. Then there was Gaara's insanity. Is that your best, Uzumaki? The redhead shrieked, his eyes bulging. From his spot across the arena from Gaara, Naruto could clearly make out his fellow demon container's face. He didn't like what he saw. Where in Sasuke's eyes, and even his own when he was being honest with himself, the spark of insanity was just a spark, Sabaku no Gaara's was a raging inferno. Malevolence that would have made seasoned Jonin pause shone through clear as day, and there was nothing else. No rationality. No restraint. It was kill, kill, kill. Nope, That's not good at all. What is this guy? Naruto wondered, his palm sweating slightly as his heartbeat picked up. His opening salvo had been executed to perfection and, while he hadn't expected to kill the Suna, he had expected the boy to be fazed by it. There was no wariness in his eyes, no tensing of his body. He actually thinks I'm not a threat, the blonde realized. Without prompting, Gaara's mission history popped into Naruto's head, courtesy of Kabuto all those weeks ago. He's never been touched before. Naruto had known about the automated defense, he had seen it stymie Lee in the preliminaries, and it had been a major source of his anxiety before Jiraiya had taken him under his wing. Subconsciously, the trepidation at going toe-to-toe with an equal, if insane opponent faded to a familiar steely determination. Nervous energy was channeled as he began to bounce lightly on the balls of his feet. Jiraiya had trained him for nearly a month to fight his counterpart. He had the tools, and he would execute. He wasn't about to let his new sensei down. There was a small part of Naruto, somewhere within the depths of his mind, that pitied his insane counterpart. It was the part that felt an inkling of kinship with his fellow Jinchuriki, the part that knew intimately just how hard Gaara's life must have been. The rest, however, looked at the redhead with nothing but disgust. He looked at Gaara and saw what he might have been had his childhood been different in some unidentifiable way. He saw what could have been if he had allowed himself to hate and rage as much as he had wanted to when a villager spit at him or discreetly tripped him in the street. He had turned his hatred into mostly harmless pranks, and later he had channeled his rage into his training. Sabaku no Gaara was no shinobi. He was a rabid dog that needed to be put down. Sabaku no Gaara is the container of the Ichibi no Tanuki, your mission is to eliminate him. Danzo's order echoed through Naruto's mind. With pleasure, the blonde thought with relish, his focus sharpening to a dispassionate, calculating edge. Even with my speed and substitution I won't be able to get in a good enough hit with the Rasengan to put him down. Gotta bypass the sand. Not even close, the whiskered Chunin finally called back. Rolling his shoulders, the blonde took a steadying breath and felt himself relax. Unbidden, a grin that matched Gaara's split his lips, and what it lacked in insanity it made up in pure malice. My best is gonna kill you. You think you can kill me? Gaara shrieked. My own father cannot kill me. The redhead cackled, a high-pitched screech, and Naruto shivered as a chill crept down his spine. No, Uzumaki Naruto. You cannot kill me, but you will validate my existence. The Chunin slammed both his palms to the ground and a massive application of chakra sent a wave of pure sand summoned from the ether hurtling towards Naruto. Almost unaware of his own actions, his body acting purely on instinct and awed in spite of himself at the massive attack, Naruto formed a cross-shaped seal. A cage bunshine exploded into life as the original leapt backwards on chakra-enhanced legs. Landing crouched 10 yards back from his clone, Naruto watched as the doppelganger flew through hand seals. A charged futon, Daitapa burst from the clone's throat that plowed a clear path through the ocean of sand. Drawing its knuckle knives, the cage bunshine sent a torrent of wind chakra down them before taking off at a sprint into the newly created path. Naruto himself watched his clone's progress for a moment with satisfaction. Seeing the monstrous wave of sand bearing down on him even as his clone cut a swath through it, he grimaced. This is gonna fucking hurt, he muttered. Palming a kunai, he encased it in wind chakra and hurled it skyward with all the force he could muster. Blue eyes shifted to the flood of sand and narrowed as he steeled himself. Years of practice told him exactly when the knife hit the apex of its flight, and suddenly he was airborne, sharp focus and a small application of chakra replacing himself with his thrown kunai. The leftover chakra from his replacement was sucked in and slammed back into his coils as he hovered above the arena. Shit, that hurts, he thought as he gritted his teeth. Even with the QB healing him, he could only execute that maneuver a few times before he all but fried his chakra coils. With the threat of the invasion looming, that wasn't something he was willing to risk. Blinking to clear his eyes of tears that had formed, he surveyed the battlefield from above. His clone had successfully engaged Gaara. Great sweeping gusts of wind from the knuckle knives blasted sand away from the doppelganger almost as soon as the Chunin had directed them. The clone, through a series of acrobatics and redirection, was slowly but surely making its way towards its enemy. Naruto's mind took in the situation in the blink of an eye. Focus settled over him where exhilaration had been before. He gripped his right wrist as he began his descent. Blue eyes narrowed in concentration and Naruto gritted his teeth as he channeled a ridiculous amount of chakra in the shape of a sphere. It spun around and around his outstretched palm before a grunt heralded the roar of swirling, self-sustaining, compressed chakra. Here we go. Chakra control working in overdrive, Naruto subtly directed the path of his fall as his clone, far below, leapt backwards and sped through seals. A tightly compressed bolt of wind burst from the clone's lips and careened through the air towards Gaara. The redhead smirked maliciously as his automated defense rushed to block the bullet, and wasn't disappointed. The wind crashed upon the sand like water on rock, sending the grains flying through the air as the defense was dispersed. Gaara opened his mouth to taunt the clone but was cut off as the real Naruto, falling with the aid of both gravity and chakra, pounded him wordlessly into the ground like an angel from on high. The Yondaime's signature jutsu drove the unsuspecting Tsunajinan into the arena floor and ground him down. An explosion of wind, dust, and rock burst from the newly formed crater, causing Naruto to blink reflexively as he let the spiraling sphere of chakra go to work. A determined snarl crossed the blonde's face, unseen by the crowd, as he felt the ball pulverize, rip, and tear its way through Gaara's flesh. 5 long seconds later, he let the jutsu dissipate and stood over Gaara. The redhead was shattered, his left arm and right leg both at awkward angles that left no room for doubt as to their brokenness. Spiral burn marks from Naruto's chakra covered the boy where the Rasengan had impacted, eating through cloth and flesh alike. Heavy bruising accompanied the burns, indicating massive internal bleeding caused by the rupturing of Gaara's internal organs as the Rasengan had spun them round and round like a whirlwind. Sand was everywhere in the crater, remnants, no doubt, from the Jinchuriki's sand armor that had given Lee fits in the preliminaries. Nonetheless, the A-ranked ninjutsu had eaten through it like nothing. What a deadly ninjutsu, no one could survive that, Naruto thought, noting his counterpart's lack of breathing. He shook out his slightly singed hand. Mission accomplished. Distantly, the blonde demon container could hear the roar of the audience's approval over the sound of his own heartbeat and labored breathing. Glancing upward from his position in the 5-foot-deep crater, he could see that the crowd was on its feet and roaring at the display he had just put on. And, by the looks of it, it was a positive roar. Unbidden, the ghost of a smile crossed Naruto's face as the warm feeling of acceptance washed over him. For all their hatred, animosity, and insults, no one in Konoha, shinobi or civilian, was disrespecting him now. A singular bark of laughter escaped him and he vaulted himself up and out of the crater to the sound of thunderous applause. His eyes rose to the cage box, and the warm feeling in his chest turned into pride as the Hokage gave him a single nod. The proctor strode over to him, grabbed his wrist, and lifted it into the air triumphantly. "Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Uzumaki Naruto was cut off abruptly as a loud cough from the crater drew his attention. Both his and Naruto's heads whipped around in abject disbelief. "Oh no fucking way," Naruto whispered. He wasn't breathing. There's no way he survived that. Ignoring the growing confusion of the crowd, unsure why the winner hadn't been fully declared, he hastily palmed a kunai and leapt to the edge of the crater. Gaara laid where he had left him, eyes closed, broken and bleeding, but his chest was clearly moving up and down. He had been knocked out cold. Before Naruto could fathom the impossibility of the Tsunajiman's survival, not to mention his next course of action given his orders, a single, foul pulse of chakra emanated from the downed shinobi that sent Naruto reeling backwards. Gaara's eyes snapped open, but his eyes were no longer his own. Naruto could only watch with mounting horror as the now yellow-eyed Gaara rose like a puppet on strings, purple chakra emanating from his tenketsu cloaking him in a haze of malevolence. A heaviness that Naruto was oh so familiar with from his own encounters with the Kyuubi's foul chakra descended upon him a moment later, and the blonde recoiled instinctively, fighting a wave of nausea and abject terror. Before Naruto had time to move to end the now possessed Jinan's life for good, a cloaked figure blurred into his periphery. Reflexes honed by Jiraiya's training saved his life by making him duck a palm strike that was aimed at his throat. His attacker wasted no time, moving like the wind with hands that were glowing faintly with green chakra. The blonde stumbled backwards 3 steps and dove to his left, out of the way of yet another strike and away from the crater. Rolling into a crouch, Naruto unsheathed his knuckle knives and stared wide-eyed at his attacker. The cloaked figure stood at the edge of the crater, seemingly unaffected by the growing surge of demonic chakra at his back, garbed in a charcoal battle cloak. His face was covered by the mask of one of Konoha's Anbu. "Hey! Do be careful, Naruto-kun," the enemy said, his voice distantly familiar to the Jinchuriki. "The Shukaku is set free the moment young Gaara here loses consciousness." The man said nothing else as he disappeared in a haze of flame. Naruto and the stunned proctor had no time to contemplate the infiltrator's words before the residual sand that had been scattered about the arena suddenly rushed into the crater and began to coalesce, and an inhuman, unearthly howl split the air in and around Konoha. "I'm free." // One blink and the slightest flex of his chakra dispelled the feathers falling lazily from the sky. One blink more told him that his students were still under the influence of the illusion but weren't in danger of being killed at that moment. A third blink told him the rest that he needed to know about his current predicament. There was a bijou forming in the arena, and invaders were quickly moving to eliminate any still sleeping Konoha shinobi in the massive crowd. The faintest swell of nervousness settled in the pit of his stomach. You've prepared for this. What happens, happens. You have a mission, Tenzo, pull yourself together. In the moment he had taken to gather himself, Ino had shaken off the genjutsu and pushed herself to her feet. Sensei? She muttered, clearly confused. A twinge of annoyance at being delayed further was repressed as he faced his student. Konoha is under siege from Suna and Otto. Wake Kiba and proceed to the academy for further orders. Take any Konoha Jinan you find with you. The complicated set of emotions that crossed the blonde's face would have been comical had the situation not been so serious. She finally settled on something approaching dumbstruck, which was understandable given the information he had dumped on her. He had no time for that, however. Now. A single burst of concentrated killing intent shattered her stupefied silence, and the blonde scrambled to check on her still incapacitated teammate. Bringing his analytical gaze back to the arena, Tenzo put them out of his mind. They were as well trained as any Jinan. Whatever would happen to them was out of his control, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. The Baijiu was rapidly gaining cohesiveness, sand that hadn't previously been in the arena materializing from nothingness as malevolent chakra called it to bear. Naruto stood next to the similarly stunned proctor, for the first time in Tenzo's memory looking truly lost and out of his depth. He supposed it was natural, the boy had been trained to fight a Jinchuriki, not a Baijiu. Tenzo had been positioned in case the mad Sunajinan had proven too much for his blonde counterpart and released the demon of his own free will. No one had known that the beast would be unchained the moment Gaara lost consciousness. Pushing useless thoughts from his mind, Tenzo leapt from his perch on the balcony and powered toward his student. His hands rapidly formed seals that he had drilled to near excess almost 13 years before. Hokage Shiki Jijin Jutsu, Kakuen Nitten Suishu, he bellowed. Kanji carved from chakra etched itself into his palm as water and earth shaped to his will. 10 pillars exploded from the depths of the arena around the crater where the Shukaku formed, metal spike protruding from their length that immediately began to absorb the poisonous chakra like leeches on flesh. He landed in a crouch next to Naruto, palm outstretched and sweat beading on his brow. Sensei, Naruto shouted, both shocked and relieved. What are you? Cover my flanks. Tenzo bit out, directing it both at his student and the stunned special Jonin. The technique had been designed by the Shodai in conjunction with other Makuten techniques that were far beyond his meager, bastardized talents. It required all his concentration to maintain the attack without the supplemental justice, not to mention the added time. Naruto, to his credit, didn't question the order. The blonde, his eyes bleeding from clear blue to deep purple, bared his teeth in acquiescence and turned his back to Tenzo's left side, searching for threats. To the Jonin's right, the proctor did the same. No. In the crater, the Baijiu screamed its fury at being halted in its formation. You will not end my existence. It howled, but it was powerless to stop its own malevolent essence from being sucked into the pillars wisp by wisp. The spikes were like vacuums, slowly but surely sucking the purple, demonic chakra into the pillars where it dissipated to nothingness. Sand that had been gathering into a monstrous shape now fell back down to earth with nothing to guide it. Sweat dripping into his eyes, mind solely on maintaining the technique, Tenzo felt, more than saw his personal space invaded by the Anbu who had disrupted Naruto just minutes before. The figure blurred into his periphery to his right and the proctor, to his credit, reacted before the masked man had even truly appeared. Steel glinted in the afternoon sun as the proctor made a lightning-quick stab with a kunai that the masked man twisted away from gracefully. The Anbu snatched the attacking appendage, hands glowing a faint green, and used it as leverage to pivot inside the proctor's guard and jab 2 fingers to the man's chest. The proctor, one Shiryanui Genma, stumbled back a single step, clutching a hand to his chest in reflex. He didn't make it a second before he collapsed to the ground bonelessly, his eyes vacant in death. Tenzo's eyes widened at the lethality of the masked man, preparing to abort his jutsu to save the mission and his life. The false Anbu spun to attack but leapt to the right as Tenzo felt a blast of wind pass him and cleave a 4-foot-deep trench where the masked man had just stood. Thanking whatever deities that existed, he refocused on his jutsu with a desperation born of true fear as his most capable student guarded his back. Come now, Naruto-kun. Leave this business to the adults, he heard the masked enemy say, voice dripping with condescension. Truly, this is no place for Jinan, even one as talented as you. His student didn't respond with words, only with an animalistic scream as his elemental chakra roared louder than ever. Kenzo's hair was buffeted and his feet felt the earth shake as aftershocks of Naruto's chakra exploded outward, doubtlessly seeking to drive the enemy further from him. His focus now solely on his task, Tenzo watched impatiently as his jutsu sapped enough demonic chakra for the Baijuu to lose some of its rapidly gained form. It shrank, screaming impotently all the while, as great purple wisps left its mass in greater number as the technique gathered steam. Sand that had once been rushing to the center was now freely carried by the aftershocks of Naruto's Fuuten Jutsus, turning the center of the arena into a massive sandstorm that Tenzo squinted his eyes against. The Jonin's breathing began to ease ever so slightly, just before his keen senses flared in warning and Naruto screamed, "Sensei!" from afar. He ducked just in time to save his head from being shorn off by a pure blade of wind, but had no time to avoid a follow-up roundhouse kick to his chest that sent him flying. His concentration evaporated as he righted himself in mid-air, a spike of pure frustration shattering his composure as his jutsu collapsed. He landed deftly on the balls of his feet, glaring at the Suna Jonin who had interrupted his mission so close to completion. Kenzo's mind characterized the man's attire, standard except for the curtain-like mask that covered half the man's face, and identified him as Baki. The Jinchuriki sensei was one of Suna's elite, not to be taken lightly. Every second passing, however, was time for the Baijuu to form. That was unacceptable, elite Jonin in his way or not. His hands blurred through speeds too fast for the untrained eye to catch and he reared back, gathering chakra in his mouth, before spitting a bullet of condensed water at his enemy. Baki gave no ground, blurring through seals of his own and releasing a bullet of wind aimed at his head that shattered his teppodama in mid-air. Kenzo allowed it to pass harmlessly over his head as he completed another set of seals and slammed his palms to the earth. Doten, Doryukatsu. The ground fractured as he poured his chakra into it, cracking at his enemy's feet before rising and splitting entirely with a resounding crack. Baki leapt to his right to avoid the chasm and Tenzo was on him in an instant. The former Anbu chucked a kunai at near point-blank range that the Suna Jonin avoided with a simple tilt of his head. The distraction served its purpose as Tenzo pivoted inside Baki's guard, kunai in hand aimed at his enemy's neck. The Suna Jonin, off balance, was forced to block with his forearm. Blood exploded as weapon met target and Baki snarled. The Jonin used his damaged arm to grab Tenzo's wrist in a vice grip before pulling the Konoha Nin forward and thrusting out with his right hand. The Kaze no Yaiba formed within it, struck out like a lance and pierced the Konoha Jonin at point-blank range, an explosion of wood the only result. Baki leapt back to make space as the wooden shards reformed into kunai that quickly made to skewer him. Kenzo scowled as he watched his Makuten kunai miss their target, quickly forming more hand seals and spitting a stream of sticky water towards the now slowly advancing enemy. He was better than the Suna Jonin, but then the man's mission wasn't to kill him, only to stall him long enough for the Shukaku to form and obliterate the village. And with each passing moment he succeeded. Narrowing his eyes in concentration, he pushed his mutated chakra to his left arm and felt the appendage lose cohesiveness before hardening into spear-tipped branches. They lanced out with a grunt of exertion, hurtling through the air faster than thrown kunai. Baki halted his advance, dancing out of the way of the first volley whilst forming rapid hand seals. A column of wind exploded from the Jonin's mouth, tearing and shredding through the wooden projectiles with impunity. Taking advantage of the Suna Nin's momentary lack of vision, Tenzo took a page from his student's playbook and kawarimi'd himself with one of his earlier spears. He was on the move almost before the substitution finished, powering himself in a chakra-enhanced sprint towards his enemy. He palmed two kunai as he avoided Baki's desperate defensive swipe by sweeping the man's legs from under him. Brown eyes watched his enemy's face contort in horror as his balance was usurped and his guard bypassed. Cold satisfaction filled him as he stabbed out with his kunai to end the life of the treacherous Suna Jonin. He had no time to register the slightest rustle of cloth behind him. He had no time to comprehend his own peril as he was lightly tapped on the back of his neck. He had no time to react as he felt something separate in his spine. He had no time to hear the anguished yell, "Yamato-sensei!" from a fallen Naruto across the arena, for the world had already faded to black. // Anticipation had changed to apprehension, to exhilaration, to confusion, to terror. Then to rage. And now finally to helplessness. He hadn't felt this way since Itachi's Sharingan had held him captive all those years ago, when he had instinctively known that he was at someone else's mercy, and there was nothing he could do about it. Naruto was alone in the arena, a muted ache seeming to emanate from everywhere in his body at once, watching seemingly from a distance as his world crashed down around him. Foul, malevolent chakra assaulted his senses as the Shukaku gained coherence once more, but he felt no fear. The Anbu imposter helped his Suna comrade to his feet with a hand, but he felt no rage. The prone form of his murdered sensei lay where he had been cut down, but he felt no sadness. Unidentifiable shinobi and kunoichi clashed in the stands, but the majority of the fighting had been taken outside the arena. Once sleeping civilian spectators mobbed the exits in a mad rush to escape the frenzied slaughter, many getting caught in the crossfire. Daimyos cowered in their seats as their shinobi or samurai escorts shakily held their ground against the disorder. Atop the stands, a purple barrier had been erected around the cage skybox, a mini forest within it obscuring all occupants from view. Sabaku no Gaara is the container of the Ichibi no Tanuki. He is the linchpin in the enemy's plan. Your mission is to eliminate him. Danzo's orders rattled around his psyche for a moment as the blonde took stock of the chaos that had enveloped his home, Jiraiya's teaching asserting itself even now. There was no elite team coming to the rescue. There was no cavalry hidden away in the bowels of the arena. His comrades were dealing with their own enemies. It was just him. He had his mission. And you are failing. Some distant part of his mind screamed. Gingerly pushing himself to his feet, Naruto rushed chakra to his left leg, which had been deadened by a glancing brush of the masked enemy's hands. His lip curled as he heard the Shukaku scream, "I'm finally out. And there are so many people I want to kill right now." That was his assignment. There was no thought about logistics. The how didn't matter. He'd find a way. Or die trying, his mind supplied. From the looks of things, I have another minute before it's fully formed. But I still got these fuckers to deal with, he grunted, turning his gaze towards the masked man and Suna Jonin. The Jonin surveyed his student's transformation with a grimace, moving back a leap as more and more sand coalesced into a demonic hole. The imposter was staring right at him, however, the unseeing eyes of the Anbu mask seemingly piercing Naruto to his core. Naruto glared right back. The man had been the cause of death for at least 3 Konoha shinobi. The Suna Jonin had aided him in the killing of his sensei. And both stood in the way of his mission. His mind was calm amidst the storm, his purpose was clear, and his rage burned like ice. This wasn't about either of the 2 treacherous men opposite him, this was about the safety of his home. A snarl split Naruto's lips as he felt the Kyuubi's chakra stir in his gut, still tightly bound by his will until he chose to unleash it. He's already killed 2 Jonin. I'll only get one shot at this. The Anbu imposter tensed as Naruto holstered his knives, catching the attention of his Suna comrade. Mauve eyes narrowed as the blonde prepared to unleash hell as the Shukaku formed to his right. Without warning, the world kicked into high gear. Chakra rushed to his left palm where it spun, merging into a tightly spun Rasengan in the blink of an eye before Naruto exploded forward, leaving a shower of dust and cracked earth in his wake. The blonde disappeared from sight, blurring in to kill the imposter faster than the eye could track dash. And the deadly hammer blow was casually halted by the masked man firmly grabbing Naruto's wrist, stopping his momentum dead. The man rocked back on his heels for an instant, phenomenal chakra control holding him in place against the sheer kinetic force of the attack. I told you, Naruto-kun, the man said over the whirring of the Rasengan, a smirk clear in his voice. This is no place for Jinan. The blonde let loose a smirk of his own, sparing half a second's thought before violently retracting his left arm. The masked man was good, but the split second when he was off balance was all the time Naruto needed to pivot and unchain the demonic chakra that had been begging for release in a devastating punch. The fist connected with the imposter's chest in a detonation of malicious red chakra, and the man had no time to blink before he was blasted through the arena wall behind him like a bullet. The demonic chakra bubbled and burst forth from Naruto's tenketsu with a searing heat that pierced him to the bone as he moved to press his advantage. A quick turn squared him up against the stunned Suna Jonin, and he lanced out with a spear of pure chakra before the man had time to attack. The sand ninja tried to spin out of the way at the last moment but couldn't completely avoid Naruto's rapid offensive. Coming out of his rotation, grimacing in agony as now exposed skin on his upper chest sizzled where his flak jacket had melted, the man tucked and rolled to his left to avoid being decapitated by Naruto's attempted clothesline. A kunai found its way to his good hand in time to hastily parry a slash of the blonde's claws. Inhuman chakra ignited Naruto's muscles as the blonde slashed at the defensive Jonin where he clashed with the kunai once, twice, 3 times before swiping it out of the man's hand with a growl. Sliding inside the Suna Nin's guard and jabbing with his right claw, he dug into the already damaged flesh of Baki's upper left chest as the man let loose a shriek of pain. A quick twitch of the man's reflexes prevented him from skewering the heart, but Naruto didn't waste time lamenting his missed opportunity. Even as the corrosive chakra ate away at his enemy's flesh, Naruto reversed his momentum and pulled the Suna Nin into a grapple before torquing his body and slamming the Jonin into the arena floor with a crash and explosion of smoke. Kawarimi, Naruto's clouded mind supplied, but he was already in motion, rolling out of the way of a Fuuten, Rinkudan and squaring himself up for another lethal offensive. The Jonin blurred through hand seals as fast as his injury would allow and swung his head back and forth with 2 fingers pinched around his lips. 5 blades of wind erupted from the man's mouth and screamed towards Naruto, who was forced to strafe to his right to avoid being cleaved to pieces. The blonde moved to press forward on the offensive but was halted as 3 spheres of wind crashed to the arena floor, enhanced reflexes powering him in a tight backwards leap away from the danger. Red, slitted eyes narrowed in frustration as the Jonin launched a massive, compressed sphere of Fuuten chakra before he had even set his feet. Struggling to maintain his coherence against the red haze that had settled over his mind, Naruto acted on instinct alone. Pulling the poisonous chakra of his prisoner to his throat, the now feral blonde reared back and screamed. The burning chakra escaped Naruto's mouth in a wave that crashed against the inclement wind sphere and exploded in a swell of foul, humid air that quickly blanketed the arena as a whole, pushing the enemy Jonin back a step. The Sunanin's lip curled in response to the counter, teeth grinding against the pain of his wounds, before chancing a tiny glance over his shoulder, where the Shukaku had nearly completed its formation. Naruto, sensing the opportunity, burst forward, striking with his right arm causing a clawed arm of red, bubbling chakra to lance out to crush his enemy. He hit nothing but air, however, as the Jonin turned back around and formed a single seal with his good hand, disappearing in a blur of movement. Naruto skidded to a stop, snarling as he whipped his head back and forth, extending his senses to locate his enemy. He found nothing, his awareness stretched thin, only able to feel the heavy malevolence of the rapidly growing Baijuu some 50 yards in front of him. A distant part of his mind reasoned that it was the Kyuubi's own cloak of chakra that kept him from suffocating under the inhuman amount of killing intent being spilled by the Ichibi. He glanced up, and up, and up to finally regard the cackling visage of the Baijuu. The monstrosity was nearly 20 stories tall, far taller than any building in Konoha. A crash nearly made the adrenaline, yokai-fueled Naruto jump, the beast's tail casually leveling the arena wall behind it. "I see you, little Kyuubi." The demon roared, its massive yellow pupils focused on Naruto even from hundreds of feet in the air. A single swipe of its tail leveled the wall to its left, where some Konoha shinobi had begun firing jutsu from. Neither the Baijuu nor Naruto spared the destruction a glance. "You could not end my container's existence, and you will not end mine." Without warning, the demon's body inflated for a moment before a massive Fuuten bullet mixed with purple, demonic chakra burst from the Ichibi's mouth. It was only the Kyuubi's chakra coursing through his coils that gave Naruto the speed to power his body back against and up the arena wall 10 meters behind him. As it was, the massive explosion of Fuuten blades that erupted when the bullet impacted still managed to slice through the Kyuubi's cloak and cut Naruto almost to the bone. The blonde hissed as steam rose from the rents in his body, the Kyuubi's chakra knitting the wounds back together before blood could even drip from them. From atop the arena wall, Naruto stared upward with narrowed eyes as the resulting dust and debris from the attack settled slowly. A single tail of boiling, crimson chakra waved slowly behind him of its own accord. Inwardly, Naruto warred. True to its word, the Kyuubi had not tried to overwhelm his mind when he had called the foul chakra from his prisoner. But the deadly essence was so imbued with the beast's hatred that the blonde felt as if his skull was being cloven in two just trying to maintain his equilibrium. Compromised as his mental state was, however, he didn't have time to wrestle his own emotions. He only had time to act. Instinct blurred with cognition as Naruto powered himself back down to the arena floor. The half-plan formed in his mind carried him towards the Ichibi's legs even as his hands sped through seals. Naruto's ears popped as the air behind him compressed for an instant before a massively overpowered Fuuten, Daitapa roared its fury and crashed into the sandy Baijuu's left leg. Sand exploded from the appendage and the demon roared as half of its leg was blown clean off, causing it to plummet towards the ruined arena wall. Naruto wasted no time, shooting forward faster than ever before. He screamed as a blood-red Rasengan took shape in his hand and turned himself into a missile by launching himself directly at the falling Baijuu's face. He didn't make it more than 15 meters before a sandy appendage rose to swat him like a fly. Muscles aided by his prisoner, Naruto twisted his body in midair and brought the spiraling sphere to meet the attack. The Rasengan detonated with the force of a small bomb, blowing the hand off the Ichibi and the backlash hurling Naruto through the ruined wall and into the village proper. He hit the ground and bounced once before rolling to a stop against a building and pushed himself to his feet once more, the cloak taking the brunt of the concussive force. Crimson eyes widened in dismay as sand rapidly reformed the hand and leg he had blown off with his techniques, the massive demon screaming its fury all the while. "You cannot end me, little Kyuubi." Naruto was airborne before he knew he had to move, an instinctual chakra-enhanced leap carrying him up and over the top of 2 blocks of buildings to his right. It wasn't a moment too soon as 3 monstrous Fuuten Rinkuden stole his breath as they passed and obliterated the entire city block he had propped himself up against. The first emotion to pierce the haze of his cloak was shock as the blonde watched buildings, and their screaming occupants, crushed, shredded, and torn asunder in a massive shower of debris. Desperation battled with Naruto's rage anew as he watched the senseless destruction of his home. This was a power he had never dreamt of seeing before. This was a power he had never been trained to counter. This was a power he could not stop. But it didn't matter. His home was under siege. He had to stop it. Reaching deeper within the well of power granted by his prisoner, a crimson corona of power exploded around Naruto as he drew more demonic chakra than ever before. Teeth sharpened to fangs, claws lengthened, whisker marks deepened further, and a second tail of boiling chakra rose from the pit of Naruto's hatred to join the first. Deep within his psyche, the fox's menacing laughter was deafening. Naruto sprinted forward, bounding over buildings and leaving a cracked earth and an afterimage in his wake as he directed his foul power with a single-minded focus: destroy the Ichibi. He was upon the beast in a second. Instinct directing his intent, Naruto thrust his hands forward as twin arms of pure malevolent chakra extended from shoulders and ripped massive hunks of sand from the Tanuki's torso. Ignoring the Baiju's shriek of fury, the hands grabbed hold of the Ichibi and pulled, launching Naruto like a missile at its face once more. Baring his fangs in concentration, the feral blonde called as much of the Kyuubi's power to bear as he could and struck out in a monstrous, yokai-augmented haymaker that blasted a third of the demon's face off as he rocketed past. Heavy sand showered him as he descended, and he hit the ground with enough speed to shatter a boulder. A 5-foot radial crater erupted from where his feet impacted the ground, now in the center of the grand fire arena once more. He whipped around to attack once more but stopped in his tracks as a single wave of the Ichibi's tail called up a massive wave of sand that was higher than the arena walls. Disbelief didn't even cross his mind, unbelievable as the battle had already proven to be, as he directed the malevolent cloak to his will once more. Instead of twin arms, this time there was only a single wave as the twin tails swaying behind Naruto combined. With a snarl of intent, Naruto sent the thin wave crashing into the massive wall of sand just as reached him. The crimson chakra sliced a neat, meter-wide gap that the feral blonde stepped through almost casually, his hands a blur in preparation for his next offensive. The air behind him compressed once more as his Fuuten Daitapa built and Naruto jerked his head to the right as his senses alerted him to a new presence next to him. A white-cloaked shinobi suddenly stood shoulder to shoulder with him and flew through seals that, even with his enhanced eyes, Naruto could barely track. The formation ended in less than a second, the shinobi holding the tiger seal just as the building pressure from Naruto's Fuuten jutsu released. Crimson eyes widened in shock as the cloaked shinobi wordlessly reared back, expelled a massive burst of pure fire directly into the path of his jutsu. Before Naruto could blink, the flames had expanded into the maw of a dragon that roared with the wrath of 1,000 explosions. The searing heat of the technique was merely a tickle to the blonde, given his chakra cloak, but he could feel the new charge in the air as the Daitapa fanned the flames and erupted into a massive firestorm headed directly for the Ichibi. The Tanuki shrieked as the combination jutsu impacted its side with enough concussive force to batter it into the remaining arena wall. White-hot flames melted sand in an instant, fusing it together and forming glass that shattered with a crack that could be heard across the entire village. Even as great shards began to cascade to the ground, Naruto turned red eyes to meet his unexpected comrade suspiciously. The cloaked shinobi, wearing a cat mask, wasted no time. Uzumaki, command has determined that the most successful course of attack will be a strike to the Ichibi's head, killing the container within, the man said in a rushed voice that somehow lacked inflection. Naruto strained to hear him over the cacophony of laughter and pounding in his skull. Further damage to village infrastructure has been deemed unacceptable. You have been drafted to aid my squad in eliminating this threat. Do you understand? The last phrase wasn't a question, and Naruto, even in his warring mind state, didn't treat it as one. Understood, he growled, not out of displeasure but because he could do nothing else with the Kyuubi's chakra running rampant through his system. Follow, the Anbu ordered, leaping away towards the stands as a second figure cloaked in white dropped to the arena floor and sent a compressed blade of wind toward the rapidly reforming Ichibi's legs. Naruto complied a moment later, appearing beside the cat-masked man in the now deserted stands. The only ones left were corpses. On my signal, my squad and I will engage the Baiju'u in a coordinated attack that will halt its movement long enough for you to attack the target, the man stated, voice calm amidst the destruction. Position yourself on the roof above us. It will give you the best vantage point to attack from. I will signal you when it is your time. Naruto nodded curtly, his mind moving a mile a minute to process the surprising turn the battle had taken. He turned and dashed for the exit, crimson chakra still enveloping him, when the Anbu's voice stopped him once more. Uzumaki. The circular eyes of the mask bored into Naruto. We only have one chance at this. Make it count. This time, the blonde didn't even bother with a nod before vaulting himself up and flipping backwards to the roof of the stands. Higher now than even he had been on top of the arena wall, the Shukaku still dominated Naruto's vision. Even at nearly 10 stories high, the raging demon loomed higher. Instinct had led him to attacking the head earlier, but he had only barely reached it once before. But, some distant part of him reasoned, his new teammates would likely take care of that minor detail. Ignoring the sound of his heart pounding like a drum in his ears, the Kyuubi's continued maniacal laughter resonating through his entire body, and the Ichibi's screams of rage, Naruto brought his hands together in front of his face. Baring his teeth, he swirled the corrosive chakra coursing through his coils into a tight sphere that forced his clenched hands apart with a grunt. But he didn't stop there. He had one shot to end this madness, and he was going to make it count. Naruto ground his teeth as he pushed his focus and control to the limit, feeding the already Kyuubi-fueled Rasengan even more chakra until the spiraling sphere slowly expanded to the size of his head. Panting, rivulets of sweat beating at his forehead before evaporating under the heat of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto held the monstrous red Rasengan with both hands. Ready, he grunted, just as an unknown signal compelled Kat's Anbu team into action on the ground. A white-cloaked, bird-masked Anbu on the arena floor rushed forward, great scythes of wind bursting from his hands that were as wide as the Ichibi's legs. The blade sliced clean through the sand and the Tanuki howled in pain and fury. The Anbu wasn't finished, however, and leapt up and latched onto the disintegrating left leg with chakra-enhanced legs, sprinting up the demon's body almost faster than Naruto's shocked eyes could track. Spears of sand formed to skewer the bird-masked man along the beast's leg, but the Anbu darted around them with dexterity and grace. Reaching the demon's hip in less than 2 full seconds, the Anbu flashed through 4 seals and slammed his hand against the sand and vaulting himself backwards and away from yet another spear. Dozens of explosive tags rushed forth from where the Anbu had touched the Ichibi, rapidly encircling the beast's left leg even as it swatted at the airborne man. The tags detonated in a colossal explosion of fire that consumed the Baiju's leg and halted its offensive. With a shriek, the Shukaku tumbled, sand dispersing everywhere as it crushed the last remaining arena wall. "I'll slaughter you all," it screamed as it impacted the ground with an almighty crash. Whatever else it might have said was muted as a greenish-brown dome of clay shaped like the face of a boar appeared from nowhere and encased it whole. "It won't hold for long," said the cat-masked Anbu, who had somehow appeared next to Naruto on the roof unnoticed. "My Justu will bind it when it breaks free. Move on my signal." Naruto and the Anbu waited 2 full seconds before a scream of, "Nico!" tore through the air and the clay dome began to shudder. "Now!" the Anbu ordered, speeding through hand seals, but Naruto was already sprinting for the edge. He launched himself off the roof just as the Shukaku shattered its temporary prison with a roar that shook the very foundations of the village. 4 stone pillars burst from the earth just as the dome exploded outward, dozens of bolts of lightning arcing from the stone and striking the Ichibi instantly, immobilizing it as the booming clap of thunder stole away Naruto's hearing. The blonde flew faster than ever before, the Kyuubi's cloak pushing him to speeds he'd never dreamt of reaching. Eyes narrowed in intense concentration, Naruto hit his apex and began to fall, his will directing his chakra which carried him on a crash course for the Ichibi's head. He let his will guide him as he fell, instinct having taken over completely, faster and faster as blue lightning and sand encompassed his field of vision. He didn't notice when the pillars cut off their assault. He only noticed sand and massive, malevolent yellow eyes as he drove his Rasengan into the Shukaku's head like an angel of divine wrath, screaming his feral battle cry for the whole village to hear. Crimson eyes squinted against the immediate sandstorm, barely glimpsing a shock of red hair amongst the grains before the spiraling sphere detonated with the force of 100 explosive tags, and he saw only white. Naruto's eyes went blind, his ears bled, and he screamed his throat raw as the explosion consumed him. Teeth shattered and skin melted and fused back together as the instantaneous heat pierced the Kyuubi's cloak before the blonde was hurled away like a speeding bullet. Absently, as if from a very great distance, Naruto felt himself crash to the ground and crater. Agonizing heat enshrouded him as the Kyuubi's chakra wasted no time in knitting rent flesh back together, regrowing bone, and remaking hair that had been reduced to ash. Naruto paid it no heed as he used his last ounce of willpower to force his eyes open. Fighting rapidly encroaching darkness at the edges of his vision, he could barely make out the sight of a desert's worth of sand crashing back down to earth from what seemed like a mile away. "Hey, He exhaled in what could have been a laugh. Paying it, or anything else, no mind, Naruto let darkness claim him. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.